Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay, guys, price to sell. We've got past the sell, going to sell. Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
E te iwi no mai, haere mai ki tēnei papahotanga, a whakata Māori. Ka mihi ki ngā maunga ngā wai me ngā ahi ka o tēnei rohi. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ki ngā whakahaere me ngā kai whakataitai he mihi mahana hokiki a koutou.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to the SNZ Women's GC Invitations down here at St Martins Croquet Club in Christchurch. We're joined on the commentary by myself, Mikey, and my good friend Jason. Good to have you, Jason.
Good morning. How are you, Michael?
Not too bad. Really good, really good. Sorry about the delay to the live stream, everyone. We had a couple of technical difficulties, but we're ready to go, and we're on lawn one with Jean Kent playing Nicola Clement. What's the score, Jason?
We are currently sitting at 1-0 to Jean Kent, who is playing red and yellow against Nicola in the blue and black.
Exactly, yeah.
And funnily enough, they're wearing opposite colours, with Jean currently outfitting herself in the blue and black.
Yeah, just ripping their club colours, which we like to see.
Yeah.
Proud of where they come from. So, good attempt there from Jean, but it's going to be blue to play, with Nicola going to have an attempt at hoop 2 to level it up.
Yep. And Jean being from Northland and Nicola from South Taranaki.
So, taking your time, just lining it up.
Runs
Great
out,
hoop,
lovely.
perfect hoop.
Great hoop.
Good confidence builder, isn't it? Making sure you get those hoops at the start. Because I know when I do my warm up, I never run hoop 1 because it sticks in your head, missing hoop 1, and it puts the pressure on when you actually have to run it.
And just having that confidence that yes, I can run a hoop today, and being able to know that you can get there.
Exactly.
She did that lovely.
Big mental game, isn't it?
Now red approaches quite nicely in front, sitting about a yard or two in front of hoop 3.
Yeah, so it looks like Nicola's just going to play a ball in. Not really too really too worried about the red's position, knowing it is quite deep. So
black's come in very nicely.
Perfect. Looks like she's got a block between the hoops. So great position there. Great position from Nicola.
Yeah. So you were on day 1, Mikey. How did that go?
Oh, just having a look on Croquet scores now. It looks like Nicola came away with 3 wins in straight games. So
nice.
A very dominating performance there from Nicola. Sort of what we expect. Nicola's sort of been around croquet for a wee bit now. We see it at most big tournaments, and so she's a very good player. So sort of expected with the results we see from yesterday.
That was Nicola checking out the block on red on black, and whether she would have to shoot at red or not.
What's your thoughts here, Jason? Would you play in, or would you take the clearance?
With yellow there, I would probably play in if red is blocked on the hoop, and either force red to jump or play the clearance on black. Yeah,
it looks like, based on the lawn, the way she said it, how hard she said it, looks like she went for a mid-pace clearance.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
and she'll hope to stop in front still, but she's just bounced out to the side, with black not too far away. So it looks like black will return the favour. And hope to pop out in front of the hoop.
So looking at croquet scores, it's pretty close at the moment. All 4 top seeds have 3 wins, so it's still anyone's to play for.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of top of the block versus bottom of the block, with some difficult games, and quite close for Nicola and Helen.
Exactly,
and even with Jessica dropping a game, so it's still all to play for. Especially at that top of the block, but even some of those bottom ones, you can't write them off yet.
Exactly, yeah. Nicola's just opting to play in tight, putting the pressure on Jean. Yeah. So Jean's just going to have a wee think about this, deciding what she wants to do next.
She's just a bit hampered by the shed in the middle, so she's going to bring it in a bit so she has enough of a backswing and can play the shot cleanly.
So,
there we go.
Going for the clearance. Ooh. Just nudges it, It's all she needed to do. Just get it past away from the hoop. So, controls with yellow at the moment.
Yeah, and so now Nick will have to try and stop yellow from having a clean run at the hoop. Or, no, she's just going to
not a bad option.
Yeah,
She's just
yeah.
sort
I
of
mean, yellow is quite a distance out, so
testing Jean here, see if
Yeah.
she can run it from this distance.
yeah.
So pressure on Jean here, opportunity to run the hoop. Runs it up, taking her time.
And
Oh, in the jaws.
runs it, puts it in the jaws, which
I don't know if
isn't
black's
a
jumpable from that position, Jason. It's a little bit angled.
bit angled. And
What's
blue
the-
is blocked from really getting it out, so
Yeah, what's your thought process here? You've got to clear red.
clear red, yeah.
Just
and
risk of
then
yellow being there, yeah.
She nearly peeled it through.
I was a little bit worried about that,
yeah. No, with where they were, it was a definite possibility.
She's sort of just
Um,
given an easy,
Yeah, no,
2-yard
red's
clearance,
just going to clear black.
but in hindsight,
but-
clearing black might not be the greatest option because
Yeah.
you're putting it behind the hoop, giving it an
Yeah.
opportunity to clear yellow. So
So she's tossing up whether to promote herself through the hoop and peel herself.
yeah, so clearing black here, you need to get it a significant distance.
Yes. Or put it on the side enough that it can't really.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is what she's gone for.
exactly. Yeah, playing to her
Um,
strengths.
Yeah. Knew she couldn't quite get that power into it. So
And it looks like she's got the wire as well. So
Yeah.
great shot there from Jean.
Amazing shot. Now Nicola will be trying to get
But
the
risky
yellow
this
out,
shot.
but
You
it
could
is
you could end
quite
up peeling
risky.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Difficult angle to hit it on.
Oh, for sure. With where they were, it was trying to cut it by a very fine margin and
So
didn't quite manage to get there.
Jean will go up 2-1 here. So
Yep.
she'll aim to get this right down to hoop 4. So running it odd to evens is pretty important.
Oh, for sure. You know, you have the potential to not only get 1 point, but also have the stronger position at next hoop. And she has done that quite nicely, sitting a bit far out, so a bit of a defensive shot, but I'm sure she won't mind and should be able to deal with anything that Nick puts in. So Nick has just come down past yellow in front of the hoop. And yeah. Got quite nice conditions here today. It's not too hot, not too cold.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to
Um,
heat up a little bit later on. Yesterday it was a little bit breezy, so got a little difficult getting the cameras in the right positions.
Still a bit of
Um,
morning dew on the ground.
yeah,
but
so-
nothing that the players won't be used to for
Exactly,
this
yeah.
time of year.
So opportunity here for Jean to increase her lead. Looks like she's going for the hoop. I can't 100% tell from this angle, but she might be going for a clearance on blue.
And she's
Ooh.
just cleared blue into red, which she won't mind too much, but gives blue the option to clear red and pop in front. She's just gonna
Yeah, so
tossing up her options and decided to
good option there. It sort of gives
Good shot.
black a little bit more freedom now, like potentially
Yeah.
roll into the hoop with yellow being behind the hoop. It could just wire itself. So
yeah, for sure.
yeah.
And it stopped if just sitting in front of the hoop. It gave red the option to just send
exactly,
blue
yeah.
quite a distance. So
Taking red out of the equation just makes it a little bit less pressure.
red will be trying to just come in somewhere where it's a bit of a threat, but not that it gets cleared immediately.
Yeah, just give yourself an opportunity to run the hoop.
Yep.
So
She's done that
thought
quite
process here,
nicely.
Jason. It's black to play. Would you be attempting to put it in the jaws, or would you be attempting to
think-
take a clearance on red?
I think I would be more tempted to just get the wire from yellow.
Yep.
And then let blue handle red. And it'll give you a bit of a better option. But she's done that quite nicely and left black in a runnable position.
Yeah, very good
Uh,
clearance here from Nicola. Like centre ball, still in a position to run the hoop, and it looks like she's got the wire on yellow as well. So
Yeah, for sure.
very good clearance.
And then also field her opponent's ball with some good sportsmanship there.
So yeah, yellow just opting to come back into position.
And it's come in quite nicely.
Yeah, just coming in tight. It looks like it.
And I noticed that Nick wears her clips on her hat.
I was going to mention that.
Yeah.
I've never done that. It's
I've seen a few people that do that. I mean, even some people put them on their shoes. I think Helen has worn them on her shoes in the past.
I guess it's personal preference. I always have them tucked away back in my shorts so you can't see them.
Yeah, I always have them on the side of my shirt. I used to have them on the front, but
just put them where they're comfortable, I guess, and you don't have to feel them flapping around. And
was wary of them falling off and falling onto a ball or my mallet while I was having a shot. So
yeah, so I guess Nicola puts them on her hat. They're out the way, so it works for her.
And they're not in her way with such a wide-brimmed hat. And she's played a lovely clearance there on yellow. Just playing this quite defensively. Just making sure that she's confident with where she is to ensure that she can run the hoop.
Yeah, so Jean just looks like she's opting just to come back into position. It's quite a distance for a clearance. So she's just coming in. We're just trying to make it a little more difficult for black shot at the hoop, or blue shot at the hoop, and she's put it right in front.
Quite nicely, yeah.
So, very good position there from Jean.
Now Nick is choosing to clear yellow instead of red.
It's a little bit risky clearing yellow because red being right there, but if you don't clear it, then you have to jump with black.
And
so
you're potentially putting yellow towards the next hoop, which is hoop 5 down the middle.
Yeah,
so it gives Jean an option to have a go at the hoop and potentially go 3-1 up. And she does run that. Lovely. That makes it 3-1 to Jean. With Nick to play to hoop 5 first.
Who's your favourite for this tournament, Jason? There are 4 of them sitting there on 3 wins at the moment, so it's sort of anyone's to play for. Have you played any of these top 4 players before?
I have played all of them, yes. I haven't played Jenny too much. She doesn't enter too many Open GC competitions.
Yeah, she's over in the UK quite a lot. So,
but we recently played her in the GC doubles with her and Chris Clark, her husband, and they, thoroughly gave us a handing too. But no, it's a good match. But yeah, no, I mean, out of the top 4, I've played them all quite frequently. So I won't put it past anyone to win. Obviously, Jenny would be the clear favourite coming off the back of an N8 Association Croquet Open win.
Yeah, and also just the experience level. I know Helen won this tournament last year, so she's got a lot of experience. They're both have over 1,000 ranked games, so they've been around for a very long time. But then you've got the likes of Nicola, who's still very good player, and then upcoming Jessica Bullen. So a lot of players here that can win this tournament.
Oh, for sure.
So Jean just opting if she wants to go for a clearance on blue or just play in front. Yeah, it looks like she's just
snuggled in the back of the hoop.
Yeah, it looks like she's a little bit wide there, so might not have the clearance on blue, I think, Jason.
So it looks like Nick will try to power through yellow. You could go for the jump shot here, but it's where you're confident with.
Yeah.
So she's just sent yellow a bit. She was just considering the jump, but
those shots are a little bit difficult. Because
and then you're leaving yellow there to potentially come straight back through and.
Thought process here, Jason. Clearance,
definitely clearance on red.
Controlled centre ball clearance, keeping us.
Try and stop in front.
It'll be difficult to stop in front, but hopefully just staying around the hoop.
Even stopping nearby.
Yeah, she's done it perfectly. Yeah, you don't have to hit those hard. You're only hitting to a shortish boundary, so important is that you stay around the hoop and keep control.
Because then black is always there to deal with anything else that Jean can bring in. And it's looking like it's turning out to be quite a tight match. Again, we're on day 2, with Jean sitting on 1 win match and Nicola sitting on 3 match wins.
A good decision there from Nicola, just starting to play in.
definitely forces, she's able to clear yellow with her black, and red really has to try something now if she wants to have a chance at getting this hoop. She's just...
Ooh, a little bit of a snuggle there, but not quite.
Yeah.
So
I think black will still have the same objective. Send yellow decent distance away and just try and...
maybe a double clearance here.
I think priority number one is just making sure yellow has that distance.
Ooh,
and she's hit the
she's
wrong
got the wrong one.
Yeah.
But she's still got a ball in front. Pressure's on.
Yeah, pressure's on Jean whether to... if she goes for the hoop, it's potentially leaving blue there.
If I was her, I'd go
But it looks like she's
clearance
setting
on
up the
blue.
clearance on blue.
Clearance on blue, maybe a
Just
little
to
bit.
take control.
Little bit to the left of blue, maybe hopefully cut yourself towards the hoop as well.
Yeah.
But priority is getting rid of blue.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep, and she's played that beautifully.
Exactly what I thought.
We're having some great shots out here, and it is definitely a tight battle.
Jason, have you had the opportunity to play at St Martins before? Or?
Yes, I have. I've played here a few times, most notably in the South Island competition here. That was back in quite a few years ago now.
Getting old now, aren't you?
Yeah. Managed to win that one, but it was a good time. Had some good competition. But it's a lovely club with great lawns. Oh, Nicola's played that lovely.
Yeah, I've only been able to play down here once, and that was last year. So hopefully they'll get some more tournaments here, and we can get back down here.
Yeah, no, for sure.
But really nice setup they have here.
It's a great four lawn club. All quite well manicured and a nice area of town too.
Oh, a little bit unlucky there from Jean, just trying to position right in front, and she's ended up hitting the back of the hoop. So Nicola's just opting to play in, getting a ball in front.
She's stopped a bit short by the looks of it.
Yeah, Jean's just thinking what we think here. Looks like she's considering the hoop.
Jaws?
Yeah, considering the hoop. It's a little bit angled, I believe, but the hoop's right there, so positioning the drawers isn't a bad outcome, with Nicola sort of being out of jumping range. Yeah.
She's just popped off to the side, potentially leaving blue.
With a double, yeah.
Double, open on the hoop.
It's probably one of those shots where you might get two opportunities here if the ball stay in their position, because it looks like red's wide from black.
Yeah, I can't quite see whether...
So, opportunity here for blue. Ooh.
Ooh, and it's not...
Just bumped it, yeah.
Yeah.
Good attempt.
All the balls, and now red can clearly see black if it chooses to go for that. But
Yeah,
it
looks
looks like she might just come back in front.
Yeah, exactly. You can't run the hoop if you're not in front, so...
How about yourself, Mikey? Have you played any of these Wahine before?
I think I played Nicola. I've definitely played a few others out there. Helen, Jessica. I've never played Jenny's in singles, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I played Nicola, but
Yeah.
I guess I kind of forget who I played after I leave the tournament. So yeah, I've definitely seen her around. I know quite well from tournaments. So yeah.
Once you've played so many, they all sort of start to blur together, and it gets difficult to remember specifics. But Nicola's just made that clearance, leaving the hoop really wide open for Jean to come back in. Oh, she's just come a little short, but definitely Jaws ball, but potentially blocking her yellow ball from seeing the hoop too well.
Yeah, it's a great example, this hoop, of how easily the game can change.
Oh, for sure.
Like, Nicola had control, Mr. Clearance, Jean had control, Mr. Position, Nicola has control. So it's all about getting every single shot correct, knowing what you're doing, and,
Yeah.
and focusing on that shot.
Being able to adapt and survive, really, on each hoop. And this match is a prime example of where every hoop can be a battle. And it is great to see such. Oh,
Great shot.
great shot from Jean. And she's just sat in the jaws. Or I'm not sure if Nicola can really do much about that, to be honest. But I'm sure it won't stop her from having a good go at trying. She's just missed to the right of yellow, leaving black alone, but with red, with the possibility of stopping black from clearing yellow. And she's played that quite nicely, just in front of black.
It's just the thing we look at Nicola's ranking.
Mhm.
Or ranking. She's ranked number 46 in the country. And she played over 105 games last year, with winning
Yeah.
64 of them. So pretty good record, about 60%. So
Yeah. No,
uh,
between that and badminton, she keeps herself busy. Definitely plays as much as she can. Travels all around the North Island and obviously even to the South Island on occasion. And Jean runs that hoop to make that full one and stops beautifully in front of hoop 6 to take control. It looks like the sun's starting to come out a bit more now, and it'll start to dry up those lawns and get that dew off it, just to make them a bit faster. And the players will have to adapt to be able to judge their lawn speeds. Looks like Jean will be having an attempt at this next hoop to hopefully put herself 5-1 up. She's just snuggled into the jaws there, with blue and black ready to attempt to clear her. So next, just tossing up her options, making sure she's playing the right ball, and we'll try to get yellow out with the blue ball there. And she does so very nicely, leaving blue nice and close and putting yellow perfectly on the boundary over on the side.
bit of a slow start from Nicola. Sort of expecting a little bit close to scoreline, but still heaps of time to get back into it.
Oh, for sure. So it looks like Red's just going to put some pressure on and force Nicola. Oh, she's come through the back beautifully. Just forcing Nicola to get this out. And she does so beautifully. And so Jean will have to come in here, put some pressure on Nicola, and she stops just short, which is potentially giving blue a free shot, would you say?
Yeah, it's ultimately a free shot. You could clear yellow, but guess yellow does play after black, so you're pretty safe to have a go here.
Yep, and she's just popped out and sat on the leg.
So
But would you potentially say she's given herself an in off?
yeah, a little bit of a hampered shot as well. So
Yeah.
she's just got to make sure she keeps the same process, takes her time, run the hoop.
And Jean's just come in and promoted her yellow ball, bringing it closer in, meaning that Nick will now clear yellow, and she may look to get in front of the next hoop, hoop 7. Nope, she's just gone for a straight stop shot, ensure distance on yellow. And forces Jean to try and stop blue however it can. There's Jean here with a nice wood mallet. Comes in and has a shot. Just misses to the left of blue and the hoop. And I'm not sure, what would you do from here with blue? Do you think that is runnable, or from that angle it looks like she can run
Yeah,
it quite easily?
it looks like it's runnable. Yeah, I'd aim to run it just with black being there. It's a little
Yep.
bit risky for the jump shot, but she's run it quite well.
Nicola's
So,
come back into the game to make it 4-2.
so
Put her clip on the hoop, with Jean with a bit of a jump shot to get over black to the next hoop. Pecky has come up on screen there, and she's just managed to clip black on the way past, putting her quite wide of the hoop. But yeah. Now it looks like this hoop will potentially be another big battle, like every hoop has been so far. So and these two wahine travel down from the North Island. They've come quite a distance to play here at such a prestigious event. As it is a invitational tournament, only certain number of players are selected to compete, and I'm sure all would jump at the opportunity to attend this competition.
exactly, yeah. It's all based on seasonal performance. So based on tournaments you play within your region, national tournaments, and so yeah, like I said, based on how well you perform at these tournaments, and determines if you get selected for events like these. So I think we have 3-4 GC Invitational events across the year. So women's one, Yvonne Yates,
Yeah, I think
Duncan Dixon.
there used to be 4 open invitationals, but I think they have trimmed it down to just be 3.
Yeah.
With the women's as an extra one on top. Obviously towards the end of the season, being the beginning of March today.
Yeah, the year's flying by.
Yeah.
It's going way too quickly.
So it was only January yesterday, but it's February apparently.
It's March.
It's February yesterday.
No, March today. And it's feeling like it. It's getting pretty starting to cool down.
Yeah, no, we've had a weird summer this year. Definitely a nice hot December, but a bit of a cold run through Christmas and New Year and into January. But we've still had some nice days dotted around, and a stunning day today. Perfect croquet conditions where players are able to compete for long hours without too much strain on themselves.
So, like to play here. I think the believe she I think she has an angle on the hoop here, an opportunity to run it, but
Yeah, it looks tight with where yellow is.
it's quite difficult to tell from this angle. I think yellow might potentially be in the way, but even if it
She
is,
might be going for a jump here.
yeah, I think it's still worth having an attempt at the hoop.
Just going to have a nice little stop shot. And it looks like she's sat on that wire with yellow just about at halfway and blue just to the side of the hoop. So how do you think the play will ramp up as the warm-ups carry on? As you know, the first game of the competition is always trying to get yourself in, and obviously first game of the day, trying to get yourself warmed up and building that confidence up.
Yeah, I think as you get through the tournament, the more people your level. So top seeds will start to play each other later in the day and early tomorrow. So we'll get an opportunity to see the likes of Helen play Jenny and Jenny play Jess. So yeah, and then everyone will be used to the lawns into it, and we'll see some really, really good croquet.
How do you feel local knowledge and home club advantage comes into it?
I guess if you've played here before, then you get used to the lawns and you understand how they run and all the curves, and you know the weight and speed of the lawn. So it does make a difference, but I guess at this sort of level you are used to playing in various different clubs, and you can sort of pick up stuff pretty quickly. Good example, Helen, Jenny and all those sort of players, Nicola, they played at a lot of clubs, so they've got used to playing at different venues, and it's quite easy to pick up on different aspects of the lawn once you know what you're looking for. So
Yeah, for sure.
um,
And how would you use so at the start of the day people get a 5-minute hit up on the lawn that they are starting on. How do you tend to use yours? Oh, and Jean's played a lovely shot into the jaws from the boundary, forcing Nick to hopefully try and deal with it. It looks like she'll take the clearance with red and potentially attempt a pecky jump shot with black.
you were saying about a 5-minute hit up, Jason.
Yes.
In the mornings, I guess before the games, I definitely treat it as a warm-up, not a practice. Your opportunity to practice is the days leading up to the weeks leading up to a tournament. So I just do it till I feel comfortable, and I'm comfortable with the feel of my mallet. So I'll hit to hoop 1. I'll play around the 4 hoops, and then have a couple of hoop shot opportunities, a couple of roquets, and not too much more. I don't, like I said earlier, I don't run hoop 1 just because if I miss hoop 1 when I come to play in the actual game, it messes my head a little bit. So I always position hoop 1, skip it straight down to 2, down 3, 4, 5, 6, couple of roquets, and probably only 5 minutes max, and then end up waiting for my opponent to start. But that's just how I personally do it. What about you, Jason?
I try to, especially on a new lawn where I haven't played before, I always like to just pay attention to how the lawns act. If there's any particular dead spots or fast spots or slow spots, and how the lawns curve between hoops, and if your ball is going to end, say, a foot or a yard to the left of where you're aiming. But coming back to play, it looks like Nick is lining up a pecky here, trying to get black up and over yellow through the hoop to win this hoop. Which plays that great shot. And that makes it 4-3. The game's coming close. And this is Jean to play down to hoop 8. And that's your replay there with a great shot from Nick. Just jump that black ball over that yellow and through the hoop. And blue has approached just past hoop 8. making it a bit difficult, but also putting some distance between herself and that yellow ball. Red approaching quite nicely. And it looks like it's going to be another tight battle in this hoop as well. This is a great game to watch for all those watching. You've got going to see plenty of croquet and some amazing shots by two strong players.
It's going to be blue to play here. Looks like she's going for a clearance on yellow, just maybe potentially trying to cut herself in front of the hoop.
Yeah.
Red is quite deep, so she could sort of take that risk of Jean having a shot at the hoop. And red's right behind, so if she lands in the draws, clearance shot from red is black, sorry, is there.
I know we're both colourblind, but not that bad. And it looks like she will be having an attempt to try and run this one with potentially a bit more power than previously, with black in such a defensive position there. She's just hit into that leg and sat.
Potentially she might have left a double for blue, but it looks like Nick is going to opt just to come in.
Yeah, black couldn't see too much from where it was, hoping that blue can still see red quite nicely, with yellow coming back in to try and stop blue. Just a bit too far past the hoop. Now with blue to have a go at hoop by the looks of it.
Yeah, just
Blue for red.
take your time, lining it up, stalking the ball, putting a mallet down, and just the same processes every time, just making sure she takes her time, gets the shot right.
Plays it straight. Ooh.
Just bumps it out a bit.
Just bumps into that near hoop wire. It looks like Jean may have a bit of a hampered shot with blue behind, but it looks like she'll be able to play this into black quite nicely. And does. Great shot. That was a great stop shot, or mutu tuperi. Black just approaches back in beautifully to sit nice and tight. But with yellow there, it's quite a risky shot. And Jean's just weighing up her options, seeing what her opponent can see with her next ball, and seeing what she can see with her yellow. And it looks like she's opted to just play in front of black. Oh, she's played into blue. To stop blue from clearing red. Hoping that she can then not hit red anyway. And that clears red quite nicely. Just about 7-8 yards away, with Jean having to clear black or block it in some way from having quite a short shot at the hoop, which Nick would be quite confident with. And she clears it quite nicely. Unfortunately clears her own yellow a little bit at the same time, but not too much of a major worry. to another battle.
So Jason, you've played 464 ranked games,
Yes.
starting in over 10 years ago, 11 years.
Yep.
So you're quite active in the croquet tournaments in New Zealand. What's the next
Yes,
on the
I
calendar?
try to be.
I know it's quite getting late in the season. We don't really have heaps of tournaments in New Zealand, but what's next on the cards?
So next on the cards is I'm playing down in the South Canterbury grade singles competition with you next weekend. That is down in the lovely metropolis of Timaru. And then following that, we're going over to Sydney to play in the Fletcher Sharp Invitational.
So good 10 days, 10, 11 days we get over there.
Yep,
Which
over
will
the
be
Easter break and Anzac weekend at the same time. So minimal days off work, which is always nice.
Yeah, it'll be another good tournament. So we'll have another good battle next weekend on the lawn, me and you.
No, for sure.
We'll just remember who won last time. But no, it'll be a good
last
tournament.
4 matches have gone to the 13th hoop. The last
Oh,
4
they
games.
have, yeah. So
So they've all been anyone's game, but no, we always have quite a good battle and enjoy playing each other. As Nick just misses yellow on the way back in to try and get it out of the hoop, leaving himself without many options other than a potential jump shot over yellow with black again. And puts red in the way as well. As Nick will weigh up her options and deem what the best play is. And it looks like she will be going for that pecky to try and get over yellow and red to potentially level this back up from 4-1 down.
So what are your thoughts here on the jump shot, Jason? Because there's a couple of options you could take. You could go for a jump shot on the fall, requires a little bit more power, or maybe a bit of a bounce
Nick
jump.
plays her jumps, I would potentially say
She's going on the fall.
this may be going
On the fall?
on the full or potentially with a bounce. But
Oh, yeah, she went for the
she's went
bounce.
for a bounce and played it with good weight, just slightly bounced off that hoop and round the side.
Yeah, those pickies are quite hard just because the hoops are quite tight this morning. So
For sure.
yeah, there's a lot of variables that come into play, especially with how the lawns are. I guess if they're a little bit softer, they're just a little bit more spongy, and it's a little bit more difficult to get that sort of controlled second bounce. So when the lawns are a little bit more firm and dried out, when you've had a hot summer, they like to spring up and sort of stay in the position they jumped from.
And now they have called the referee, or Kaiwawa, over to come and make sure that yellow, when Jean is playing yellow, that she doesn't accidentally fault and hit the red with them being so close together.
What's your thought process here, Jason? Just trying to play it into the jaws, or were you thinking maybe wire black from black to red?
With the current situation, I would probably play for the jaws.
Yeah, she's got a 4-3 lead. Take the risk. You got
yeah.
2 balls in front.
And then potentially use red. Oh, and it looks like she's just rocked straight back to where she was, but a clean shot with blue to see what can happen here. So the referee will just hang around and wait for potentially the next shots to be played, as red is still quite close to yellow, just ensuring that the mallet doesn't come in contact with any ball twice, or a ball and a mallet and a hoop, ball and a hoop and a mallet aren't all in contact at the same time. So it looks like Jean has just played red back, with yellow still in front of the hoop and black with a difficult time to try and stop yellow, who plays immediately next.
So
She'll
Jason,
have to have a go at trying to get it. No. Still weighing up her options.
tell me a little bit about the Fletcher Sharp where we just wait for Nicola to decide what she wants to play.
Yep. So it's a 3-4 day competition.
3 or 4 days, depending on entries. Yeah.
Yep. Over in the Cooks River Croquet Club over in Sydney, quite near to the airport.
Yes, it's a good venue. It's hosted by Alton Sharp, Robert Fletcher or Fletcher family, and Victor Smellets, and good prize money. I think it's $15,000 on the line.
Yep.
Split between multiple
So it looks like
categories, so decent amount of money to win. So we got Nicola. Looks like she's lining up
looks
another.
like she's trying to stop red this time and going for a clearance, and she gets that, but it's quite a risky one and puts red with a potential roquet on black.
It's quite a difficult option there because you're clearing your opponent down to the ball line, or on this case, not that far. You're only really guaranteeing a clearance out of the hoop from black. You don't really have that hoop shot, so maybe a jump shot might have been better. But Nicola's
Quite a
got
distance, and
Nicola's got a plan, so she's pretty confident with that. So
Nicola will make this clearance.
yeah,
And would have been hoping to get in front of the hoop as well, but has just sat to the side. All in all, not too bad of a position. With Jean just to play back in to see what she can get, as she still has control of this hoop. So now red will have an attempt. See what she can get out of this hoop. And runs that lovely, great shot.
she's been really good with those control hoops, getting them in the drawers or just running them through. So she's taking opportunities when she gets them.
Yes. And I'm sure she would have been wanting to leave black in the hampered position it was, but she's just bumped it to the side,
So
which gives Nicola the opportunity to get over to the next hoop first.
I think it's pretty crucial here now that Nicola wins this hoop and also gets her ball down to the other down to 10 as
9.
well. 9, 10,
9.
1 9 down to 10.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's important she runs 9 down to 10.
Yeah.
You know what we mean. Just because she's 2 hoops behind and then going 6-3 down makes it quite a bit more difficult to claw it back. So
Although being 6-3 down isn't impossible, as I'm sure we all know. Mikey more recently than most in the North Island competition, I believe it was. What happened there, Mikey?
I can't remember.
He's chosen to block it from his memory.
Was it North Islands? Oh no, I think it was 6.
It was the North Island doubles competition, I
Against who?
recall.
It was against.
Nelson.
Oh, yeah. No, I was playing John Christie
Oh, yeah.
and Nicola's club member, Ricardo Pintor, yeah. Well, I think we're 6-3 up, semi-final, game up. Me and Levo dropped this, was it Levo? No, me and James dropped
You
a
and
6-3
James, yeah.
lead, yeah. So, it
James
was,
played a great double clearance there, just pushing blue and black out of the way.
yeah, so you're not out of the game until you've won that 7th hoop.
Oh, for sure.
So,
yeah. No, it's definitely hard to come back, but it's just keeping your head up and keeping that can-do attitude all the way through until the game is over. And as these games are best of 3, as you can see up the top, even if one game is over, there is still time to turn it around. Oh, and that was a great shot by Jean. Just pushing blue out of the way. And leaving black with a difficult choice on what to do.
yeah, so it's a little bit angled here. So she's just contemplating if she actually takes a hoop on or if she plays for position, maybe even a clearance. But it's a difficult one here because taking control is probably the strongest option, I think.
And Nicola chooses to just come back in front with black likely to send yellow just into the corner and make it difficult for Jean to be able to see. That's all banking on red not doing something to mess up Nicola's plans.
It's been a really good performance here from Jean because Nicola didn't drop a game yesterday. So the pressure's definitely on Nicola at the moment. Just got to keep chipping away at Jean's
Jean
lead.
just pushes her own ball away and potentially has blocked herself from clearing blue and the hoop. So I think Nicola will just try and add to those worries and put another ball in the way. And yep, has done that beautifully.
So
Leaving Jean with minimal options to try and stop blue from having a crack at that hoop, other than a potential another pecky. But no, looks like she will be playing this flat. Oh no, here we go. This is a jump shot.
have you tried to jump this way, Jason, before? I haven't. It's not quite that common jumping this way, but it does work.
It's definitely better for some people who struggle with that power. And she jumps quite nicely, but that is the problem that I find with playing on the side, is it just gets your angle slightly off and you struggle to keep on target.
So, opportunity here for Nicholas. You can draw back the lead. Is yellow in an onside position, Jason? We can see it down the far side of the lawn, is it?
No, so yellow was currently in an offside position. As the only way it can stay onside is if it comes, especially when the striker plays it, is if it comes off an opponent's ball.
Yes.
And because it missed all balls.
Oh,
Nicola just...
She opted for the jump shot there. I think she was just a little bit hampered.
Hampered
so
on that hoop, so...
It's a good attempt, a little bit unlucky there, but
just leaves red with a clearance on black.
Yeah.
And the battle is back on, I believe.
So, if you're black here, just play back in front.
I
get a
think so.
position and then deal with red with blue.
Yeah, for sure. No point in trying to the more difficult croquet with black when blue is so close and not on shot either. And black has played that in quite nicely. I'm sure Nicola will be a bit worried about red not clearing herself, about red not, when blue plays into red, not hitting into black as well.
Exactly, just attempting to...
Now blue, just try and push it to the boundary and not hit black in the process or block it in any way.
Yeah, Nicola's style plays probably the only one here that plays with that split stance, split grip.
Split grip? Yeah.
It's not as common as you see with other grips, but it definitely does work for her.
No, it's definitely common in newer players who, because it doesn't give you that same action in both your arms, so players do struggle to stay with a good swing, but I think Nicola manages quite well.
Exactly, yeah. I spoke to Nicola yesterday about her grip, and she was saying that she's considering changing it just because she's getting a little bit of twisting action, and with having that split grip, you get a little bit of a double pendulum, which in hindsight it does work. You've seen like Logan McCorkindale plays with a double pendulum. It does work. but she's just
And
Nicola's.
Jean plays a great clearance on black there. Sorry to interrupt you, Mikey.
No,
but-
you're all good. Nicola's just trying to avoid that error. So
Oh, for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, great shot there from Jean.
And you've got to be able to adapt as you learn more and advance your play, especially if you've got your sights set on the stars like I know Nick does at times.
So black just opting to come back in front. So we're probably going to see a clearance from yellow on blue. Might have been better to go for a clearance on yellow, put it on the south boundary.
I think it just comes down to
Preference.
getting that confidence and knowing your percentages a lot of the times.
Yeah, exactly. Just either having two balls in front.
Yeah. And then Nicola will just probably play back in unless she fancies the more aggressive shot of clearing red to leave black in front of the hoop.
So just considering her options here, it looks like she's just going to reposition back in front.
Yep.
Keep going. Oh, just a little bit short. Looks like
And you
she's
can see
going
from
for that
angle,
wide.
it's you can perfectly see if she'd have got the block or not, but she's just stopped short.
Exactly, yeah. So Jean will...
But now Jean also has the worry of hopefully not hitting the black ball into her yellow ball.
Yeah, so just trying to line up a clearance here, maybe cut it a little bit so she doesn't hit yellow.
And she plays that beautifully. Nick just attempts to approach the hoop and sits into the jaws beautifully. And we potentially have even more pecky pickies on the way. Yep, and we do.
So it looks like she has a range of jump shot styles. So she had the side
yeah.
stance before, now she's over top of it.
So I think the side stance was for the more distance ones. Ooh, she made a great effort. Just bounced into black. Bounced a bit too short or too long, depending on whether she was going for the jump or on the full. But luckily she hasn't peeled black through the hoop to give Nicola the hoop point.
So opportunity here for Nicola. She's just going to clear red to the short boundary.
And just
Yeah, very well
stops
done.
that
So
chance at a jump shot with red as well.
just opted to go for halfway, conceding the hoop.
Yeah, not much you can do from there with black that far into the hoop.
So what's the goal for Nicola here with black? What's she going to intend to do?
So Nicola will be trying to get down in front of the next hoop, hoop 10, giving her the advantage at that next hoop, which she does quite nicely, slightly off to the side.
But that's absolutely fine
but
because
that's fine.
it's in clean position.
Still close to the hoop where her blue could approach nicely, and then she's still got control of the hoop, I would say.
So yellow to play, just opting to come in. Looks like she's going to sit a little bit deeper than probably
Yep.
preferably light, but it's not a bad thing.
Force black for a bit of a longer roquet shot.
Exactly, with black being there,
And
if
it
black
is-
opts to go for a clearance on yellow, it's going to go away from the hoop. So not a bad position there. So blue opting to come in tighter, and then Nicola will utilise black as a clearance ball. So Jean really needs to put the pressure on here. She needs to put the ball really in tight. So, and it rolls,
And she
promotes
just
it up.
Promotes yellow a bit closer.
It's not
And
in a bad
potentially it's on that
position, yeah.
line with blue as well. So it makes it difficult for
So,
Nicola to again get that stop shot.
yeah, you can see it's definitely lined up with blue there.
I'm
So,
sure that angle shows it perfectly, where she's going to have to try and
Cut
split
it.
the balls to prevent herself from clearing blue.
yeah, so it's quite important here though because,
And she plays that great.
yeah, it's just a little bit unlucky that she has to cut it. So her ball's going to
Yeah.
go probably the similar distance, even further. So, she's put her opponent right onto the boundary there. So big clearance here needed from Jean.
And it just looks like she's just played for a
Played for a position
potential
instead.
block.
Which is not a bad outcome.
No. I mean,
Blue's
with
quite
where
deep,
Nicola is,
yeah.
it's still quite deep. So
Nicola
will
opting
be opting to go for the stop shot.
You've probably seen with both these players, they're playing a little bit more defensive, just opting for those clearances, wanting to make sure they have the best opportunity around the hoop, not taking too many risks.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, especially that first game of the day, you're still building up your confidence for that day, and just making sure you have control and not taking any unnecessary risks. So it looks like Nicola will be trying to clear yellow, just to ensure that she can't run the hoop.
I have noticed that Nicola doesn't cast. Is there any
Yes.
reason for that, Jason? Because I know I cast, I know you cast.
Yep.
There's a few players here that don't cast. Is there a reason why they opt to not cast?
It is purely preference and how you have learnt to play.
Yeah.
Just ensuring that, obviously you can see there that Nicola is casting as just getting a line, but when she comes to play the shot, she doesn't cast, and that purely comes down to preference. For me, I know it's using as little change in muscular movement as possible when I come to hit the ball. So I'm building up the speed that I'm going to swing at when I hit the ball, so then when I drop to hit it, I'm using as little different muscles than I have already been in my casting beforehand.
You're just reducing as much errors as possible. Like you can see by the way Nicola plays, she opts to prep herself for the shot as she walks up, not casting over it. So it sort of varies. The same with, you can see as Jean coming up, her prep is down to as she walks up.
Yeah. So
Then she places her mallet and then hits the ball. So it's whatever you're comfortable with. People play differently, and it works well, as you can see
sure.
for these players.
That was a great stop shot once again from Jean, leaving Nicola in a bit of a trickier situation. With Nicola aiming to give a stop shot right back to yellow. And gives it quite nicely, leaving black a bit further out and letting Jean just come back in with yellow. Just yellow has got stopped a bit short, just out to the side of the hoop, but hiding from blue behind red. But I'm sure Nicola's main priority with blue will be to hit red, which she does beautifully, and just puts red towards the boundary with not many balls with a shot at the hoop. Oh, and she's played a lovely promotion there, giving her yellow ball a shot at the hoop, with Nicola being forced to make sure that yellow can't stay there and run that hoop. She's played that nicely. Just a bit of a split, putting black over towards the middle of the lawn and yellow down on the far boundary. So what do you expect that the outcome of this hoop's going to be, Mikey?
It's pretty hard to say now because good clearance there from Nicola, but she's going to need a clear yellow. And red is probably 4 or 5 yards away. So
Red is black even.
black side.
Red is quite a bit more than 4 to 5
Yeah,
yards.
black's about 4 or 5 yards away, so she needs a solid clearance, putting it onto the short boundaries. So
Yep.
if she can do that, I really do think it's in her favour. But eventually, someone's going to have a shot at the hoop.
Yeah, but with Jean on the form she is, I wouldn't put it past her even if Nick gets that clearance that she couldn't come back and still clear blue or something else. But it's just gone a bit too far for that clearance line and leaves black open with the shot on yellow. And Nick got that clearance nicely, and Jean will have to either go for the hoop or blue, both on similar lines, but she has opted to just missed blue there. Quite a powerful clearance, but leaves blue to have a go at the hoop, and potentially this could tie it back up at 5-all from being down by a few hoops to all tied up.
Yeah, good
Going
comeback.
into the final 3 hoops.
Exactly, good comeback here from Nicola. It sort of shows.
Ooh, and she's just bounced off, leaving red with what looks like a potential of an in-off. What would you say?
Difficult angle. Definitely could get a good clearance on blue. Potentially probably bump herself from the jaws, but probably based on the angle, it's quite.
Yeah,
You need to hit
no,
it
for
quite
sure.
hard.
We will see. Ooh, and she tries for it. She tries to just roll into that hoop, but just bounces off a little bit and goes to the side of the hoop. And it's still really anyone's hoop at this stage. With only the black ball now in front, with yellow probably to follow suit. And yep.
So, blue to play. What's your thoughts here, Jason? I think there is probably one clear option.
Yeah, I think the stop shot is on, but I think the main objective is just send red quite a distance away. But she's played that stop shot beautifully, sending red all the way over to the far side of the lawn, with black potentially wired from red through the hoop, but definitely with an option of having a go to run the hoop. And that has been played beautifully by Jean. And now Nicola will have to fight her way back in with that beautiful clearance by Jean on black. Now black will probably want to return the favour to yellow. Yep. But we're still on anyone's game in this hoop.
Exactly. Should probably just play a ball right back in front, and then it'll be blue to play.
Yep, so it's still nice and close. And still being a battle with Jean not wanting to let the lead slip, and Nicola fighting to claw her way back in.
So, good mid-pace stop shot needed here from Nicola.
And she's played that beautifully. A bit of a split to just put herself a bit further away from yellow. And leaving herself with a bit of a 7-yard at the hoop, but potentially more of a defensive option, and making sure that yellow can't send her too far away if she opts to go for that shot. So what's your confidence level, Mikey, in those sort of shots?
Sort of depends how I'm playing. I guess I think good performances build confidence. So if I've had a good performance and the hoops leading up to it, I'm pretty confident on most of my shots. But I guess the mental side kicks in if you've missed a few.
Yeah. So depending on red goes, what do you think about blue having a go at the hoop with yellow not online?
I think it's a bit of a free shot, as long as you don't go flying off somewhere. Being 5-4 down, you need to have an attempt. Yeah, so looks like she's going to play for the draws, maybe.
Stops a bit short there.
Ooh, maybe a little bit of a double there. Not quite, but
Not quite, yeah,
enough
definitely
to
still open from my point of view.
enough to tempt the hoop shot.
Yeah, and with no other balls, with really a hoop shot opportunity, she's gone for it and got that beautifully with a bounce off yellow to make that 5-all, and we are back to equal again. And this will be Jean to play to hoop 11, where it is still anyone's game here in this first game of the first match of the day. Some of the other matches around the club are still going on, but I believe one is finished. Or is that a couple finished? I know there's...
I think Jessica Bullen just came off a good win. What was the score, Jess? Yeah, she was just saying she had a good 7-1, 7-4 victory, so that puts her on
Galen.
4 match wins.
So that puts Jessica in the lead for now, while everyone else is still currently playing.
It looks like there's a good couple of battles going on. Sue Cleveland's playing Helen Reeves at the moment across on the other lawn. So
and then we are double banking on one lawn. Due to only 4 lawns, but 5 matches wanting to be played at once. So there will be potentially a bit of a hold up with those 2 matches, but shouldn't be anything too major.
So blue to play here. Probably going to go for a bit of a nudge on red potentially. Maybe hopefully push it past. It's a bit risky with black being there, but...
Oh, and she's tried for a bit of a double and just bounced off the hoop and into yellow. Leaving red there with a nice little, hopefully, stop shot on black, with all 4 balls quite close together. It's pushing red out a bit. And black to play back in. So we're going to get the referee back over, just to make sure that yellow doesn't play a double tap, which is where the ball comes into contact with the striker's mallet twice on the way past. So you can see there the Kaiwawa has just come to mark the balls, both yellow and blue, to ensure that all play is deemed legal.
So as you can see, the referee has a little bit of a device there. It's a bit of plastic that gives them the positions where to mark the ball. So then when the shot is played, if it is a fault, they can easily put the balls back where they were.
Yep. And that is at the discretion of the opponent who hasn't made this fault. whether they would prefer the balls to be left where they were or put back to
So
their original positions.
referee has deemed it to be a clean
That
shot,
was a
so
clean shot indeed. So
it will be blue to play.
blue to play with still anyone's hope with this one again. Nicola opting to just cruise back in.
Looks like she just went for the block.
Yeah, a bit of a block to stop Red's from going for the hoop, but I think Red had already made up her mind to have a nice little stop shot
So,
on Black.
ooh,
Just plays it a bit too off centre.
not a horrible shot though, because
No,
she has
no.
nudged Yellow a little bit, maybe even made it a little bit more difficult for Yellow to
Potentially difficult for Yellow to stop
Yellow to
Blue,
get cleared
but
by Black. Yeah, so
yeah.
just hitting a wee think here, Gina's, but it will be Nicola to play. So just coming to position. Yeah, just landing a little bit short now, so it will be Yellow to play.
A lovely little Mutu Tiperi there. Just putting Blue on the boundary and Yellow staying nicely in front of the hoop. With Nick to just come back in for the approach.
So Red to play, probably most likely looking for a clearance on Blue.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure it's how much it can see Black. But yeah, I think its safest option is just to clear Blue, leaving herself with 2 balls in front of the hoop and potentially even a block on Yellow from Black, but I think it might be close.
So
But I think Black should be able to see Yellow still, but has the option of whether to go for a roquet or go for a block. Definitely opting for the block here to try and stop both balls from
yeah,
having
with
a shot.
2 balls in front, it's probably the right option here.
But I think she's gone a bit too far than what she would like.
So Yellow to play.
As she has an attempt at the hoop. Just to squeeze past Black. And at the hoop. And she's just bounced off.
I think it's still runnable though. Like, it's hard to tell from this
It looks
angle,
close.
but
I think it's definitely stopped Red from really having an opportunity, and Black is quite close if it wanted to pecky or jump shot.
but it will require quite a big clearance there from Blue.
Sure, I think Blue, once that noise has settled down, has
Maybe an
has
in-off
to have an
opportunity.
option. Potentially. Just trying to figure out.
So she lines it up. I'm not quite sure what she's aiming at, but
Played it with some.
oh,
And cleared Yellow.
very good shot.
Very well done.
So
Definitely a risky shot, but it's paid off for her. With Red to now have another attempt at running hoop 11.
as you can see, June plays in an Irish group. Have you ever tried to play with Irish before, Jason?
I've done it in practice a little, but I usually struggle as it strains on my wrists. That's why I play Solomon, so my wrists are not too strained,
Yeah.
whereas I even find Standard does strain one wrist more. So we're just going to toss up her options.
I think the best option here is to play for the wire on blue.
Oh, for sure. I think that's what she's aiming for.
I think she's got it. Yeah, black's just quite deep. It'll be a difficult clearance.
And it's on the similar line. So now I would say blue potentially wants to hide behind yellow from red. And we are a game of hiding or wiring, as it's better known as, of just preventing the opponent from roqueting your ball away. But Gina's played that nicely in, as Nicola will attempt to roquet, I believe,
So
to try and clear yellow, so blue can have an attempt at the hoop. Oh,
she's just nudged it.
just nudged it.
But I think black.
It's still open on blue.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get that wire as a potential option, but
So mid-place clearance needed here, just to push blue to the north boundary.
and they're both taking a bit more time. just to
Concentration.
ensure that they get those shots right, which was a great shot by Jean there. With red right in front of the hoop, and blue needing to get a good clearance on red, as Nicola wants to come back into this.
So blue to play.
Oh, and she's made that clearance beautifully, just pushing red off and leaving blue quite close still. Although Jean still does have yellow there, but a bit further out than she has proven comfortable with in terms of running, but I'm sure she will still attempt a nice jaws potentially. Nicola will just come back in a bit close, stopped a bit short in front of the hoop, but not the worst shot in the world. Bit of a defensive position.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to have an attempt at the hoop. It's probably
Bit of a free shot.
5 yards out.
Yeah. She's just played. Oh, and she's
Just bounced off.
bounced out.
Just off the right wire.
Yeah.
So still another ball in front. It's going to be blue to play. You're really needing to clear this a bit of a distance and keep your blue ball in front of the hoop.
No, we're having a good battle here once again on hoop 11. Both players wanting to get this first game in and get the advantage going into game 2. Jean still has control of this hoop here, with Nicola attempting another stop shot on yellow. And has played that to potentially try and hamper red at the same time. Yellow approaching in, trying to stop blue from doing anything, but has joined the line up with black and red.
I think it's potentially got the wire. It's quite hard to tell from this angle, but I think Nicola will still attempt to interfere with.
Just come in to the side. Oh, and she has run the hoop. Great shot.
Great shot.
Has
Out of nowhere.
just rolled
Absolutely
through
out of nowhere.
in front of all the other balls. And
Just-
just as you can see there,
Just
nice and
caresses its way
slowly
past it.
and gone through the hoop as clean as you would like. Just stopped on the other side of the hoop to go 6-5 up from being down.
That was completely out of nowhere, Jason.
Oh, for sure. I mean, from that far boundary, it's not a easy shot by any means, so you definitely love to see something like that. Then you can see it one more time as the players start to approach down to hoop 12. Just perfectly caresses just through not what she was going for, but she will take it all the same. And she's definitely aiming for the hoop. But I don't think she expected to be able to run it from all the way back there. As Jean will play down to hoop 12, and she already has her red on side, so Nicola had a bit of a hampered position to get down, so opted to just try and stop yellow, put it behind the hoop as well. But I think Jean has played that beautifully and just promoted her red ball a little, and now has two balls right in front of the next hoop, with Nicola still in a bit of a hampered position with her blue, opting to just play to the side, as there is not much she can do to try and stop red and yellow. So now Jean will have a free shot at hoop 12, hoping to make it 6-all, with Nicola actually with her black ball still on side towards hoop 13, giving her a nice short shot if Jean manages to run this hoop, which she does not manage to do. Just bounces off, meaning that Nicola will have to lose the advantage that she was trying to gain for herself with her black ball. But potentially making this another battle for the hoop.
So Nicola just having a wee think about what she wants to do. It's quite difficult with two balls in front and not on the greatest angles, so ooh, just past the hoop.
How do you feel your competitions have gone this season, Michael?
Not too bad. I had a good North Island doubles. We got runner up in that. Not too bad in the singles. I've had some good wins, good performances, some good wins in the nationals. So yeah, not a bad tournament. Still got a couple of tournaments coming up. So we'll see how they go as well.
Yeah, no, nice. And now all balls are behind the hoop, which is not where they want to be, but it also does give potential for some wirings to come into play, as both players will try to not lose the advantage that they've got, as well as potentially try and win the hoop. So Nicola trying to play for the win on this hoop, and Jean fighting to get back into it, having lost momentum a little. As Nicola plays a great shot there, just to clear yellow and leave black in front of the hoop. With what looks like 2 matches now done. And yellow, ooh, just comes back and looks like it is just off the jaws, just on that right wire. But still leaving Nicola with some difficult decisions to make. And tossing up whether to clear red or clear yellow. What do you think you'd do in this position?
Definitely a clearance on red.
Yep.
And I think with yellow just being a little bit to the right to the hoop, you'll have an opportunity with black. So
do you think black could in off yellow?
well, it's definitely a possibility. But I think it's important to get a good clearance on red, and that's what she's done.
And she's done that beautifully. Jean will be trying to stop black and put it in a similar position to where blue was. She's got Croquet nicely. Quite central behind the hoop. So we'll see what Nicola can do, because I don't believe yellow can run that hoop, but there's definitely potential for...
Yeah, it's quite difficult to tell from this
Jaws.
angle, but it is...
Yep, so Nicola has just gone into what looks like jumping position. If blue can't clear yellow, if yellow struggles with this.
So just checking if a referee is needed.
Yep. Or a Kaiwawao.
So she is just playing towards the jaws. Yep, tapping it in front.
Plays it in front,
So
giving Nick with the opportunity to attempt to clear yellow out of the hoop.
a little bit risky, because
But
if
it is-
you had it even
Yeah,
a couple
yeah.
millimeters to the left, you could end up putting it through. So
And she's deemed it too risky and is going halfway towards hoop 13, giving Jean a clearance option on black to stop it from having a go at the jump. Or pecky. Or Jean plays that well. Now there is the option for Nick to set up a rush. What's your opinions on a rush from there?
probably not needed, as you will have first shot to 13. So
Yep.
just set yourself up so you can get to 13. It's one of those where you could rush it, but there's no need if you're going to be first ball anyway.
Yep.
You just got to get in front.
Yep.
I think your percentages are higher of getting a
But it
good
looks like
position
she
than
will be attempting to set up the rush. And she
it's not a
has.
horrible option, but it is a little bit more risk involved.
Yeah, no, I'm not a huge fan of a rush, but especially when you can be first ball there, unimpeded, sorry.
So
and
attempting
get
the
there
rush
with your
shot
first
here.
ball. Yep, definitely a risk, but there is huge potential for payoff if it works out, with red being where it is. She's attempted it, and she's got there. A bit deeper than she would have probably liked, but
Yeah.
it's not the worst thing in the world, and she will. And Jean will just try to approach. Quite a long shot, but has played that really well.
So black ball now. What's your thoughts, Jason? Would you take the hoop shot?
I think once you've done that,
You've got to
and
go.
you've
for it,
got to
yeah.
go for it.
It's pointless if
You've
you
put
don't.
all your eggs in one basket, so to speak, and you've got that opportunity.
I think going for a clearance would be the wrong choice,
Yeah.
just because you've decided to go for the rush. So
Once
even
you've
if
gone for the rush, if you're in front of the hoop,
Yeah.
but I believe Nick will be going for the clearance by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't fancy her chances with the hoop from there, so the rush hasn't quite paid off. And she hasn't quite centerboard that either, so we're back to sort of balls wide, plus potential for Jean to get first ball in front of hoop 13, the final hoop for this game of match one, or game one. Just bounced off the hoop there. Some great shots here, and another battle proving that these two Wahine are battling all the way from the very first hoop all the way down to hoop 13, with the potential for 2 more games to play, Mikey.
Yeah, it's been a really long first game, couple hours.
But it's been a great battle all the way through. It's That's what we love to see.
It's been nearly a 2-hour game, Jason.
Yeah, no, definitely a long one, but it's not been boring by any means. It's been great shot after great shot. Strong battles at every hoop. And at the end of the day, Croquet is the winner. With Nicola just opting to clear there, or Jean, sorry, to clear there, when Nicola having to try and clear red. And gets that quite nicely with nice mid-pace, leaving blue nice and close. Red just offline. Yellow on the boundary behind, and black on the short boundary to the side. And now 2 matches of the 5 finished. And 3 still ongoing.
So, Jason, yellow's on the boundary. What's your thoughts on...
Or I think everyone loves a good boundary hoop 13. I think the percentages are always there. And she's gone for it. Just bounced off and sat just to the side, leaving Nick with a nice little clearance, hopefully,
On red?
on red.
Yeah, and leaving the enough opportunity. So she's got to
Sure.
she's got to get this onto that north boundary.
Yep.
Um,
And she has
so
nicely.
I don't know if yellow is that runnable. So even a clearance on black, she'll still have an opportunity to come back into a jump shot position. So
Yeah. No, I mean,
but-
the option for an in-off with red is still open as well, which she may be going for, or she may be going for the clearance on black. But no, she's just nudged yellow, so removes the option to in-off for black, but also puts herself in a suboptimal position. But black hasn't got, by any means, an easy hoop shot.
opportunity for Nicola to win the game.
I think she'll take it on. She'll go for it. Oh, and just bounced off as well. Giving yellow the option. A few options here. Could go for a clearance or promotion. Keeping in mind that blue is just off to the side there. But has opted to just set up nicely. Allowing red and black to just stay where they were, and making blue decide what to do. Nicola will line this shot up, whatever she has decided to aim at, potentially yellow from that angle. Red would be quite a risky shot with black that close. She has played that nicely into yellow, with red now to have a nice little roquet on black, sending black to that north boundary. And she's played that great and stopped right in front of the hoop and sent black all the way to the boundary. So now Nick has the option to have a crack at the hoop, just sneak in beside red and have a go. With where blue is, it's not hugely risky, as blue can get rid of red as well. And as you can see there, black is wide open on the hoop, but it really comes down to confidence, and hoop 13 is always a nervous hoop. Would you agree?
Yeah, I had most recently quite a few 7-6 losses, even though I had first shot at the hoop, so it's quite different to running hoop 3 compared to hoop 13, so
Yep.
yeah, quite a bit more pressure on it.
Nick has gone for it. She backed herself, but has just bounced out to the side of the hoop, allowing yellow to just approach, potentially aiming for a block to stop blue from hitting red, but it's just stopped wide of that.
So clearance on red.
I believe so. I don't think she'll go for the hoop from there. There's potential for a bounce off red in towards the hoop, but red is quite easily runnable, so she's got that nicely, but just hit red into black and pushed black behind the hoop, but I don't think she'll mind that too much, with black being open on the majority of the hoop, and especially primarily open on yellow. Red just pushes blue away, returning the favour. Just leaving red nicely in front of the hoop, and blue off to the side. So now black has done the same to yellow, and now all balls are some distance away again, and yellow has just approached behind the hoop slightly. The red just off to the side a little bit, but we are still anyone's game in this hoop 13 of game 1. Nicola opts to just approach, allowing red to make a decision of potentially going for a jaws or hoop shot, depending on her confidence.
I would take the hoop shot.
But it looks like she's decided to go for the roquet. And the stop shot here, not backing herself to get that hoop, and has played the stop shot quite nicely, but rolled on a bit far. And Nicola opts to just approach, hiding from yellow, just coming in. With yellow looking to come back through the hoop, but just gets stuck coming through the back. Now with blue to just come over as well.
You can see that Nicola's sort of rushing her shots a little bit.
She's definitely taking a bit less time than she was previously.
So that might be affecting her gameplay a little bit, but still in this.
To hit all her roquets. Just some of those hoop shots for both players where they're just bouncing off. Improves the conditions of the hoop and how accurate you need to be to make sure that you go through, as there's only a credit card's width between the ball and the hoop width, which is quite a small tolerance when you're aiming from 7 yards away. And we're playing a game of approaches and roquets here, with yellow looking to come back through the hoop and not give away too much. And she's done that quite nicely.
Jump shot opportunity. I think you've got to go.
Where blue is, it's not an optimal angle.
I think you have to go for it.
No, I think she will go for a roquet.
True.
And black can clear yellow out, because yellow is sitting towards blue's side, which means it's a bit open for black to just get in there and wiggle it out. Now Jane will just play another approach, just just coming in here, relying on black to follow along with yellow, hopefully.
Mid paces on the left hand side of yellow.
For me, I would almost play quite hard, more central of yellow. Yep. Similar to that. Just sending yellow a bit further and leaving yourself to bounce off that near wire. And still staying in contention. Gina's lovely, just approached back in there, directly in front of the hoop. And leaves Nicola with a bit of a decision, but likely going for the Croquet on red, as they still battle away for this hoop 13. And Nicola has just rolled behind the hoop with her blue ball, with red over towards halfway. I think hoops in the game have gotten longer as they've gone on. Do you agree, Mikey?
Yeah, they're dragging out a little bit.
And do you find it happens in your games as well, that the later hoops in a game tend to take longer as players start to
get a little bit
build
more
up their confidence?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, just a little bit more defensive play. They're just trying to make sure they have that shot at the hoop, but don't give away too much if they do miss.
yeah.
Especially when you've been playing for a couple of hours and you're 6-all, you don't want to risk anything.
And it looks like Gina's got that not only wire from blue, but also the block on yellow with red. So Nicola might have to attempt a cannon shot or a double clearance.
But I think you got to make sure you clear yellow. So it's a
Yellow
little.
is the primary problem, but she's nailed that quite nicely.
I think red's wide from blue, isn't it?
It looks close, but yeah, no, Nicola has centerboard that perfectly with a great stop shot. But it still leaves Nicola with a tough shot on red of whether she can see between past the hoop to be able to get red away.
She can see half of the red ball, so still a clearance available, but
With the yellow now there, it makes it
pretty unlikely.
quite difficult as well, so potentially even less of a ball now. And Nicola has just cleared yellow, which does leave red open to potentially for Jean to win this game, game 1, with a nice little 2-foot hoop shot directly in front. And stays in the jaws.
Opportunity
So
here.
I think the only opportunity here is to have a pecky jump shot time from Nicola Clement again. It's been quite a few opportunities this game. Do you agree?
There's been 3 or 4 opportunities for jump shots.
Yeah, and only one successful so far.
I think one successful, yeah, so about 2 yards in front.
Jump shot on hoop 13. Nick will definitely be feeling the pressure here. And she just makes sure that she's comfortable with where she's standing, how she's holding the mallet, and just plays this shot. Just stops in the jaws and rolls down. And I believe that may be game, as blue doesn't look like it has many opportunities to get red out of the hoop. As Jean will probably just play to try and finish. No, just plays in.
I think that will be game there. It's got to be.
Makes it difficult for Nick to even try anything.
He only can hamper, but that only does so much.
Yeah, she's definitely in a rough position here. But has tried to just sit in behind, but I believe that Jean can cleanly run this just like that, and that is it. It's game 1 to Jean Kent. I believe we will be shortly going to an advert, and we will be back with you for game 2 of match 1 on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Baileys finding buyers that others can't.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped.
You beauty!
And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
And we're back with game 2. Nicola has just won that first hoop with black to go 1-0 up in game 2. As Nicola would have started this game as well, having lost the first game. And we go over to hoop 2.
So heading down to hoop 2, Nicola to play.
As yellow is sitting right on the wire there, as they check whether they need a referee or kaiwawa. And they will call over the referee to just check that yellow will play this clean shot and not crush into the hoop, which is where the mallet and the ball and the hoop are all in contact at the same time. How would you play this shot, Mikey?
It sort of depends. It's quite hard to tell from this angle, but if it's up against the wire, it's got to be pretty soft, but I guess you're not going down from an odd to even, so you can just play it through, just get it through.
And with where blue and black are, it's not too risky to leave a jump for blue, and black is slightly behind the hoop to attempt a clearance if red doesn't promote it through.
Coming back. Have you been? Let's go.
Nicola chose to just clear red and then attempt the clearance with black from the behind the hoop.
Holding 6, holding, and 7, cutting to 7, live on 7.
Just missed there, sadly, and that means we'll go to 1-1. As Jean will just push this through the hoop with yellow.
So where you are right now is perfect, 8. We're going to be cutting in between you for the next couple of rotations. So live on 6.
And Nicola will be first ball over to hoop 3 with score 1-1 between Jean and Nick.
Shot 8. So 7. If you can get a nice mid shot here of Jean, she's about to the ball.
Nick just approaches a bit too far for her liking, not quite with a hoop shot, and Jean stays on the other side, a bit short on that one, as these first two hoops have gone a bit faster than the previous games. A bit less of a battle, but I'm sure we will build back into it as we get along. But as we all approach over to this hoop, and Jean comes in nicely, but with blue being the next shot to play, I don't see that she will remain there for very long. And she indeed doesn't, and blue just nestles in front of the hoop, with red also having to go for a clearance on blue, with yellow that far away.
The next shot's going to be with black, so slowly pan to the right and move black here as they just dribble it in front. Holding on 8 for now, it's going to be an in-off, very close, and
Red just pushes blue away, leaving black to just approach in front.
it's going to be yellow, positioning back.
And yellow to also do the same as we come back in to hoop 3.
Seven, holding, live on 7, 7 staying still, back to 8, live on 8.
Jean just misses the clearance with yellow, as she knows that blue will be clearing red, and she'll have potentially an even harder shot than she currently had. Lovely shot right neck there, sending red all the way to the far side of the lawn, giving it quite a difficult clearance back towards hoop 3 here. Jean shoots at black and just misses to the left, leaving Nick to run the hoop and try to get down to the next hoop, hoop 4, at the same time. Nope, just opts for the jaws, and just wanting to make sure she gets down to the next hoop without any problems at all, and aims to go right in front of hoop 4 once she does run, with both of Jean's red and yellow balls over in the corner, with no opportunity to really jump or clear these shots as she just approaches halfway, as she concedes the hoop. And they're just checking whether the yellow ball is straight offside. Just to make sure that if black does run the hoop, or when black does run the hoop, if yellow has got over halfway, which is that white peg, it will have to be sent to a penalty. It can be sent to a penalty spot, which is on the far side of the lawn, where it is obviously a lot harder to position nicely than nicely in the middle of the lawn. Red also approaching halfway, with Nicola now to try not only running the hoop, but getting down to the next hoop and sitting and taking control as she tries to come back from a 1 game down. And just sits to the side of hoop 4. As she would still have control, and it looks like yellow was onside. It must have been very close to being over that line, or as long as it was still on the line, that still counts as onside. So it was clearly in a great position and made it easier for Jean to approach nice and tightly. But with black there, obviously it's always a worry. Red just approaching a bit too hard, just going in line with the hoop, allowing Nicola to make this stop shot without any worries at all.
7, live on 7. Coming back to 6, live on 6.
Alright, we'll see how we go. Here we go. If not, then I'll see if there's anything tomorrow.
Holding 7. Cutting to 7, live on 7. Cut back to 6. 3, 2, 1. Live on 6.
The score is currently 2-1 to Nick. On hoop 4.
Bit of a distance hoopy opportunity. It's
Yeah,
foot
so-
Jason, yeah.
It's a bit of a risky one, but it looks like red doesn't have the easiest clearance on black. So she had a free sort of shot as she tried to approach and run that hoop 4 to go 3-1 up. Definitely trying to reinstate her and try and get in the lead nice and early.
Holding 6. Cutting to 6, live on 6. Still live on 6. Coming to 8, live on 8. So 6, this is going to be time to reframe. So we're back to Nicola in the shot. And holding 6, coming to 6. And then coming
As Nick just opts for some stop shots. Clear Jean's falls away as Jean blocked her from the hoop. Just try and stop it.
holding near 6, coming to 6, live on 6.
Jean has tried to just come in
7. See if we can make sure we get the ball
and stop blue from clearing red.
away with this even space above the head and below their feet. There we go. Live on 6 right now.
Oh, and Nicola makes a great cannon shot there and sends red, which was the main idea, away to make sure that
Yeah, it was a
red
good-
has a struggle to clear black, sorry, and she's also put blue probably wiring red as well.
Yeah, it was a good double clearance, so big shot needed here from Jean. It's going to be black to play afterwards, which probably not what you wanted there, so it sort of gives black a bit of a free shot, so chance for
Nick to go 3-1 up if she runs this.
yeah.
Wanting to take that advantage nice and early rather than letting the opponent slip away. But
Yeah, she's been
just
struggling.
bounces off.
She's been struggling a little bit with those distance ones, just a little bit angle,
Yeah.
the sort of coming off the right upright, which in hindsight, it's just probably a little bit of nerves being one game down and trying to get back into it. So solid
Why
clearance.
she's seeming to play a bit more defensively than I have known her to play in the past, but it's not to say she's still not a great player in her own right, and we will come back into this as that confidence builds back up. But potentially red has a clear shot at the hoop for Jean to come back to 2-2 now.
Holding 6, still live on 6. She's having a wee thinkaroo. Live on 6, and we will cut to 8 to see where that ends up. Live on 8.
Jean instead opts to clear blue, probably to leave yellow if it had a bit of a more nicer shot. How do you think, Mikey? Mikey has decided to lose his voice, and
Yeah, it was a solid clearance, but it will be black to play.
black to play.
Yeah, it's sort of hard, difficult here for Nicola to sort of draw anything back.
Doesn't quite get the stop shot there and just sends black and yellow over to halfway. With Jean now coming back in front to have two balls nice and close to the hoop.
So
Nick will just weigh up her options and probably just approach back in. Jean just plays to approach really close, with blue and black both quite some distance behind.
So black to play. Probably looking for a clearance on yellow.
Yeah.
Just for the fact that it's sitting pretty close and.
Yep, and she gets that.
Sort of clearance, yeah.
Nice
So
tap past the hoop, stopping Jean from having a go to run the hoop.
So
now Jean will weigh up her options.
Yeah,
looks
yellow.
like she'll try and block blue from clearing red. Looks like it's pretty online already, so doesn't take much just to get that there.
I'm thinking a hoop opportunity here. I think that's your best option. Your opponent has two balls in front. You need to take your chances when you have them.
And especially with being blocked. Yep, and she gets in the jaws, forcing a likely picky for Jean to try and jump a bullet red over blue and win the hoop. Oh, yep. There she goes. It's quite a close one. Just hits into blue a bit and into the hoop and pops blue out a little.
Yeah, not a bad
doesn't
attempt.
quite get enough height on that, but great attempt from that distance.
Very difficult that when they're that close. But
Yeah,
it was a great attempt.
I don't know many that can confidently jump them from that distance. I know of one certain individual that loves a good close jump shot, but
By the name of Paul Kaiser.
by the name of Paul Kaiser indeed. He loves a little pop over the ball from that kind of distance. But alas, we can't all be as great as him.
Alright, so 8. We are going to be using
As Nick looks to instate the lead of 3-1 as we head over to hoop 5 now.
Still live on 6. Still live on 6. So we can stay live on 6 for this positional shot.
So
8. We're about to cut you.
they attempt me to play in really tight and it's
Live on 8.
not a bad shot. It's a pretty good
Not
shot.
bad.
It's quite close in there.
Definitely Jaws ball, potentially runnable.
Yeah, puts the pressure on here. I think with the ball there, I would have opted for a double clearance, but
Nice. And holding live on 6.
Back is just positioned behind the hoop.
Okay, 7. We're moving closer to you now, so we're going to stop doing some creative shots, and I want you to
Yellow has just gone to the other side,
frame shots.
and blue will likely just come nice and deep,
And frame.
but in good hoop runnable position.
We're still live on 6, by the way. So if you could
so
zoom
it's
out.
going to be a red to play.
A little bit less movement.
A hoop shot opportunity coming up, I think, Jason. Like it's a little bit angled, but it's one of those ones I think.
I think you've definitely, if you're going for it, you've got to make sure you go through the hoop, because with black there, it is in such a good position to just give clearance to whatever.
Yeah, I think you just need a little bit,
jaws it
a little bit more pace behind it.
Yeah.
A little bit more pace behind it. Miss that right wire.
Potentially could have gone for an angled jump. They are difficult. Looks like Nicola will be just clearing red and just split the balls, leaving yellow to have its shot next, and will look like it's that she is going to aim at blue to just send blue towards the back boundary here and leave yellow nicely in front there.
Okay, so we're not going to pan up, so that's good to know. So live on 6, coming to 8, live on 8. So 7, if you're able to pan to the left to include striker and the hoop. Live on 6, coming to 6, live on 6. And 7, so we need you to pan to the right to include black ball.
Jason, one thing I've actually noticed when coming to different croquet tournaments, it's different sort of food we get to try.
There's always a good sandwich here and there.
Just during the break, I walked over inside and I saw a range of different snacks. So I got a little plate, brought them out, and I just chowed down on them during the break. Good little egg sandwiches, some brownie.
Love a good egg sandwich.
Even a good old sausage roll.
Oh, sausage can't beat a good sausage roll.
I think
good old croquet.
I think we're just
sausage roll when you during a hard day of playing croquet. Nice hot sausage roll, especially on a cold day.
Exactly.
Nothing better.
I think every time we go to croquet tournaments, we've got to get into the club before our good friend Paul Kaiser, because if we get in there after him, all of the sausage rolls are gone.
Yeah. Man is a fiend for a good sausage roll. As Nick just approaches in here, making sure she's got the wires after Jean having missed the shot.
Live on 6. And 8. So
Jean will try to clear black here and does so.
Slowly pan to the left.
Just with a little split. Nick to come back in and approach nice and tight.
Live on 8. Briefly back to 6 to show where that's ended up. Live on 6. Okay, now live on 8. Cool. Alright, so 6 is next shot.
I believe round 2 has started to kick off around the lawns.
So just remember about the coughing into the mic.
As 2 of the matches have begun. And likely the other players will be waiting to see the result of this match, which could be some time yet if it goes to a third game. As Nick tries to just go even further in the lead. No, goes for the jaws again, still building up her confidence.
Yeah, so took 2 balls in front. It's almost a guaranteed to suit. Good position there with black and blue's sitting quite comfortably in the hoop. So
yeah, with red and yellow both on the boundary behind, without the chance for a promotion or any kind. So it looks like red may be conceding.
Playing to halfway.
Yep, just playing to halfway, allowing Nick to go 4-1 in the lead.
And zooming out, I think she might just go for a positional shot. So if you can
So I think
zoom out
black
a
will
bit,
also
right just a little bit. 6.
go to halfway,
Live on 6.
just so she's nice and close and ready to go for hoop 6 as she bolsters her lead to 4-1.
6. 8. Can you please pan to no worries, we're just going to hold there now. Live on 6, and now we're in at 8. You don't have to do anything, so just holding there 8. Live on 8.
This will be Nick
That's nice,
to
8.
go 4-1 up, sorry,
Coming over to your area
and
of the lawn.
hope to stay
So we want you to zoom out a little bit more.
in front of hoop 6, but just goes past,
And so if you can pan to the left,
allowing Jean to
holding there 7.
try for a wire.
Nice. So cutting to 7, live on 7, holding. staying still, live on 8. 8 is live. Okay, so 6.
Like red is just to the side of the hoop, and yellow has as well, with black in front and blue able to likely go for a clearance on red.
I think big clearance through red, hopefully keeping blue around the hoop and then giving black an opportunity for a hoop shot.
Yeah, doing what you can.
I don't want to jinx it, but next been doing pretty well on those stop shots, and again, centre balls that keeps the ball in front.
Perfectly. And blue ball is nicely in front as well.
Jean ultimately needs to get a clearance on red, black, but most likely will just come back into position.
Yep. And
So
just try and go for a block, which she gets quite close. And looks like it may be blocking, but
depending on the
can't
angle,
quite tell from this angle.
depending on the angle, I'd still probably go for the jump shot, even if it's worrying me, just because you have blue sitting right there. But
yeah, and it's sort of a free shot.
yeah, but it looks like she might be just going for the stop shot clearance on red, which is not a bad outcome. She might have got the wire between
yellow and blue.
Yellow and black. Yellow blue, yellow black. Yeah.
Yellow black. Sorry. It's hard to see on the screen in this sunlight. But yeah.
So yellow to play.
Yellow, just a nice little stop.
Yeah.
Just pushing
take
black further back. With blue looking to return the favour once again.
Yeah, they're both very defensive players. They want to.
Oh, and she tries to bounce off yellow and into the hoop, but just bounces out and off to the side.
Yeah, they're both very defensive players. They like to make sure that they have a very comfortable hoop shot.
I think with
which is not
such
a bad thing, but sometimes you just got to back yourself and go for it.
Yeah, and especially being the first match of the day, is still building up that confidence and getting towards where you know you can play and what you're confident with.
Yeah, it's just sometimes you won't get another opportunity to hoop, and as you can see, the balls are now quite scattered. So Nick does have blue in front, but it's about 4 or 5 yards deep. So
yeah,
maybe she should have taken that 3-yard shot, even though the pressure of another ball's there.
Based on the prior shots, yeah, they're very averse to risk in this match so far.
But being 3-1 up, you can take those risks.
Oh yeah, and it looks like Nick will almost peeled yellow through the hoop by accident, but just pushes it wide in the end, and blue followed it. Jean clears out blue. Nick makes a lovely little stop shot on red, leaving yellow to approach the jaws here on hoop 6. And she does lovely. Just sits in front of the hoop, using that back leg to just bounce off a little. Jean plays a lovely little block to stop Nick from cleanly getting to it, but it looks like we will be seeing an attempt on that, just a concession of the hoop, approaching halfway and allowing Jean to start building momentum back into the game and going 4-2. Sorry. Looks like she tried to shoot. Oh, she cleared red.
So red just coming in to the right hand side of the hoop, trying to get a block between black and yellow. But it looks like Nicola's just deciding to concede the hoop, playing for halfway. Too much of a risk to go for a clearance, because missing will send you down towards the south boundary. So, yellow to play, and Jean makes it 4-2. So, blue to play, just taking position, quite crucial she gets right in front here.
Yep. So nicely. About a yard or so out. And just trying to play in even closer. Stays a bit wide. Just on this near side to the camera there.
I remember I came to your 2 straight day.
Nick just approaching really close.
Yeah, so yellow to play, just coming across. I think she's just deciding if she goes for a clearance or plays for position.
Or if she clears blue or black.
Yep.
Goes for blue and gets it nicely.
Really good clearance.
Makes it risky for Nick to shoot at red with black right behind it. Just potential to... He's just approached and gone just in on the far side away from red, with red to have a stop shot on black. Red even tried to pop into the jaws, but to no avail.
So, black to play.
Nick just figuring out where she wants to go, where she wants to try and play to come over. Jean just nicks the side of blue, not quite putting blue away from red, where blue will still have quite an easy little shot just to send red.
So
no time wasted there.
Speaking of hoop shot opportunity with black, depends what red does, but a little bit angled. Nicholas struggled a little bit with these ones, but
might be
good opportunity to go.
Might be a potential for
5-2
another
up.
jaws just to, you know, reinforce her position in this game. Red has just approached behind black, leaving black with maybe a bit of a hampered shot, potentially with red there now. Nicola is, definitely going to try a bit more of a jump, just so she avoids hitting red on the backstroke. But it's just hit into the wire.
Not a horrible outcome, still in front.
No.
And with blue there you can put red onto the north boundary.
Yep, or come in and block it quite easily. Yellow approaching from some distance.
So blue to play, expecting a clearance on red down to the north boundary, keeping blue within the vicinity of hoop 7.
Yep, so with where black is, it's still in a runnable position. So just trying to push red behind black to make it risky and potentially pushing black into the hoop rather than past it and far away. to clear black, bearing in mind that risk, and has done
very
that
good
well.
clearance.
Soon to maybe spin the table around and point the knobs in that direction. But spin it around because it can't fix up the backwood. Yeah. It's not your guys' fault. There's not much place we can go. So.
She just comes back in front. Just makes sure she's got a clean shot to be able to have a go at. Just coming back in as well, in a position where she can happily run the hoop. Which she's just given the yellow a little nudge.
It's not horrible.
Sat pretty nicely
just
in front.
sitting blue in sort of that position allows her to make a clearance with black onto yellow.
Yeah, I think that's what she will be going
but
for.
But it looks like red will most likely come in and
try and stop her from doing that.
Yeah, just a bit of a position shot, maybe a block.
Just into the hoop, and that peg does not want to stay on that hoop. Keeps pinging off whenever there's a touch on it, but I don't think anyone minds that much. Now Nick will use her power to send this yellow right over the far side of the lawn. Yep, does so lovely. Not too worried about where her black ends up, as long as yellow is some distance away. Now Nick to further reinstate her lead with a 5-2. And just plays for the jaws still. Not quite happy to try and run, but allowing red to potentially clear blue out from in front of the jaws. Red just hits into that near wire. Not quite getting blue, which he wanted to get. So Mikey, I hear the World Teams event Open Shore competition happened the other week. Were you following that?
Yeah, I followed it pretty closely, especially the New Zealand team. Had some unlucky results. Good performance though, especially a couple of them were just on debut. So Levi and Logan were both on debut, so it's quite difficult coming from New Zealand. We don't get to play heaps of high-level opponents week in, week out. So the performances they put out there were still some really good to see. But a dominated performance from the United States. They just were above everyone. But
you say it's hard for New Zealand to really play top competition, but I believe we won it the last 2 times.
Yeah.
So we can't be that less of top competition to play.
Yeah, I agree. It's just changing a little bit. Croquet's definitely changed a bit over the last 4 years. It's pushing towards more professional game. Especially based in the United States with a lot of players playing it as their job, which is a cool thing to see. Like, it'd be really cool to be able to work in that area one day. But yeah, Kiwis do punch up above our weight, especially with the size we are and the competitions we have. But
Yeah.
no, it's good to see.
Oh, that's awesome. And I believe Jenny Clark was the
non-travelling
was
reserve.
the non-travelling reserve. Yeah. So
Yep.
in case any of the players who went were sick or couldn't play for some reason, Jenny was there to step in and travel there if needed. So with Jean behind the hoop here, looking to play a clearance on black, and gets that quite nicely, sending black over to halfway there. Now Nicola with a pretty unrisky shot just to come back in, and does so beautifully. Yellow just with another little stop on blue, forcing Nick to just keep bringing her ball back in, hoping for a miss to get control of the hoop. As Jean is definitely on the offensive on this hoop.
Yeah, red to play. Quite a distance we're okay. Black right in front of the hoop, so big shot needed here. Yeah, she perfectly bumps it past the hoop. So black will be black to play. Either
Nick will be tossing up between the approach or
the clearance on yellow.
Clearance on yellow, yeah.
A little bit risky with the clearance on yellow with blue being there, but I think there's enough of a gap that she should go for it. But it looks like she's opting for the position.
Yep. Just trying to stop yellow, and knowing that yellow is likely going to stop shot blue, just to try and, neither wanting to give the other control of the hoop, but looking like Jean is shooting at the hoop or black. And she's gone for the hoop and just bounced out, but still in front, leaving Nick with potential for a jump with blue. Quite a risky shot on an even hoop, would you agree?
Yeah, she's got a 5-2 lead. I would take the risk. But yeah, like you said, you could potentially knock it through. But with blue, with yellow being a little bit further out of behind the hoop, like in front of the hoop,
it's not
there's
hugely
not as
risky,
a huge
but
risk there. Yeah, so
definitely doesn't want to give away that lead. Just pops yellow into the wire and back out again. But luckily black is still there currently to be able to clear it out, depending on whether red could get rid of black or not, but we shall see. And she does so. Very nice. And potentially has also got a bit of a block, maybe. Just stopping black from getting where it needs to be. But still manages to make that roquet without a sweat in the world. Jean just comes back in front with blue and black nearby and red not too far away. Oh, Nick just trying to sneak past the hoop to get in the way, but just bumps into that leg and sits behind. Jean to have another approach just over, trying to stop black from seeing yellow to enable yellow to have a shot at the hoop. Which looks like Jean got what she wanted with red in the way, so now yellow has a chance to have a go at the hoop. It does so nicely. Runs that, making it 5-3. As we approach over to hoop 9. What a great shot by Jean. Now neck to play blue, with the red and black right in front, but blue to just send red into the corner. Just trying to allow black to have that go from not too far out.
Usually we have space, so we can set up somewhere away from people, but we can't yet. The cables are only so long, so
Just missed to the right. Very close on that one. Trying to stop black from having this hoop shot from one, and still gone for a jaws. Just snuggled in there halfway through with yellow on the side here. Just going to approach behind and allow red to attempt to get black out from all the way back there on the other side of the lawn. This Nick will just weigh up her options, see how much she thinks Jean would get black, and just uses blue. Just doesn't want to give away any kind of silly risk and pushes yellow out just in case red does somehow get black out and black wouldn't be able to clear red. Yellow even.
So it's going to be red to play. Quite a difficult shot here. Like, it's not a bad one to attempt. Like, you don't really have much to lose. You're only coming to a short boundary past the hoop, so it's worth an attempt. You're unlikely to knock it through as well. So almost.
Ooh,
not
very
far
close.
So
I always find with those ones, even if you do manage to make contact, unless you've got some decent power into it, you're not going to send black far enough away that it can't either come straight back in the jaws or run the hoops right out.
So opportunity here is to go 6-3, and she does this.
Yep, so 6-3 and trying to get down to hoop 10.
Down to that even hoop. And not too bad.
Not too bad.
Similar to the last
Bit
game.
deep.
Similar to the last game, a little bit to the left to hoop 10.
Yep.
But it's important that she takes her opportunities now. So yellow's going to try and get in as tight as possible.
Does so nicely.
Yep. And same here again with blue. She want to get in really close, maybe a little bit to the left, and then clear yellow to the short boundary with black.
Yeah. Red just taps off the side of blue and behind the hoop.
So
with Nick just taking the safe option, just clearing yellow, but no need to take risks where not needed, and just take control of the hoop. That's so nice.
Solid clearance, sending it to the short boundary, and black rolls a little bit to the right of the hoop, so it will be yellow to play. She comes back in nicely. Looks like potentially getting a wire on the hoop. And Nicola will
the hoop from here is open, but I think Nick's just opting just to not take risks from where hoop shots she's not too comfortable with. It's all hoops and all balls are now behind the hoop.
So Red will reapproach.
As Jean looks to figure out how she can come back into this match, this game.
So good position there from Nicola, just in quite tight.
How open do you think is blue on red?
I don't think she can set. She might be able to set to the right hand side of the hoop, but it might even just be a half ball shot.
Yeah.
But
yellow's not going to let black be staying in front of the hoop, so
maybe a positional shot here from Nicola.
yeah, I think she'll try for a nice little block just to sit in front of the hoop, forcing red into the clearance.
So red to play.
Ooh,
unlucky.
Just hits blue. Basically right into the jaws, just in front of the hoop. Leaving red just to the side. And Nick to just play in to block yellow from getting rid of blue. But just goes a bit too far. Runs on.
So big shot here needed from yellow.
Potentially.
Blue's sitting in jaws.
We're going to see another side stance jump shot from long range as Jean tries to get back into this game. Oh, great shot.
Very good.
Amazing shot. From that distance out, just pops over blue, slightly lands on blue and just leaves blue in a suboptimal position to the next hoop. Great shot, Jean. Nick still manages to get over with blue. Not too hampered by the hoop, but what a stunning shot by Jean.
As we see again, a very, very good jump shot. Up and over. I've never done side stunts, but it works.
Yeah. No, I would try it for more of a golf swing for extremely long range, but have never successfully gotten one.
So, big clearance here needed.
Yeah, as Nicola has taken full control of this hoop with
just to the
two
right
misses by Jean, unluckily. So now Nicola may just try to get into the jaws once again.
Opportunity to win the match.
Especially with blue on that much of an angle.
So opportunity to win the match, 7-4.
Yep. Nick just bit mad with the ball not carrying on through the hoop, but
yeah, a little bit
I think
soft.
she can't be too mad with black right behind and blue, especially with red.
So
all the way over there.
Red lining up a clearance on black.
Yep. Relying on yellow to get blue out, which has a better angle. And
just to the left.
Missed once again. But here we can see the replay of Jean's great shot here. just perfect. And that is the game. Game 2. 7-4 to Nick.
So we'll take a wee break and we will join you back for the
Game 3
game
yeah.
of this first match between Nicola and Ginny.
Dan Carter knew the power of winning.
Your instincts tell you the Scots different. The flip side of that was the intense pressure.
I'd go back to my hotel room and I'd be broken.
Dan Carter, a perfect team. Ki whakaata Māori, me Māori Plus.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku taimana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
I'm Jason Bill, and we farm around the mid-north. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
And we are back with game 3 kicking off between Nick and Jean, fighting for this third game, with the last one finishing 7-4 to Nick. So it's now 1 game apiece, as they both battle to win this first match of the day. Jean starting us off, having lost the previous game, and now all balls have approached into hoop 1, with red to play, having stopped a bit short of the hoop. In a nice position to be able to clear black away, and does so. Jean just slightly bouncing off the hoop, but still staying right in the jaws, with Nick potential to clear her on the side, just to pop her out, and does so just. And now we're back to a good old battle between these two wahine, which has been the course of the match so far.
So we blue to play, looking for a mid-pace clearance on yellow, just to the short boundary, aiming to keep blue within vicinity of hoop 1. Not a bad clearance, a little bit of a cut in it. So red approaches. Black to play on the south boundary. Just positions in front of the hoop. Solid clearance there from the yellow ball. Blue to play, looking to clear red to the south boundary, remaining in vicinity of hoop 1. Ooh, and just to the right a bit. So, red to play, got a yard in front of the hoop. Oh, just off the right leg. Yellow just reapproaching in close to the hoop. It will be blue to play, sitting on the south boundary. Red to play. So Nicola will have an opportunity to run hoop one. A little bit angled to the left. And just sits in the jaws.
Yeah. No yellow to play.
Yeah, I don't think it's runnable, Jason. I think
yellow has a struggle. Probably just going to block blue here. Looks like it's got the block on red quite nicely, but also potentially has blocked. Oh, Nick has got red out.
Fair good clearance.
From behind yellow.
A little bit risky there though. It puts
red in a
behind
place
the hoop,
to be able to clear black out from the hoop.
And she's been making some good clearances lately, so it's possible she could clear this from out the back of the hoop. Black to play. Good clearance here from Nicola, all to play for the hoop.
Yep, wide open once again. And all just approaching back in, with black likely to be the first one to shoot for yellow or red.
Couple options, I think. I think she's lining up a hoop shot, but could clear blue. But I think with blue a little bit being angled, I would take the hoop shot.
And if she can get in the jaws, forcing Nick to jump from suboptimal positions, it's
preferably wanting to run it cleanly.
Yeah, it just bounces off to the side, unfortunately. Nick now just approaching over. Still not taking any unnecessary risks.
Good attempt there.
Nick with a nice little clearance there. Just clearing anything from being able to have a go at the hoop. Neither wanting to give the other anything. And Jean with a great shot there with a bit of a double clearance. Just hitting blue into black. Sending both further away from the hoop. Trying to build that control. So now Jean to try and just push black out of the way. Oh, no. Ooh. Just
That was a bit of an
squeezes
attempt at the
past
hoop.
black and bounces around in the jaws a bit. Blue not able to see that, so trying to just block red from using that in any way.
It's been a very long hoop, Jason.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just shows what a battle it is between these two players. Oh. Don't know if red might have just pushed yellow into a hoop runnable position. Nick will try to just clear yellow. Ooh. It's red on the way past. Leaving yellow open to try and just weed its way through the hoop, or potentially just into the jaws. Ooh, just gets stuck in the jaws, but is most of the way through. And it looks like Nick might be promoting her blue ball. No? And I believe we are out of order here. Maybe yellow having just played and then black played. And I think the manager may come and just let them know. And maybe we'll get this all sorted out shortly. So the order is supposed to go blue, red, then black, then yellow. Not quite sure where it went wrong, but
yeah. So black went to promote blue behind the hoop.
Yeah, but that was after yellow had played.
Yeah, so each
So when it was blue's shot. Yeah, so the current wrong shot was Jean's latest shot, which was red onto blue.
So if there's an incorrect shot.
So it should have been, after black had played, it should be yellow.
Yeah, so black played, there were a few shots before black.
Yeah.
Nicola went to play black, and then after it, the shot was condemned by Jean. So Jean had technically played the incorrect ball, so then Nicola will have a choice.
Yep.
I believe it's...
I believe it's either a ball swap or a replace and replay.
Yep.
And I fancy that Nick would prefer a ball swap, as
it's a little bit
otherwise a
unlucky
replace and replay will leave yellow to just run the hoop.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky because ball swap would mean red would go into the hoop.
Yep.
And then black will get the shot.
With blue to play, because otherwise it would be, because instead of red, yellow should have played. So it's as if yellow has played.
Yeah.
So then blue will play as it follows yellow in the order of play.
Yep. Yep. And then so blue most likely play for position, and then black will shoot.
No, because red will be in the jaws, and straight after blue, red will play. So blue will likely have to go for a jump shot from
situation.
So either way, Jean still has a ball on the hoop.
There's not much you can really do unless you win the jump.
Nicola will not be in a great position to get her out. And likely have to go for a sort of 7-yard jump shot from that back boundary where she currently is with that blue ball. So, yep. So it looks like they will be doing a ball swap, as red was the last shot to condemn the previous wrong ball.
So red will go into the hoop,
and yellow
will come out of the hoop. It'll go to where red was, and it will be blue to play.
Yep. So play will continue as if yellow just played to clear blue and carry on from there. And hopefully that'll be it sorted and we won't have too many problems coming up.
So blue to play.
What do you think causes it? Do you think it's just potentially tired?
Yeah, well they've been
played such a long match.
Started at
almost
8:30.
4 hours.
Started at 8:30. It's nearly 12:30. So 4-hour game
for this one match,
and only on hoop one. So it's going to be a 5-6 hour match.
With 2 more matches to follow.
Yeah. Just
afterwards, so could be a late night.
Yeah, just concentration.
Some players around the place.
Yeah, just concentration, lack of concentration.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
Yep, and so Nick has just decided to concede the hoop, gone to halfway with blue to join up with black.
So Jim will look to try and run this hoop down towards hoop 2, giving us a position on hoop 2. It's quite important she gets at least 3/4 of the way down.
Get some good power behind that one.
He's going to keep rolling. It looks like it's going to be in a good position.
Approach really nicely.
Yeah, very, very good
And
position
sit
there.
nice and close in a great hoop position, running position for hoop 2.
So we've black to play.
That's 1-0 to Jean. Blue is nice and tight in front of the hoop. With Jean to play red. Looking to just jump over. So after a previous jump shot, she's definitely built up that confidence to be happy with this one, and does. Lovely. Great shot. Hoop 2 to Jean, 2-0. Nick will be fighting back and gets nicely in close in front of the next hoop, hoop 3.
So
oh, and Jean gets a lovely clearance from all the way over the far side of the lawn.
Very controlled mid-pace clearance there.
Yep. Just splits it. Puts yellow in a nice position and puts black off to the side.
Sends yellow to the south boundary, but Nicola follows that with a very good
position. Nick comes back in with a great position once again. Just insistent on keep approaching. Once again, that is 2-0 to Jean. After that great jump shot on hoop 2. As Nicola will now have to fight her way to build her way back into this game. Great croquet there by Jean.
So we blue to play, looking for position in close, and potentially going just to put the pressure on red. Red has to make the decision if they go for the hoop or play for the clearance on black, but she's just weighing up her options. Jason, I think probably go for the hoop is the best option here, just with yellow being a little bit to the right.
Depending on the angle, for sure. I mean,
I guess you might not get another opportunity.
But
you need a really good clearance on blue.
You don't want to sit really in the jaws, allowing Nick to, especially if that blue gets another shot, or just rolls past. But I know
they just needed.
Risk wasn't too high with black having been impeded by blue.
Yeah. They're just needing a little
what
bit
would
more.
you tend to do in this position? Would you consider jumping over your own ball, or
I'd play for the wire.
Play that wire that Nick has done.
But in hindsight, I
looks close.
They're doing really good on their positions, playing across the hoops. But I think they're just struggling a little bit with their hoop running. They're hitting a little bit too soft, just for the reason being, the softer you hit it, the faster and quicker it will start to take the deviation of the lawn. So you need to put a little bit more pace behind it, otherwise you're going to start curving off before you get to the hoop.
Jean has just got around that wire from Nick and cleared blue, with Nick just reapproaching with blue once again, forcing more clearances from Jean.
Just a little bit of a miss there.
Just, maybe lack of concentration again, following up from that fault in terms of order of play before. Just, yeah, lacking that, taking the time, and especially as it begins to heat up here, and it becomes more tiring just being out there on the lawn.
So a good position there. Jean will opt to make the clearance on blue. Pretty good clearance, hitting it down to the north boundary, leaving yellow in a hoop running position.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean,
But
with black there.
black is the danger ball, yeah.
Yeah, black is the danger ball with red just behind it on that north boundary.
So
blue will just come back in, nice and close, allowing red to attempt the clearance, and it might even have a bit of a double, would you say?
yeah, potentially, and it's a bit of pace behind it. Yeah, and cuts it off, but probably not the outcome she wanted. She's only sort of pushed black 2-3 yards, and she's ended up going about 10 yards, so 10-15 yards. So it's probably in favour of Nicola at the moment.
Yep.
So Nicola will opt just to play back in front.
Yep.
Not too bad. I think if I was Jean here, I would have to take a hoop shot opportunity.
Yeah, with where red ended up, it's hard to come back in when there's two balls in front when you've got that kind of position.
Yeah. Unless she might not be able to see the hoop, but I think it's a little bit too defensive when you've only got one ball in front. And your other ball's a long way away. You need it.
And I'm not sure how well black is able to be seen by red.
Yeah, so even if after jump, I think, yeah. So
but she may know that Nick has been favouring for a jaws rather than a hoop run. So might be backing on her to do that. As Nick will try to get some momentum back into this game and does run the hoop. Great hoop. 2-1 to Jean now. Still. As Jean will now just approach down to hoop 4.
So,
with
Nick
Nick having run that previous hoop.
I think both of these players need to start taking just a little bit more risks. Being in that third game, the sort of being very defensive and not reducing the opportunities they have at hoops. I think at this rate, as this time of the game, how long the game's gone, I think they should take the opportunities when they have them. If they have that 2-3 yard hoop shot, take it on instead of that 2-3 yard clearance.
Yeah,
because
and especially as that confidence builds up, it's definitely, you feel more confident to take those kind of shots on. But at the same time, they will play their own game and try to win in the way that they prefer to play. Yeah. And at this rate, it looks like Jean will potentially have a hampered shot at hoop 4. Due to her own red ball behind the yellow.
So
as she tries to jump just into the jaws, doesn't quite jump, but just rolls it nicely in. But with both Nick's balls behind the hoop, it leaves it quite risky and allows the clearance potential by Nick.
So, blew the play.
Oh, great shot. Just pushes yellow out and sits behind the hoop in the way of red as well.
Ooh.
Red just hits into that right wire.
What are you thinking here is the black ball blade? You could potentially play for position, but I'd prefer a bit more favourable when attempting to knock the blue ball through.
Yeah.
Which he's tried to do.
hitting blue through would definitely put pressure on Jean, forcing her to try and either jump over blue if you can manage to get it all the way through, or clear blue. Jean has played that nice and just popped blue back behind the hoop and left yellow in the jaws, but still leaves Nick with the potential to do the same again, which she just hits into the wire that red hit into before. As Jean tries to make this as difficult as possible for Nick.
So, jump shot opportunity. So
goes for quite a long distance of a jump.
So black to play.
With red and yellow.
Just not enough.
Just not enough quite, yeah. Needed a bit more oomph. A bit more wheat bix this morning, but yeah, no. Great attempt anyway. Now leaves yellow to just push it through the hoop. As both players just take a bit of a water break, just to rehydrate with this heat. And we will continue again shortly. Right, now both players are back. We will continue with yellow to play, to run the hoop, putting Jean 3-1 up.
Yeah, if I was yellow here, I'd be aiming just to push it enough through to maybe even hamper blue's position, heading off to hoop 5.
Yeah, I think with where blue was, it wasn't going to be too much of a worry. I'd definitely be ensuring that yellow is far enough away from black, as blue has got a great position.
Yeah, real good tight position
just
there.
Not allowing black to get an easy little snuggle or block on yellow.
Yeah, good reposition there from blue. And real tight, puts pressure on here now for Jean to take a clearance, which I think was the right choice, just for the reason being it's almost a guaranteed hoop, so the double clearance is needed. That's what Chris Clark was saying the other day on World Teams commentary. Croquet's lean towards taking 2 shot clearances, just the fact that the level play is going up and making these hoops a lot more guaranteed than they used to be.
Yeah, no, especially when you're that close, you really, one of your balls definitely needs to hit the ball. And it's a lot safer to shoot with the first ball rather than relying on your second ball that could then be blocked or hampered in some way.
Yeah, so Jean attempted just to play for a wee block there, but a little bit too fast, so good clearance there from Nicola.
Nick just trying to take control with that black.
as
Thoughts
yellow
here,
will...
Jason, I think I'd probably lean towards more the clearance on black, just for the fact that it's so
I
close.
can't quite tell the angle with blue.
But blue is still
definitely the
runnable,
safer option to go for blue first and then
But
try and rely on red to deal with black.
It will be a big clearance from red onto black.
Yes,
So
for sure.
Just leaning towards putting 2 balls in, and she's put it right in the
She's
jaws.
put it
really
in the
good shot.
jaws, yeah. Forcing Jean to,
So
I would say, almost shoot for blue then black, because black is over to the side, but...
You've got to shoot for one of them, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely one or the other kind of
if you
position.
clear black, you've got to put it down to the south boundary.
Yeah,
As you clear blue,
yeah, definitely got to
you've
get it
put-
away from yellow.
As you clear blue, you've got to put it onto black so it hampers the shot. Like, either way, she's going to have
Definitely
a
a
shot at some
difficult
point.
shot.
Because yellow
We'll
is in
see
a position
how
to jump.
Jean goes. Just come in. Just tight.
So,
Not
like to
quite
play
hit
faults here,
anything.
would you play for the promo or would you clear yellow?
I think in black's position, definitely the clear on yellow.
Yeah.
Just so then you can use blue just to get exactly where you want. Not letting yellow get any kind of momentum. Yep. Plays that nicely, puts it on the south boundary, forcing Jean to either concede or go for quite a distance for a jump. Obviously we've seen her make a long jump, but definitely not this kind of distance.
So, opportunity for blue to run the hoop.
May not be as clean as we originally thought if she's coming from that angle. It may need 2 shots just to go through, and definitely a kaiwawa to come over. Just check that we're not going to have a crash or anything. Now the referee is just marking the ball, ensuring that if a fault does occur, that the ball can be placed back exactly where it currently is before the shot is made. Just gone into the jaws. The clean shot with red now to try and get blue out. Just pushes it off. Nice. Referee just nudged the red ball there, so they're just both opponents agreeing to put the red ball back where it stopped. Both opponents seem to have agreed in that case, and now it will be black to play. Now Nick may be going for clearance on yellow. Yep, gets that nicely. With blue right there, just allows it to get it back out from in front and not let red have that control. But definitely, as Jean will reapproach back in, Jean is on the advantage. Would you agree?
Yeah, should we looking... Oh, probably not what she wanted. Now
No,
gives
now
the
Nicola
opportunity for a jump
will likely attempt the pecky from here.
shot. Yeah, it's probably the worst outcome. She probably didn't want that.
Yeah, but still quite angled.
Well, great attempt.
Good attempt, but just rolls on top of that red and carries on past around the hoop with red to just caress the red ball right down, hopefully just a nice ensuring the hoop is made. That makes it 4-1 to Jean. And Nick to play to the first ball to hoop 6 with black. Jean has just played that quite strong, potentially going for a clearance slash hoop shot and managed to hit the jaws, but just bounced out and off to the side. Didn't quite make it through the hoop, as Nick just makes sure that red has a difficult shot and just sends red over to the east boundary.
Very good clearance, very good clearance here from red onto black.
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely, Jean is definitely in the lead in this game and making sure that that is reinforced as Nick just hits off red and pops in front of the hoop. But with yellow there, I don't expect it will be staying there for too long. Jean just clears black with yellow and allows Nick to just approach in here with blue, followed by Jean approaching again with red. As Nick makes a nice little stop shot on red, putting two balls in front of the hoop with yellow to play just over there on the angle. Looks like she may be having an approach shot towards the hoop and potentially going for the jaws. Just stops short, but Nick does not have a clean shot with blue, with black close in behind it. But we'll see what it...
Maybe clearance on yellow?
Yep. Just taking what option she had with black that close. Now Nick will have an attempt with black to try and get some momentum back in this game. No, she just bounced out, but not the worst rejection in the world, having popped back out in front with both red and yellow behind the hoop, and also blue back there. Jean now weighing up her options just with that yellow ball just on that side of the screen there. Now Nick just checking what her opponent can see with the red ball, and likely going to use blue to stop red from clearing blacks. That makes a nice little shot and pops blue over towards the next hoop, where it is then onside, so is able to play from there if the hoop is then ran before its turn comes back round. But also a potential risk as it pushed red off to the side, where it can potentially see black even, but just falls short. And now black will try and run this hoop. It's trying to jump through the hoop, just to make sure it goes through at this angle, and does so nicely. Just a nice little jump, helps it get that bit more momentum through the hoop, and leaves blue onside for the next hoop. So that's now 4-2 to Nick as we approach hoop 7. As Nick missed with blue, black has to try and get a double clearance there. Nice. Still leaves red in a dangerous position, with blue having to make quite a long shot from down near hoop 8 back towards hoop 7. I believe some second round matches have finished, and obviously we are still on round 1 of the day here in game 3, but just proves what a tight battle it is between these two players. As Jean now attempts to make this 5-2. No, just sits in the jaws, not rushing anything, just making sure she has the hoop under control. Forcing Nick to try and clear yellow to prevent yellow from pushing red through the hoop and winning Jean the hoop. Just misses to the right, leaving yellow open to promote red through. Ideally wanting to pop yellow out from behind the hoop as well, leaving both balls open to get towards the next hoop. Ooh, just doesn't quite push it through and just gets it stuck further in the jaws, but with blue right there, you'd expect red to be on the north boundary very shortly. Nick will be wanting to also pop through and round and just sits behind the hoop. But
yeah, if I was red, I'd just play back and front, giving yourself a wire.
And with yellow there, yellow can deal with blue.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, you could always clear blue with yellow, but there's no need if you get a good position with red.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
It's heating up quite hot now, Jason. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, we're under a nice, slightly covered, bit of a transparent plastic situation we've got going on here in the conservatory, but
it's feeling
still heating up quite significantly with no wind flow through here, but I don't know what the temperature's saying now. I'll look at the forecast. Currently 26 degrees, sorry, just updated. Just a testament from one of the players here, bloody hot. But yes, no, it's quickly heating up and not many clouds in sight that may provide us with some cloud coverage. Whoa. Nick just manages to clear her own ball, which may work in her favour, but also gives yellow the potential to just play in a block and stop blue from clearing red. Yellow opted to just clear blue a bit further onto the west boundary. Now blue will attempt to clear red out from in front of the hoop. Just misses. Very close.
So, opportunity here for Jean to make it 5-1. Yeah, good hit. 5-1 lead.
That's now 5-2 to Jean.
Yeah, very good position from both white and yellow. So red will play down.
Blue popped off the peg. You can get an update to the scoreboard. Just having some
just rolls a bit past.
tech issues.
Do you think black's runnable here? I think being 5-1 down, you've got to take the hoop shot opportunity.
Especially with the unfortunate position of blue. You definitely need to try and get something back in this game. Tries for a bit more power, but just falls short and just gets stuck in the jaws.
So opportunity here for Jean to make it 6-2. 6-2.
Yep. Just approaches the jaws and snuggles in there, forcing Nick into a tough position. Red will try and clear black to prevent black from having an attempt to jump yellow.
So black to play, looking
red
for
to play.
Red to play, looking for a mid-plate clearance on black.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Red gets over towards the next hoop as well, and leaves Nicola without many opportunities.
Yeah.
To get this hoop.
It's a shame. Nicola played really well in this second game, just a little bit.
She played well in both games, in all three really, but yeah, Jean's definitely had the upper hand in this one, and
just been a little bit
Nick's
unlucky.
having a bit of a struggle to run some of these hoops, but
yeah, just a little bit unlucky on the hoops. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's had the opportunity, just hasn't quite got them through.
Yep. Now they're just checking once again, and looks like they need a referee or kawawa just to come over,
just to double check
and check.
Looks like it's sitting there quite comfortably. That
just ensure that there's no crushes, as a crush would mean that the hoop would not be made and hoop not run, so to speak. Jean to just tap this through. Looked clean from here, but I think the referee agrees, and that makes it 6-2 to Jean. As Nick will struggle to see a way back into this game, but will not stop fighting until the match is over. As Nick just pushes yellow behind, allowing red to play and clearing black.
So
plays that nicely. Just pushing red.
So black just looking to play back into a position.
Hopefully you want to be wired from red and potentially yellow, but making yellow potentially have to have the longer shot.
Exactly.
And more potential for missing. But yellow will just approach as well, just near black, with blue and red still playing the hope.
Blue play, probably either looking for a position or a clearance on yellow.
And we'll just clear yellow and split around black, leaving red to try and stop black with it being behind the hoop. Red just didn't quite get what it wanted to and leaves black open to take on the hoop.
To claw back. And she runs
that.
to...
That makes it 6-3. To Jean, heading off to hoop 10. With yellow first to play down.
So, yellow to play. Heading towards hoop 10.
Stopping quite a bit short.
Still in a decent area.
Still in a good position, being able to clear whatever, and potential for a hoop shot from there. As Nick approaches just too much and goes in line with the hoop. As this match is in its 5th hour, I'm sure both competitors will be feeling the heat, feeling the tiredness, and be ready for a break, but I'm sure their waiting opposition will want them to carry on despite.
Yellow to play, looking at a distance hoop shot.
Just bounces off.
Good attempt.
Good attempt.
Definitely something she should have gone for, Jason.
Just pops off that right side wire and bounces off to the left. Blue able to just come in front, and red still just past halfway to approach over.
So you'll be
having just approached to the side.
There'll be black to play. Just looks like something for position, eh, Jason?
Yeah, just staying behind red, going short boundary from red. So then they can deal with the situation from a bit of a closer position. Yellow makes a nice little stop shot there, just sending blue back towards hoop 9, and yellow staying just in front, about 4 or 5 yards out from the hoop.
Ooh, just to the right a little bit. For a clearance on red instead of yellow.
Yeah, definitely a risky one leaving yellow where it is. But I'm sure Nick has a plan. But knows with blue behind the hoop that if Jean does sit in the jaws,
opportunity to win the match here.
Blue is right there to clear it out. But I'm sure Jean will be playing with hopefully enough to run the hoop. Oh,
It's not a
just
bad
hits the hoop.
position though.
No,
Like,
no,
I
definitely
think
not. Blue would struggle to get rid of it, and black would have to jump.
So Nicola will need to run it from behind, I
Yep.
believe, and it actually wiring black from the hoop as well. So
No, it was a alright situation, and Nick does that beautifully. Just gets through the hoop with blue as well, and leaves yellow right next to black in front of hoop 10. As red just approaches a bit too hard. Black to play into yellow. Just giving it a nice little stop and popping over towards the hoop a little bit.
So blue to play, opportunity for Nicola to draw hoop back.
Hoop, yeah. She just runs the
very
hoop,
good
lovely.
Very good hoop.
Great hoop.
Definitely something she needed, a bit of a confidence boost.
Yeah,
because
yeah, definitely. I mean, even if it's not for this match, but for her next matches,
she's
building that confidence of being able to run those hoops from that distance.
She just needs to back herself a little bit and go for those, to be a little bit more aggressive instead of defensive.
Yeah, yeah.
So red gets a good position. It's going to be black to play.
Black may have to shoot.
Yeah, it's probably a two-baller. You probably need a double clearance. But yeah,
it makes a great connection. Leaving black nice and close to hoop 11.
So yellow just comes and approaches into a good position. And blue will do the same. But so red to play.
Makes a great shot to just leave yellow and red together in front of the hoop. But with black there, I expect black to take out yellow. Yep. Just pops black. Nudges into the hoop. Bounces off to the side, leaving red right in front with blue close by.
Ooh, a little bit unlucky just clearing her own ball.
Yeah.
So it will be blue to play. Nicola
Blue
just
will be tossing up between
contemplating what she wants to do.
going for the hoop or getting rid of red, as red is in a runnable position.
So red to play, looking just for a tight position. Oh, a little bit too far. So black has a few options here. Could just play back for a position, or maybe try and snuggle into those jaws. But from that angle,
I would say
pretty
from that
difficult.
angle it's difficult to get into the jaws. It's definitely more of a...
You never know.
Just leave the hoop shot open, get a bit of a distance between itself and red.
You never know with the rabbit runs, you might get a lucky
Yeah.
angle, but from that angle it looked a little bit too tight. So yellow just opting to come in A good position.
Very tight. Very good shot.
So, pressure again here on Nicola. It will be blue to play.
Yep.
So, I'm thinking here, Nicola will probably just
Have
opt
to take on red.
Take on red or just
block
go
red.
for the wire.
Yeah.
Something to
Stop
affect-
red from getting black, allowing black to
I think
have a better position to either deal with yellow or jump yellow.
I think she did quite well in doing that, so it'll be red.
It looks close. It might be open still from that view. Oh, just rolled too far.
So
yep, there you go. You can see black is fully open, but just doesn't make a good enough connection, allowing black to probably clear yellow or go for a jump. But Nicola will be just going for the clearance, taking a safer option, and gets it quite nicely. Leaving blue and black nice and close to the hoop and trying to take that control.
So, yellow play, just looking from position back in front. I don't think blue's runnable. If I'm correct, it's a little bit.
It looks off to the side from where I can see.
But she's considering it. Even if she can just roll into those draws, just caress the draws a little bit, then you'll be okay.
No, for sure. But I think she's just going to opt for the safer position once again and just play back a little.
And clear yellow with
and
black.
Clear yellow with black.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Just fundamentals of croquet. Put the ball in front.
Keep
clear
your
with your second.
fundamentals. If your fundamentals are strong, you can build on them.
So
rather
Jean
than having a problem with your fundamentals.
playing for position.
Playing nice and close, but just running too far again. Leaving black with just an approach by the looks of it. Just another approach, just hiding from red. Leaving yellow to take blue.
So, a little bit of thinking here from Jean, just trying to decide what her next option is.
I think she's pretty set on taking that blue now. A bit of a tight angle for the hoop from there.
So, clearance on blue.
Gets that nicely.
Yeah, putting the pressure on, bringing another ball in.
Yep.
So red play, Jean here as an option either to
Red
play
can't
into.
see black, but black's not got a position to run the hoop.
So a good mid-place clearance on blue, maybe?
Yeah. Well, just a block, but yeah, definitely the mid-place.
Yeah. It's fine, just push it to the north boundary, stay within vicinity of the hoop. So
yeah,
black will just come back in front. Even potentially from her angle, she's looking at the draws, and I think that's her plan. Got to take the risk here sometimes. Just being
no,
down.
for sure. I mean, you've got to take risks, but it's very tight. And just rolls past the hoop. Not quite getting that far wire.
I'll just play it in front with yellow, and if you're banking on it, go for a clearance on black with red.
Yeah,
it's a big clearance, but it's doable. So yeah, just opting for another close ball in front. Pressure's now on blue, so you got to have a ball in front. You can't run the hoop without a ball in front. So Nicola will just play back in front, and hopefully that just comes to a stop, and it does. So just in front there, maybe a little bit too far. It's hard to tell from our angle, but it will be red to play. Opportunity to run the hoop and to win the match.
She might be clearing. No, she's gone for the hoop. Just bounces off the inner wire and off to the far side. Yeah, you've got to have that confidence when you're 6-4 up.
Very long game this is. Started at 8:30
It's a
this
great
morning.
match that's going on.
1:30.
These two players won't let either get ahead and just keep battling and won't stop until the final hoop is made, which is great to see. Yellow just knocks into black, but potentially leaving blue with a jaws shot by the looks of that.
I think we've seen a similar pattern across all 3 games from both players.
Just pops out a bit, leaves red open for the clearance. But yep,
they're both wanting to have control before they have an attempt at the hoop, which is not a bad thing, but it sometimes reduces the amount of chances you get. So sometimes they'll be like, okay, what happens next? What's playing next? Will I get another opportunity? Because sometimes going for a 4-yard clearance to try and hit centre ball, you end up going flying. So sometimes it's better when you have the opportunity, have the confidence to take on the hoop.
Yeah, it all comes back to confidence and just having the confidence to go for those shots.
But I think, like Jason said, they're going to play to their strength and they're going to play to what they prefer to play. And obviously their way of playing is to have control before aiming the hoop. So
especially in an important match, in an important competition like this one.
So it will be yellow to play.
Both playing at the top of their abilities.
Just looking to roll it in. Would you say it's definitely leaning in Jean's favour at the moment?
Oh, for sure. I mean, 2 balls close by with blue almost most of the way to the east boundary.
Blue's got to hit either red or yellow.
Yeah, definitely. Really needs to clear one or the other. Otherwise, black may not be able to come back and hit yellow.
I would ultimately take a clearance on red.
Yeah,
red.
It's just missed to the right.
So all Jean needs to do is to clear black into a wide position and she'll have a chance.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So black on red,
on black. Just nice little clearance like that. Looks like it has got the wire nice and central. So Nick will have to pull off an amazing
a worldie,
shot.
Like we call them. A bit of a worldie here. So
just run through the back of the hoop and get yellow or something the same.
Just piece cake.
We can't all be at that level all the time.
We aren't even 4 dice.
But this is a time when you need to pull those shots out.
Oh, not far off.
Just hits into that left wire, leaving Jean open
to win the match.
To have a shot to win the match. 7-4 in the final game of round 1 today. Just gets stuck in the jaws on the way through. But I think with the situation of where red and black is, I don't think she's in too much of a worry about getting cleared, unless blue can clear red far enough away that it can't return the favour on black.
So blue to play, looking for a clearance on red. Same process as this, lines it up. Okay.
Just misses.
Big clearance on black.
Big clearance. All you need to do is just push it out towards the corner, off to the side. Yellow is far enough through that you can't get it out from the back side, so definitely need to just make sure the connection with black is good, which it was. And that is likely game, set, match.
So black to play, Nicola from the east boundary.
Oh, so close on that one. last Hail Mary just to try and bring herself back in, but not quite. And that is game 3 to Jean, match to Jean, round 1 complete. What a great match between these two.
5 hours, Jason.
Amazing wahine.
That was a very long match, but a very...
Yeah.
Learn Purako. Explore Te Taiao. Tūhura ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So, he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. We got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then, balanced the critical success factors of function, form, and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay, guys, price to sell. We've got past the result, we're going to sell it. Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. We're going once, we're going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees, 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Well, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2025 Women's Golf Croquet Invitation. We are back with the second match of the day. We're at Hoop 5, and it's Jenny Clark against Jean Kent.
Yep, back with Jean Kent, and we're currently sitting at 2-all. I'm joined now by Paul Kaiser.
Hello, good afternoon. And I don't know how good of an afternoon it is. It's absolutely boiling out here.
It is.
Temperatures in the high 20s, and
hot.
UV index is probably somewhere around the same.
Definitely need your sunscreen on. Can't be getting burnt out here today.
Yeah,
which is definitely a potential.
You got to be
glad we're in some shade anyway.
Yeah, you got to feel for the players here. Jean has just come out of an absolute marathon.
Almost 6-hour match.
And
straight back in
barely a
Jenny
break for lunch. Straight back into it. What a trooper.
Trooper indeed. And I mean, no one's getting a rest today apart from those that are waiting on these matches now to go. There's only 2 matches still going, and it's the ones that were held up due to the previous marathon of a match.
But we don't mind that because it means that there was some good croquet
it was
going on.
Amazing croquet. Great to watch.
And I think we're seeing some pretty good croquet here. The scores are 2-all, so it must be a pretty close game so far.
So far, yeah.
And it hasn't really been the standard pattern of blue and black run the first 2 hoops, red and yellow run the second 2. It's been more
Still
of
a battle either way, yeah. Each hoop can be quite a long battle.
And definitely Jean can grind those hoops out. She's not she's not afraid to play the time game.
No, not at all. Happy to just play it more defensively and build her way in.
Would you say she's built up a resilience to the weather?
Oh, potentially, yeah.
She's impervious. Yeah, some would say.
Some would say.
And we've got
Jenny looks to make a good clearance here.
Ooh. Oh, what a shot from on blue, the 12-yarder. 12? Probably about 12 yards.
Potentially even further.
Definitely, Jenny's looked like one of the better shooters this tournament.
Yeah, definitely.
But she'll be used to that as well. Jenny's probably a bit of a campaigner too. She's numerous accolades, top seed in this event. Has she won the Women's World Championship before?
I can't remember.
Sure,
yeah.
She's definitely current winner of the New Zealand Open.
Top ranked wahine in New Zealand.
In the world. You could make a case for saying she's definitely at times she's been the best wahine in the world. And you can see it with a shot like that, clanging that black out of the hoop. And
I think it might have made it harder for red to get rid of black.
Well, does red need to get rid of black because black might be have a hampered backswing through the hoop, right? When we're looking at yellow, because black will be wanting to clear yellow because.
Is black out from in front of the hoop?
Well, it's hard to tell. Trying to stare at the screen, but it's very.
I think that camera is not working.
The screen is black, so just like it must have been zoomed in fully on the blackboard because we cannot see a single thing. Here we go. We're back. And no, it's just
might be just trying to snuggle into the jaws again.
And that's
straight back in.
The jaws have been really, really powerful. A lot of these players have been really trying to use the jaws in this tournament.
Just sticking out enough where I think Jenny can just do that.
Because I reckon, Jason, these hoops are pretty well set.
Oh, they're very well set. I mean, I think everyone has had problems having a nice, easy run through, but that's not what we want to see. We want to see them actually work.
You're saying we want to see them struggle for our sadistic pleasure?
No, but we want to see them, actually work hard and make sure that.
Yeah, of course, definitely. If you're
putting in the time to make sure that your shots are precise,
you want
superior.
You want controlled, precise play to be rewarded, right?
Yeah,
and I think
for sure.
All these players, they may complain and say, these hoops are so tough, but, you wouldn't want it any other way, right?
In comparison to your normal club days where they're not set as tight, but
You wouldn't want it any other way, really.
Oh, exactly.
Like, I definitely for me, I love to be like, these hoops are tough, but, you want them to be, yeah.
No,
probably most of these players, they'll just have to be that much closer to the hoop in order to run it more comfortably.
Yeah, and that's why the jaws has been a really strong part of the play here.
And we've had
a couple of days.
And because of that, we've had a few instances of the pecky, the jump shot, haven't we?
Indeed, yes, lots of peckys. Even in that last match, we saw Nick and Jean both attempt many throughout the match.
Well, yes, Jean is an exponent of the golf swing.
Golf swing, indeed. Side stance, little golf swing, especially for those longer distance ones. Shorter distance, she plays more her normal kind of shot.
Yeah, it's less accurate, but from that distance, when you need to get the power is what matters.
But when they work, they work.
They're pretty satisfying.
Yeah.
Have you ever done a golf swing jump shot?
I've attempted them, but less from that distance, more from another 15 yards back.
Well, I guess it's the same deal if you've got more power.
To say they don't go near the hoop would be an understatement sometimes.
So it's more of a
hit and hope kind of strategy.
What would have happened if you were to hit a golf swing jump shot and instead of going near the hoop, it almost like a heat-seeking missile slammed into your opponent, taking them out of the game? Would that mean you win the match?
I don't know.
Is that a deliberate tactic?
I'm not a referee, but I would like to see what would happen in that instance, but obviously not for the opponent who got hit, but yeah, that would be an interesting what would happen in that case. Obviously,
we hope that doesn't happen, obviously.
Yeah.
We do not condone smacking balls
injuring
at our opponents.
people.
Yes.
Definitely when you're playing that kind of shot, you make sure you have a wide berth and anyone that could potentially be in the way
and it's
clears.
And it's widely accepted etiquette that if you're maybe shooting in a direction where spectators or your opponent are likely to be, you'll politely warn them. It's like, you guys might want to watch your feet, whatever.
Because these balls can fly at quite fast speeds, and if they make contact with bone, it could be significant injuries.
Yeah, I would not want to be in the way of that.
No, definitely not.
But surprisingly, in my opinion, I've actually never heard of someone getting properly injured from a croquet ball. So I guess it's a real testament to how how nice everyone is with warning others.
We have a friend that managed to, of all chances, hit a cyclist on the way past as they were cycling. Just went off the lawn, went onto the road. I was
playing in that game. It was my opponent. I can't remember who it was.
That was one Joel Steele, I believe.
Yeah, it was. He absolutely belts that thing.
But no, it was very unfortunate, and obviously he took all steps that he could to make sure that no one was in the way. But
and that's,
when a cyclist comes past, it's hard to predict these kind of things, and
that's why the viewers may have noticed some black piping around the lawns. They act as barriers to stop errant balls.
Or when the ball is bouncing or has that much pace, they quickly become even more of a danger or hazard.
They make a break for freedom.
The balls sort of can ramp off them and fly even higher.
Oh, it's when those little those offside marker pegs. Sometimes a ball can hit one and absolutely get launched up into the stratosphere.
Yeah, or especially in the shelters, you've got a bit of a concrete lip sometimes. It can hit just in the right angle that it starts sending it up towards head height.
Have you ever seen a window get broken by a croquet ball? Oh, what a shot!
I've seen a wall get broken, but not a window.
Oh yeah. But
a bit of a wall chipped off.
But if we quickly focus back on the game, that looked like a
great
pretty
clearance,
good shot.
Yeah.
Because red appeared to be pretty straight on.
Yeah.
Or sorry, was that black?
Red.
No, it was red. Red appeared to be pretty straight on in the hoop.
Yeah, black hit into red and black hit into the hoop.
To move red that far and keep black where it is, that's pretty spectacular.
Yeah,
honestly.
exactly.
I'm surprised that Jean was able to do that. But with the women's game, this control is, that's the strength that these players have.
Yep. Just unfortunate there, hitting black into yellow. Now Jean will potentially try and take that advantage that Jenny has left her.
I quite like a. Oh no, she's playing black. Control clearance on red, right? Surely.
That'll hoop, depending what you can see and what you're confident with, but obviously controlled on red.
Ooh. I think it was the play for the jaws, play for the hoop.
Play for the jaws, I believe, but
I think from there definitely you need to be using the jaws.
especially with yellow and red.
And Jenny's playing a bit of AC, trying to rush that into the jaws. That's pretty
too
cheeky.
far with red, allowing blue just to take yellow out and red to be.
But these little AC shots, Jenny must fancy them.
Yeah. I mean,
with her
having
recent
won
AC form.
AC New Zealand Open title.
And that's the Open title, not just not the women's.
Yeah.
Women and men obviously able to compete on equal ground.
Paddy Chapman in the final, I believe.
And he's no slouch.
No, having won the world title himself.
The Open Worlds as well. And also Logan McCorkindale, Mac Robertson Shield, an Openshaw player.
Yeah. Having won the AC Open for the last 2 years in a row.
Yep.
Yeah. So he got knocked out in the semi-finals.
And that's the reason you might see Jenny playing a few of these little rush shots.
She backs herself to make them where she wants them to go.
And she probably knows that when you're playing on these really firm hoops and you want that controlled hoop run, every little bit close to the hoop counts.
For sure. You want to be as close as possible just to be able to run.
So how
you can see Jenny just checking what she's got.
How juicy do you think that yellow is for the hoop run?
I say that angle it can run anything past sort of what I can see, and it's definitely further left.
Oh yeah.
Than from my angle.
Yeah, we're sitting at about what 50 degree angle
degrees,
from the hoop.
I would say that's sort of 40 or less.
Yeah, I reckon.
Jenny just taking control back. Just trying to keep Jean out of the game as she builds away to get that lead.
So Mikey's just joined us. How are you going, Mikey?
Yeah, we're not too bad, just having a few technical difficulties, so we've sent the man with the brains back on behind the desk to...
Is that Paul Cable?
Yeah, so he's going to sort it out for us, so... thought I'd join you guys out here in the sun and watch some croquet.
And what some hot sun it is currently. Black just approaching in very close to the hoop.
So, how's this game going, fellas? Has it been entertaining?
Very. Just as Jenny hits black into the hoop, allowing Jean with a potential hoop shot with blue. And she'll be wanting to get this one to come back into the game, being 3-1 down. Ooh. Just
not far off.
Nah, just hits the inner wire and pops out. She does like to just hit it enough power to just get to the hoop. Potentially got another opportunity. Jenny has let her open. Or she might just go for a nice little stop on red to try and stay in front of the hoop. Not quite.
Yeah, so Jenny should just be able to hit the blue here, right in the middle, pop the yellow right in front of the hoop. So she has good control of it again.
Oh, a little bit lucky there, did you see it? Just roll around the wire. But
I'm sure she would want it a bit further in front of the hoop, but
yeah.
I don't think she'll mind having kept control even after Jean has had a go at the hoop.
Yeah, and if the blue ball happens to be a bit far away, she does have the option of just tapping yellow right in front of the hoop.
Yeah, probably the preferred option, but Jason's just reapplying his sunscreen.
Yep, just trying to stay sun smart. So we are in a bit of cover, but still some sunlight on us. UV will still get through.
So, blue to play. I think she has a bit of a hoop shot here. Yeah, she's definitely got room. Ooh. Would you go for the hoop of your Jenny here?
I think Jenny might just play a blocking ball and with yellow in good position. I can't quite see how angry that is.
Yeah.
Yes, quite close to yellow, so the option for a double dance is on the cards for Jenny here.
Yeah, so just got to trust her process, line it up, just the same as any old shot. Ooh, very good shot.
It's easy to get distracted there, trying to clear both, trying to do too much, but good seeing Jenny just line up the yellow and put it forward into that.
Jenny just approaches back in. Just letting Jean try and put a bit more power into those shots. And potentially losing a bit of accuracy. What do you think?
Yeah,
Not getting those stops quite as central.
I do think so, and I don't think power's too necessary. Good power on display
very
there.
Good shot, yeah.
So with black kind of sticking around there, it might change Jean's mind if she wants to now clear red instead of having to go for a long hoop shot.
Yeah, well now that, especially now that yellow has come in a non-hoop running position, if you just take control and take red out of the equation, then black gets a potential lesser risk shot at the hoop.
Yeah, just kind of building your way back into the hoop, and you can see there Jean's really good at those quite slow clearances.
Nice
so
mid-pace.
Yeah, she can keep blue around. It kind of goes back more to around 50-50, the hoop.
As now Jenny will just be playing back in front, just to put pressure on Jean.
And I think that could be blocking. I'm not too sure.
I think it might be open. I think red is a bit more central than black. Black has the option to have a go at the hoop, which I think she will be going for. Nope, just hits red into yellow, sends black behind the hoop.
Yeah, I think the hoop shot there would have been quite aggressive. If she had missed it, then yellow had the opportunity to clear blue, leaving red in front.
Now yellow has an option to just promote red just in front like that. Giving those AC skills on full display.
Yeah, and she's looked like she's trying to keep both balls in hoop running position. But
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
unfortunately, they are both quite angled. So
And I think blue may have a shot at red. And black definitely has a shot at yellow. So we'll see what Jean can do there. Plays a lovely shot on that one.
yeah, another great shot in the middle. She's remained in hoop running position with the blue.
Just pushed red off towards hoop 1.
It doesn't give a lot of opportunities to clear yellow though, because any clearance on yellow is going towards the blue ball.
Yeah. No,
a
for
longer
sure
clearance.
the best option is to potentially go for a bit of a split and not hit the centre.
Yeah, if she thinks yellow's not in great hoop running position, she could just play in or choose clear red.
Which she is just playing in. But may have just blocked herself from clearing red with the blue ball. Might be giving Jenny...
She doesn't look too thrilled with that, so I think that may be blocking.
Bit of just a shot with yellow. See what happens. Or no, she's just going to make it even harder for blue. Just putting that ball even more in front of red.
She may be trying to hamper black's backswing a bit if she does happen to miss it
Yeah,
with red.
potentially. Just to make sure that she has that backup on the off chance. Whoa.
So it looks like that may have been open just a bit.
But just missed on that left-hand side. Now red to go...
Convincing 4-1 lead.
4-1 lead, yeah. And runs that very nicely.
So we can see that putting yellow just behind black there a few turns ago has given Jenny a bit of advantage.
Makes it difficult for Jean just even to position.
Yes. Yeah, so we can see at this top level that Jenny's playing at, she's not just concerned about getting one hoop. She's thinking not only the hoop she's going for, but getting advantage at the next hoop as well.
Definitely thinking a few shots ahead, just to ensure that she has full control of where this match is heading.
So that yellow is just going to turn into a clearing ball now. It's not in front of the hoop.
A bit too wide for red to promote it in front.
Yeah, it's definitely possible for a player of Jenny's calibre.
But with blue there, it gives yellow quite an easy little clearance shot to enable red to have a go at the hoop, depending on what Jean can do to try and stop it.
Oh, very close. So it looks like there may have been a poor man's double, which means the ball.
What exactly is a poor man's double?
So a poor man's double is where you can see the ball, a gap, and then the hoop. So if you aim for the gap and you get it completely accurate, you'll miss. But if you assume you would miss that shot by a bit, then you can just aim for the gap and hope you missed to either side, and then get the ball or the hoop.
Would you say that people tend to miss one way more than the other?
Yes, I think Jenny's aware of that. I think she knows there's a side that she normally misses to. I think other players like myself, I'm not too sure the side I normally miss to.
Yeah. No, I know. I tend to miss more towards the left-hand side than the right-hand side, so whenever there's a double like that, I try to aim for the right one.
Yeah, that is it's definitely good to know what side you miss to.
Yeah.
It can influence your decisions on
Often
what shots
comes
like
down to stance, hand position on the mallet, grip, that kind of thing.
Yeah, normally just one hand comes through a little bit more and that causes us to pull the ball to one side.
It's now 5-1 to Jenny.
It's been quite a dominant performance. So
Very dominant.
From Jenny. She hasn't had
She's not
too many
letting her
scares.
opponents have anything in the games. Just making sure that people know that she is here to win. As Jean will just look to approach back in, just in front of hoop 7. Trying to block yellow from having an attempt. But looks like yellow is able to have a go at the hoop anyway.
Quite a confident option Jenny took
must
there.
have been a bit of a double, I would say.
Yeah, and I think with the 5-1 lead, she felt as though she was able to take that shot.
Yeah, she's got that confident and wanting to make sure that her percentages for those kind of shots are on when she's got this much of a lead.
It does put it into a bit of a tricky position here. Though she might.
Yeah, she might have to go for the hoop once again now that she's left herself in this position. Just bounces out to the side off the hoop. But had good weight and got over the balls quite nicely.
So
as Jean will just try to get this nicely through the hoop. Just sits in the jaws.
Yeah, quite a good outcome there, I think, from Jean. Being 5-1 down, she would like to get a couple hoops in a row. So
yeah,
the jaws is always a good place to be.
Having it in the jaws, it's a lot easier to get down towards the next hoop and not go too short or too long. But Jenny is able to just clear it well out of the hoop, all the way to the back boundary. But still leaving blue.
Huh? Oh, yes, please. Juice, please.
Oh, and Jean just bounces out from the hoop. Just on the inner wire. Allowing Jenny to just play in. Putting that pressure back on. Trying to re-establish some kind of control.
Yeah, so Jenny's not gone in hoop running position there with the red. Maybe she's thinking of more of a clearance ball.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So do you know how the other results have gone today, Jason? Haven't been too up to track.
Been pretty focused with that marathon match this morning. But as you can see there, Jessica is on 5 wins, I believe.
Yeah, so that's 5 out of 5.
Match wins. Helen is also on 5 match wins.
Yeah, and
with Nicola just on 3 after that loss to Jean earlier this morning.
yeah, so it might be a costly loss there for Nicola. With these invitational events, you can't really afford to lose too many matches.
Yeah.
But she does have the opportunity to play against Jenny, Jess and Helen. So
there's some big games coming up that she's going to have to perform well for, but being that 1 match behind already makes it that much harder to fight her way back into a winning position.
Yes, and we could see the net hoops and the net games coming into play. So I think
it looks like Jenny might be going for another pecky here.
an angled pecky.
Runs that very nicely.
Exceptional shot.
Just off the top of the wire and through the hoop.
Would you say that's a New Zealand Open level shot, Jason?
Some would say that, but I don't think in AC they tend to play jump shots too often.
Yes, that is a good point.
They tend to be a lot more risk averse and have more control of exactly where the balls are going at all times. But definitely Jenny would be confident with those shots. As she tries to clear out blue here, just goes to the left and down to the south boundary.
Yeah, so it was a really nice positional shot by Jean with the blue ball. Puts a lot of pressure here on Ginny to have to clear it with the yellow.
And Jean couldn't quite get it cleanly through that previous hoop, so it's just popped out on the other side. As Jenny will have another crack to stop blue. Just to the other side that time.
Yeah, it looks like there might have been a double on there. So
looked close.
it would have been quite the statement shot to win the not only the game but the match as well.
Yeah. As Jean will try to get this hoop to make this 6-2.
Yeah, so she is thinking about it a bit. Do you think that's because she's waiting for Jenny to mark in her ball? Or
Yeah, I think she is. So potentially could be going to just get a wire on both yellow and red just to make sure that she can get even closer and be more confident with that running position.
Yeah, and a wire almost guarantees a hoop. It means that Jenny would have to run through the back.
But I think from that distance, Jean has just gone into the jaws, giving Jenny the option to just come in with red and try and clear it with yellow.
Yeah, so it's not right in the jaws, so it makes that clearance shot with yellow a little bit more difficult.
But I think Jenny will be confident with those 7-yarders. But with black now there, it may be even harder.
Yeah, so some players just treat this just like a boundary hoop shot. They're just not worried about the ball, they're just trying to run the hoop from the back.
Just hit the wire, and that was the benefit of blue not being fully in the jaws.
Yeah, I do think if it was a bit more in the jaws, it could have hit the blue ball there.
Yeah. But this will allow Jean just to tap it through and make it 6-2. Jenny with a potential rush if she wanted to, but just opts to get first ball there.
Yeah, being a top AC player, she was capable of playing that shot, but it's just not worth
She'd
the
see
risk.
it, but yeah, definitely not worth the risk when you can just get first ball there anyway.
So yellow's a bit short there. That might make Jenny want to take on the hoop with her red.
Red will just clear black, and then with a nice stop shot, aiming to let yellow do the same to blue.
Yeah, so probably forcing Jean into a clearance here.
Yeah.
Anticipating blue might not be in that position in the next shot.
Just goes between the two.
Yeah, so Jenny doesn't have to hit this too hard. She's probably thinking about getting it wide.
Positional
from
for the
red one.
wide, yeah. Just down the line. Oh, and she puts yellow into the jaws at the same time, while sending blue all the way to the north boundary, making it extremely difficult for blue to come back and stop.
Yeah, so you may
yellow.
think this could just be an easy rush peel, hitting the red into the yellow to put yellow through. But these shots are deceptively quite difficult.
Especially when yellow's not quite in the jaws.
Sometimes you find yourself just
allows
knocking
it
your
to,
ball out.
Yeah, hit it into the wire and pop it out away from those jaws and away from the hoop.
It's a big, powerful shot here from Jean. It's looking... just missed the yellow. So I think we will see a rush peel, given...
I'm not sure if Jenny will take the risk. Oh, she's just going to go for a jump. Just finish it off, build her confidence, just issue a proper statement to the rest of the competition, telling her showing what she's capable of, but just hits that top wire.
Yeah, and would be quite happy with that. She hasn't managed to hit yellow out of position. She's still in good
left
control.
Yellow where it was, able to still run the hoop with black, with a potential for black to clear yellow, but still sort of a 8 to 10 yarder.
Yeah, and I don't think she can see all of the ball as well.
I think yellow's definitely on this side, but yeah, not an easy shot by any means.
She's close.
Oh, great
exceptional shot from Jean.
Now blue and black are over towards the boundary.
Yeah, so this game's still far from over.
Yeah. Jean is showing Jenny that she won't go down without fighting back.
Yeah, and blue and black in quite good position now for this hoop.
Yeah.
Jean might be thinking about a boundary hoop shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of great places to set up, given
red and yellow's positions. I think the hoop shot is definitely your best option here. And she's gone for it. Ooh.
Great effort.
Just hits that wire and bounces away. But with black there.
Yes, Jenny thinks there's no need for...
And Jenny's just put a nice little block in, stopping Jean from having another go at that hoop. But Jean may try for a jump. No, she's just going to play it flat.
It's on yellow.
On red.
Red, giving yellow the shot for the match.
Not sure how angled yellow is.
Yeah.
And yellow's just approached, just very slightly, not wanting to risk anything too major.
It possibly could be wide from black. I'm not too sure.
Yeah. But if it is, blue's going to want to just give it a nudge. Let it know it's there.
Jean's been quite good at these kind of stop shots from this distance. In the middle.
Centre balls it.
And she hit that quite firmly as well. Just making yellow's positional shot back in a little bit further.
Making... Jean's just going to pop black right in front. Nice and close.
Yes, I think red may still be open on the hoop, but it could not be in that position in the next turn.
Yeah, I think Jean will be aiming at red if she can still see it now with yellow there.
Yeah, so Jenny was aware of that. I think she was just trying to play a block in, but she's just short.
I think it's going to be a tight one either way, but Jean will be trying to shift that red ball. And does very nicely.
A great, powerful clearance in it.
Potential for a
way off the east boundary. It may be blocking.
Can't see from here.
I think it is open.
Okay.
It's a bit of a pressure shot here.
Yeah, I mean, Jean has made sure that Jenny knows that it's not over until it's over.
Yeah,
Jenny
in the middle. Very nice.
Doesn't mind.
It's probably just a routine shot from Jenny.
Yeah,
I'm sure she's hit
nice 7-yarder.
thousands of 7-yarders. So Jean just playing in here.
Just playing in,
just
putting
a bit
that
of
pressure on. Just ensuring that if Jenny doesn't run it, she's right there to swoop in. But Jenny's not going to let Black sit there, knowing that if she does miss the shot, she can still have control of the hoop. Jean centre balls once again.
So that's 3 in a row, kind of about 4 yard centre ball clearances for Jean. So just building some confidence up.
Mm.
And she is going to need it to be able to come back from the 6-2 deficit.
Jenny just plays nice and tight, putting that pressure on, backing herself to make a clearance if she has to. As Jean lines up this Croquet and just glances off, but does enough to push Red off angle.
Yeah, and she hit that one on the right side. Black's not too far away. The boundary's stopping it.
Blue able to just get rid of yellow, not leave anything on, potentially just leaving the hoop a bit open and let it be anyone's game again. Great shot.
It's quite a good positional shot here from Jenny.
Knowing Jenny, she'll back herself to clear blue with yellow.
Yes, and
if red remains there, if black doesn't get it out.
And any clearance blue onto red has the potential of hitting red into the hoop.
Yeah. Oh, and black's just come in.
Yeah, it is.
Not quite blocking, I don't think, but enough to be an annoyance for Jenny.
And it has made that clearance. Oh, it looks like blue's not going to be in that position, potentially.
Yep. Jenny's just sent blue off the south boundary.
Yeah, so that was
just 3/4 of the way down the lawn. Just trying to make sure it's as much distance as possible.
Yeah, she wasn't too worried about where the yellow ball went with red, given red's good hoop running position.
She's backing herself to be in a position where she can run it with red. And get this game finished. Oh, Gina's just cleared her own ball. Unfortunate. And Jenny will be trying to just run this. Doesn't need to run it hard. But runs it with a good, decent pace and finishes the game 7-2. And that is match to Jenny Clark.
Yeah, and a good effort from both players. I don't think the scoreline fully reflects the game. There was a lot of
played
fight.
A great game. And those stop shots from 4 yards or around that distance were really good and great to see.
Just automatic. She's like a robot with those kind of 4 yard stop shots.
But not enough to stop Jenny. I believe we will be taking a break and joining you for round 3 shortly. Thank you.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākoro nā te iti o te kura.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai tō tinana ki tō ngākau.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go once. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex at Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped.
You beauty!
And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Say nothing if you're a little bitch.
Welcome back. We are just waiting on some matches to finish, so we've just flicked over
to Lawn 4,
where Jessica Bullen is playing against Jean, who's been really the flavour of the day on the streaming.
Yeah, lucky her. That's just the way it's worked out. There's still going to be another match after this one finishes, the one on the feature lawn, but...
Where Jean just won the previous game 7-6.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that was game 1, I think it was.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, that was.
Yeah, so game 1 went to Jean, 7-6.
That's another picky for Jess. She's been doing a couple of them. I'm pretty sure that...
She just got the last hoop with a picky.
Yeah, definitely. I know Nick Clement, she says...
Just hit the top of the hoop there.
She says that one of the people in Hawara is called the cardigan because he's not a jumper.
Yeah.
But I think Jess is definitely, if it was jumper weather, she would have that jumper on.
Oh, for sure.
Because she's making them fly.
Yeah.
Fly right through hoops.
Oh, yeah. Just getting a bit unlucky on some, but I believe it is 2-0 to Jess at the start of this game.
Yes, it is. I see a couple of blue clips.
But
on those
obviously
hoops.
with Jean at the advantage for this hoop.
Well, red's in the jaws. That's about as big an advantage as you can get, right?
Depending what blue can see. May be able to get it out, but...
Oh, it looks pretty stuck in there. I think we might be seeing a halfway, going down halfway maybe. Oh, I think she likes it.
Just making it awkward for Jean.
Oh, yeah.
Putting that ball in so she can't get down towards the next hoop.
Yeah, it looks like she can get the mallet around it, but I'm wondering if a kaiwawa was about to be called. And
it is indeed.
Yes, they are. Here comes the ref now.
Just to make sure that there's no contact with the mallet with either the black ball or that there is a crush.
So why don't you walk us through what the kaiwawa's responsibility here is, what they're doing, Jason?
So the referee or kaiwawa will come over, just mark red, black, potentially blue as well, because that's where red will be aiming.
Why are they marking the balls?
Just so if there is a fault, so i.e. a double tap, a crush, an accidental fault, or anything along those terms, that if the opponent chooses, the balls can be returned back to their original positions.
Right. So
and then play continues from the next ball.
And so you need to have the exact positions marked so you can put them back.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So it looks like she's just played a little tap.
Yep, picking
no
up the
fault
markers.
here.
Must have been a clean shot.
But...
Oh, and she's run the hoop. There's a peg on it.
Has run the hoop. So it's now 2-1 to Jessica.
Interesting. I'm wondering if the play to snuggle up to yellow was on her mind. Give it a go because she couldn't get down with black. So you may as well try and interfere with the next ball's shot down.
I think she just didn't want to be stuck in a little tippy-tappy game and just wanted to make sure that her ball was free to come down to the next hoop.
You reckon she's not a fan of the tippy-tappy game?
Potentially not.
Well, she's definitely one of the... Well, she's second seed, isn't she? So
yep, second seeded.
She'd want to use her power and straight shooting to her advantage.
Yeah.
And definitely we've seen like a lot of games more on the tippy tappy side, and you know many of these players I think would consider it one of their strengths.
Yeah, for sure. So
you don't. I think
that's the thing that Jess has as an advantage is she's got those jump shots and is able to use that power.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of them actually. So you're saying that...
Definitely not shy to take the easy way and play defensive.
So you're saying that Jess is trying to play her own game and not get kind of sucked into playing the game of the opponent.
Not play into the tippy-tappy that her opponents may be trying to play, but just playing her own game, making sure that she's playing her own shots.
Would you say that this kind of strategy, does that break into master plan territory, or are we not quite at that level yet?
Oh, I don't know if she's quite master plan. Not as much as Jenny, but Jenny can think quite a few steps ahead, which plays to her advantage. But definitely able to.
Yeah, well,
Jess, a great stop shot there.
Jess does have that international experience on the world stage. She's played at multiple world championships.
Yeah, playing at the Women's Worlds and the World Under-21s, so definitely has that experience.
And how do you think that experience will help her in this match, especially when you're one game down?
Yeah, it definitely gives her the belief that she can come back, as well as having that experience against a variety of different players from around the world, to be able to adapt and overcome whoever.
So you're saying that there's no stress at the moment? You're chilling?
I don't think so, not at this rate, being 2-1 up in game 2, obviously.
Even though you're game down, you're
losing one game, but very close game, so just keeping on building on that.
I guess a big part of it is that reset, right?
Just bounced out of the hoop, but bounced back into quite a good position there.
Oh, yeah? No.
Potentially even got the wire
I'm trying
with
to
red
look over.
from black, so black would potentially be left with a hoop shot if blue does get cleared.
I'm wondering if red can even see it.
Oh, we could.
Barely, but it's enough.
Gets a snack. Now with the yellow there, Jess can take a bit more control of this hoop.
Yeah, 2 balls in front, it's always good to outnumber the opponent in front of a hoop, especially when the balls are further away.
And obviously we've seen Jean be going for those double clearances a few times, so...
Do you think that maybe with this red ball we're going to see a trademark double clearance? Or maybe not because yellow's cleared blue?
Yep, so now yellow's cleared blue, so now Jess will just keep coming back in front.
Yeah, you can just play the slow game here.
She's just giving black a little bit of a nudge, just pushing it a bit further in front, getting around the corner, and letting red have a shot at either ball.
Yeah, we just got what a shot. She just managed to get it.
Just nudges it off the line.
We just had to, look, perfect angle on the replay, that straight shot. We just had to quiet down a little bit there because we're only sitting a few metres behind the players when they're on that south boundary. And obviously we don't want to put them off their game.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard to see what she's aiming for. Is it a double? Is it a triple?
Just taking blue.
Whatever it was enough for her to get blue.
Just taking the next shot and making sure that Jessica isn't going to have an easy shot at this hoop. Just keeping on that battle that she's been doing all day.
Well, we know that Jean is very experienced in the art of the campaign. As we've seen from today.
Yeah.
She just keeps coming back. And was that an attempt to get in the jaws?
It looked like it was very close.
After the roquet.
Obviously left red quite close to the hoop. And just pushed black away enough that Jessica just has to keep coming back.
Yeah, it's interesting how...
Trying to hide, but...
It's very interesting how close everyone plays around the hoop.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they were a bit more confident with the hoops were maybe a little bit softer in the ground, you'd see people setting up a lot further away.
Yeah,
and kind of relying on
taking those runs on more confidently.
But here, people are kind of, they're electing to, like, they feel they don't need to take on roquets.
Yeah. They take on the roquets, but just don't take on the hoops that they don't have to. As Jess just tried to play the wire there.
But it's like if you were to play a ball a bit deeper, your opponent might be happy just leaving you there. But they wouldn't take a roquet that maybe they normally would if the hoops were a bit easier.
So the players know that the hoops are difficult, so are going to let their opponents shoot from further out.
And play the crawling game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's being shot at here, or is it just a position? Ooh, past the hoop. Past the hoop, maybe.
Just off the side.
Chuck it in the jaws, nice and easy. Yep, nice.
Just in the jaws.
Are we going to see the rush peel with black?
I think with where yellow is, you really have to. Otherwise, yellow has an easy clearance to get rid of blue.
Even if blue's not fully in the jaws, you think you still go for it anyway?
I think so, just to be on the safe side.
Oh, I think she's definitely thinking about it. That is
definitely weighing up her options.
That is the face of someone engaged in deep thought. Thinking is off the scale so far. She's concocting the master plan.
Yeah,
we're getting into that territory. I think another couple of minutes, and that might be full. The master plan may be fully in effect. But it is a rush peel, and she cleared it away. So I guess that's the risk that comes with the ball not being fully in the jaws. And Jason has been relieved very quickly while he has a potty break by Josh Winter back again.
Yeah, kia ora. Just filling in for a bit, yeah.
So what have been your thoughts on the game so far? Any interesting takeaways, favourite moments?
Well, I haven't seen too much of it. I've seen Jessica made a really nice jump shot on hoop 2.
Yeah,
really
that was pretty good, that picky.
Yeah, good picky. It could kind of set the tone for the game that she's here to take it to game 3.
A real statement play.
Yeah, she's not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, and we were saying it's that international experience coming through.
Yeah, and I think I've seen Jean's name round quite a bit in the croquet circles, so I think she also has a lot of experience. So.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I know she does a lot of work up in Northland, where they're from, with like some of the younger people as well.
Oh yeah, and I think kind of seeing more, like a wider range of people's games can improve your game as well.
Yeah, of course. You get exposed to different styles of play.
Yeah, and even when you're coaching, sometimes a more like novice player, they might bring up a tactic that you haven't thought of before. And
yeah, you just think, that actually kind of makes sense, and then you can improve your game as well.
Yeah, so there's always something to learn in croquet.
I definitely reckon you can really improve your game by teaching it.
Yeah,
because you actually have to.
Yeah, I think that's like any skill. Like
you have to think about you have to think about how you're explaining things and if it's actually the right way to do something or not.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you see people do that when they're studying for university. Sometimes the best study method is teaching.
Yeah, of course. I know if I'm like trying to teach someone something, I'll definitely like study it beforehand because I'm like, well, I don't want to mess this up. You know, it's like there's more pressure on you, so you'll actually put in some work.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like yellow could be wide from blue.
Oh, is it on the south boundary?
Yeah.
Well,
so
whatever happened, yellow chose not to go for the roquet, so I assume it was wide.
I think it's not entirely straightforward.
Ooh. Now, I noticed that there wasn't much of a follow-through there. Do you reckon that might have had an impact on that shot?
Yeah, well, I think she was worried about following through into the hoop.
What with how hard it is, the ball could have bounced off and hit the mallet type situation.
Yeah, or a mallet could just bang right into the hoop.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Some players opt to play that with a jump shot. That would be quite a good wee tactic on those wee angled.
Are you a fan of pickies through angled hoops like that?
I am a big fan of pickies through angled
What's
hoops.
your rationale for doing that?
Well, first of all, it creates topspin on the ball. So if you just hit the near wire, sometimes if you have some spin on it, it can carry it through the hoop. Another reason, the hoops are a little bit wider at the top.
Yeah, because the ground's kind of like clamping them together, right?
Yeah. So you have a little bit more room for error.
So are you saying we should see some more jumps through angled hoops with how firm they
Yeah,
are?
for sure. Yeah, I've seen Jessica's certainly done that quite a lot before, so it's definitely a viable option.
It'll be interesting to see if people kind of change their style up. I feel like you have to generate a bit of power to get that topspin going.
Yeah, well, I think it's less about power with those angle jumps, as long as you just get it in the ear.
Give it a whack.
Yeah, you don't have to go an all-out whack, just a nice kind of low-speed jump shot. That's all you need.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if some more of these get tried. I feel like that's definitely a word of wisdom right there from a previous New Zealand Open champion, by the way. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, you'd see these the women players here. They're certainly aware of that tactic. We've seen it from Jessica before. Seen Jenny do a lot of it in the live streams. So it's definitely not a foreign tactic.
Yeah, and I know sometimes commentators will be like, oh, why didn't they do this? But there are, in a lot of cases, players might think, oh, well, like I was thinking of that, but I worked out that my percentage would be more likely hitting this shot instead.
Yeah, and we didn't have a good view of the angle as well sometimes.
Yeah, everything can be different. I was saying to Jason at hoop 3, there was like an opportunity to do a snuggle shot, and so Jason's asked me, he's like, oh, would you play that shot? And I'm like, well, I wouldn't actually know unless I was playing on the lawn, because it would depend on how confident I was.
I think with that position, blue might have been a little bit hampered potentially going towards hoop 3.
Oh, yeah.
Hoop 4, so maybe that played into it.
Yeah, that's true. So what are we looking at here? The Kaiwawa has come back out.
Yeah, so that's
marking the balls.
Sylvia. She's she's from my club, Kashmir. She kind of taught me the game when I first started 7 years ago.
Oh, that's cool. So a very, very experienced referee where the players are in good hands here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, she's refed quite a lot of Canterbury tournaments over the last few years, and yeah, she's done a really good job.
That's great to hear. And who actually is it to play? Is it red or is it blue?
Looks like Jean's playing the shot, so it would be red.
What is this? Is this clearance or is it a hamper? Oh, clearance, but
looked like a clean shot to me.
Yeah, I think that was definitely
Sylvia
clean.
agrees, yeah.
But the question is, has Blackburn moved far enough?
Yeah, well, with those shots, it's more about just making good contact and trying to avoid not kind of making
faulting,
a fault.
Yeah. Well, blue does have the clearance on red. Are we going to see blue pinging off towards 5?
I don't think she's got the angle on that. I don't think Jean's going to miss this.
How far away is it? Ooh, yeah, that's pretty gettable. Yeah.
A player of Jean's calibre is perfectly capable of making that shot.
Yeah, look, she makes it look easy. She's actually been hitting like quite a lot of those.
Yeah,
definitely one of the standout players, I think.
Yeah, one of the more well-rounded players, I think.
Yeah,
she does have that power in her, especially for those like 4-yard stop shots.
But chooses to use it sparingly.
Yeah, just
only when it's
keeping
needed.
The balls around the hoop. That's
playing to your strengths, right?
Yeah.
So red at black. Well, it didn't make the cleanest contact, but contact is all you need.
Yes. And I think it's a good pace to hit those kind of shots there.
Well, if you hit it in the middle, then you're sorted.
Yeah, but if she hit that maybe 3/4 ball, the red ball would be a bit closer.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm, for example, not so good at hitting those soft shots, so my red would almost always go off the boundary there.
So you're saying that having less power, like these wahine, they might have a little bit less power than the men, but in some cases that's actually an advantage because the distances are all shorter.
Yes, I agree. I think the women players are much better at those kind of slower pace shots and still being able to hit it straight.
Yeah.
They've definitely got the advantage over the men in that aspect.
Jason and I were saying that Jess is probably on the harder hitting side, and a big thing for her would be to not get sucked into the close game.
Yes, I would say Jess is also quite good at those softer.
Yeah, she's still a very controlled player. But
yeah, especially with her technique, just grounding the mallet, it's a lot easier to
for sure.
adjust the speed.
Ooh, is that in front? Has she put it in front?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
No, she's just playing for position. Not really thinking about the wire. I believe it must be a bit more angly than it looks from here.
Go better on this hoop.
Oh, Jason's back. So how was your bathroom break, Jason?
That was good. Enjoyed the facilities.
What would you rate the facilities out of 10 at this croquet club? Obviously, you're an experienced croquet player. You've been at many croquet clubs around the world, and I reckon you can tell a lot by how good the facilities are.
Solid 8. Definitely could have done with a bit cooler, but still did the job.
Yeah, it's pretty warm out here.
Starting to cool down a bit nicely now, but it's a bit of a cloud cover coming over. Just taking that heat off a little bit. Just giving us that bit amount just to ease into the rest of the day as we come into the last few matches.
So are you trying to say that now that the clouds have come over, if you were to use the facilities again, the rating would improve?
Probably not. No. I don't know.
Well, you said it was because it could have been a bit cooler.
Yeah, but inside's pretty warm.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, so back to the game now. Just is eyeing up a clearance on red.
Ooh.
Oh, it looks like it's just
Didn't look like
past.
it missed by much.
No. About a hair or two, or maybe 4 hairs.
4 hairs?
Yeah, I would say, away.
4 hairs and a finger?
Yeah, just 4 strands of your standard hair.
Standard width?
Yes.
Standard width human hair?
Yeah, so Jean to level it up at the tool, yeah.
You know, sometimes I think it feels like with these hoops, there's only 4 strands of hair between the ball and the hoop. Those things are pretty tight.
Yeah, I'd almost say 3.
3?
Yeah, they're very difficult, but
kind of rounding it down.
Yeah, obviously not for Jean there with that beautiful hoop shot.
Yeah, it makes it look simple. No dramas at all. So what does that take the score to? 3, 4, 2 all?
Yeah, so we just see that patient play by Jean. She didn't have to do any massive shots, just hitting the 7-yarders, hitting the 3-yarders in the middle, and eventually she was able to generate a hoop shot.
It really, it's a word I think it really exemplifies how Jean's been playing today. Patience.
Yeah, and
when you're playing for multiple hours.
Yeah, and a good pace on her shot. Like we just saw that clearance yellow onto black.
Like she's happy to take her time.
Yeah, that's just a perfect pace to hit it at. Hit it in the middle, stick around. All you need to do is move the black ball there.
Yeah, just so controlling the area.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
Looks like another clearance. Is it yellow, I think? Must be, right?
Yes, a really nice positive play to see from there.
Yeah, I like seeing when people have the confidence saying, you know what, yeah, I'll just back myself to hit it and put myself in the good position through playing well, not through relying on a mistake.
So do you think Jess is thinking, oh no, thought maybe a potential hoop shot, but...
Yeah, so I'm just It's interesting that I would have thought she would try and generate a bit more distance with the blue on that, because now yellow has the stop shot. Unless she's looking at it with black and thinking, oh my goodness, I'm going to back myself to hit it again.
I think I saw her eyes look towards the yellow ball, so maybe she is thinking, I'm just going to clear the yellow, smash the yellow off the lawn, throw it with the blue.
That's a good example of just that positive play you were talking about.
Yeah, you just make the game simple, really.
Yeah, just say, well, I'll just hit it.
Yeah.
I know when I'm playing well, I just think, oh yeah, nice, I'll just hit it. Like, what am I doing? Just hit the ball and you'll be fine.
And she knows she hit these in practice like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
So
it's definitely playing to your strength, playing the shooty game, not the tippy tappy game. Let's move it enough.
See that just power on display there. She only hit that like quarter ball, and she still managed to move it about 6 yards away.
And that's one of the real differences, I think, between like the men's game and the women's game. The men just have they just have that much more power, so they only need to they don't actually need to hit the ball on the centre. In fact, it's almost they need to be less accurate. It's kind of unfair.
Yeah, it is. But there's certainly women out there with loads of power.
Oh, of course. Some of the Egyptians.
Yeah, particularly some of the Egyptian women.
And it's not to say that one game's better than the other. They're both equally valid.
Yeah, we can see Jean doesn't have lots of power, but sometimes it works to her
but
advantage.
she's still winning games, right?
Yeah, she's still one of the top 10 New Zealand women players.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and we've just seen that so many times today. Jean just hitting a perfect stop shot in the middle, keeping red around.
Yeah, so no matter what happens. Oh, was that? I thought that was going to go in the jaws for a second. Oh
There's
my
something
goodness.
can happen, Paul. There's always something that can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen in golf croquet. Like in the last match, we had a crazy angled rush peel.
Who was that against?
It was Jenny playing against whoever we had. Maybe it was Jean again, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it might have been Jean.
So is this a hoop shot? There are
yeah, I think it has to be.
Both partner balls are both opponent balls are behind the hoop though. So
it's blue behind the hoop there.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Actually, it's hard to tell. I'm kind of liking the promotion here, but
you do like your promotions, Paul.
You have to put it in a spot where yellow can't hit blue if you are going to do that, and it depends if that spot is runnable or not.
Oh yeah, I fancy just hitting blue, so red's kind of blocking its clearance from yellow onto blue.
Yeah, definitely. It's just is that spot in a hoop running position? Ooh. I think she went for it.
It might have just been a slow patch in the lawn. She thought she could hit at that speed, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, but it's still a bit of a dilemma because yellow can't see it. I don't think yellow can see anything.
Yeah, I think blue's hampered though, and it's
she's
just going to nudge it in front.
Played for that closer wire.
Yeah, Jean's quite good at these small little jump shots. For longer ones, I think she does a golf
swing.
shot.
Yeah, we saw one of those. We saw one of those earlier in the day. It was legendary, actually. Probably the shot of the day.
Yeah, but just playing to her strengths here, trying to lengthen out the hoops a bit. She's been really good at winning hoops that kind of take a bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's. I mean, Jess has just played a controlled clearance on red. That's definitely changes the balance of the hoop, I think. But would you say now that Jess has two balls in the area, Black's must be lining up yellow and being like ready to unleash the beast.
Well, I think it's just simple thinking for Jess here. Just smash yellow, run it with blue. I'm not actually sure if blue's got a great hoop shot. It may be a bit angled.
Do you think we might see an angled jump?
We could do. It's definitely an option. And she'd be comfortable there with not only hitting yellow really far away, but also kind of stopping black in front of the hoop.
Oh, this is quite a power shot, actually. Jean must have been thinking.
I really like that confidence from Jean there.
You're never going to hit it if you don't go for it. So I respect going for it.
I think she realises that she might have a longer shot coming back with a yellow, but it looks like Jess has just blocked it there.
I wonder, will we see the promotion now?
The promotion blue onto black into the hoop.
It doesn't have to be into the hoop, just
into the jaws,
or in front of the hoop if it's not already. It depends on the angle. It's hard to see from
I think just a wee nudge would be sufficient. She doesn't want to kind of risk going for the jaws and then hitting it into an awkward position.
Yeah, it is a free stop shot as well on the yellow, so it looks like she is liking the promotion.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a good option now.
If that's runnable, I think it's a great shot, but it's always hard to see when there are balls that close to the hoop and we're sitting on an angle and the ball might be on an angle.
And I think
never know.
It's more than what you call a runner. It's a runner that can go towards the next hoop as well.
Oh, yeah. And it also looks like red can't actually see all of black. Oh. She's put it into the jaws.
That might have just been the little bit she could see. A really great effort from Jean.
Yeah,
unfortunate.
It sucks that you do all the work. You do all the work and you hit only part of a ball when you can only see part of it, but it just goes straight into the jaws.
Yeah, we've just seen an incredible shot there from Jessica. She's
really taken advantage, run the hoop under control, and taken perfect position at the next hoop.
Yeah, trying to make the score 4-2.
And it's always a good scoreline to have coming out of those first 6 hoops.
Yeah, and especially 4-2, the next hoop 7, it's not very far away. Easy if you're able to break it to 5-2, then you're in a really strong position.
That's definitely a commanding position.
Yeah. Yeah, I think taking control with these middle hoops 5 and 6, they're probably one of the most important things in golf croquet.
Yeah, for sure. But you get to this level, every hoop's important.
Yeah, but I do think some hoops are potentially more important than others.
Oh, I agree with you. I've always been a fan of hoop 9 myself. Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, great shot there.
Makes it look easy.
And the middle hoops can be quite difficult to get sometimes because you've got to keep your balls around. There isn't a short boundary that you can kind of flick off to.
But all the distance, like the game being played, everyone's playing pretty close around hoops, so
yeah,
it really helps with that.
Yeah, every player here is good at those kind of softer mid-pace clearances.
Now, yellow appears to be in prime hoop running position. So are we going to see the Croquet on yellow with the ball that just ran hoop 6? I think we are.
Yes, I think you're correct there, Paul. And
What
do you
do
think
you-
she's aiming particular side of yellow, or just trying to hit yellow in the middle?
I think just on the middle. I don't think you need to aim.
Great
I don't
shot.
think you need to aim at a particular side.
And she's actually got the
Here.
correct side there as well.
Yes, she
I think
has.
it's the best shot she could have possibly done.
I was going to say, if you were aiming for a side, you would aim for the right.
Yeah, why is that, Paul?
So if you hit it on the right hand side, you're sending it down the lawn away from the hoop rather than into the corner near the hoop.
So just more distance on the ball that you've hit.
Yeah,
and keeping your
of
ball
course.
closer. I see.
But I don't think with these players with how difficult the hoops are and how little, like, players have been turning down a lot of Croquets even when they're gettable. So I think that getting the distance doesn't really matter, as opposed to controlling your own ball and making sure it stays around.
Very good point.
That's
another great shot from Jess.
We're being treated to a hoop running masterclass from Jess here.
And she's just opted to play that on the ground.
Yeah, she did. I was wondering if it would be a jump, but she played it flat and it went through incredibly well. So that is that 5-2 lead you were talking about, Josh?
Yeah, so it's very easy to go from just 2-2 and someone takes a 5-2 lead just like that, and that's what Jessica has done.
And she's played that pretty hard. Do you think she was deliberately aiming to go past the hoop, or was that just a positional shot that went wayward?
I'm not sure. It might have been like a really slow clearance attempt on red,
like
or maybe a shot at the red or the hoop.
Kind of like roll it in and see what happens.
Yeah.
I think this one's going to be hard though, and it might even be a double.
And this is a hoop where I would say it's not as important for Jessica.
Yeah.
Because she would have first approach.
Exactly.
At 5-3.
Oh my goodness, the masterclass continues.
So
look, no reaction. She looks completely bored with herself.
Yeah,
she does this all day.
So that's 3 really nice hoop shots from Jessica. Take a 6-2 lead.
Yeah, and it looks like yellow might even be hampered. Oh no, it's red. It's red to play. I was thinking yellow played first, but I don't know the order of the balls.
Yeah, so the order of the balls is blue, red, black, yellow, in case you have forgotten, Paul.
Thank you.
It is actually on the centre peg, in case you forget.
Wow. Thank you. I'll remember that next time.
That's all good.
Oh my goodness.
Exceptional.
She's turned it up another level. That was right on the middle from, 14 yards?
Yeah, I'd say about 14 yards.
That was good as well, because that red was a pretty good one. That was like a foot or two dead in front.
Yeah, and look where the black is. It's just hanging right around the hoop.
Could this be master plan levels of gameplay?
I think it's just a good shot. It's a shot that many players would choose to play. I wouldn't say it's master tactics. It was just playing well. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's the one of the fun things about croquet. It's not purely like a brain sport. It's not like, say, chess, where if you can think really well and you've got good tactics, you can play well. You also need to have a good physical technique to be able to execute the shots you think of.
Yeah, and it goes the other way as well. You still got to
it's not just about
do the right thinking.
Yeah, it's not just about playing good shots. You have to know which shots to play.
Yeah, and I think we've seen the experience from players like Jenny. She's often been running a lot of short hoops, just generating easier opportunities for herself, less risks scenarios.
And in a lot of cases, choosing not to go for hoops that some others may have attempted.
Yeah, for sure.
Saying to yourself, well, maybe I can make this hoop, but realistically, what's the percentage here? Let's just play for the draws.
Yeah, and even with the shorter hoop shots, you're able to run them down towards the next hoop.
So then your next hoop will probably be shorter as well.
Yeah, and that's how players can get to those consistent 7-2, 7-3, 7-1 wins.
By just making sure all your shots are controlled. Very nice roquet there. Now it's blew it red, but I think, is it? I'm wondering if you even needed to clear that there.
Yeah, she has managed to get blue in a good position.
Blue's ended up really well. But
yeah, and I think with the hoops these difficult, she's not too worried about Jean's hoop shot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, she just opted to clear black.
But so you're thinking that maybe she's saying, yeah, you can roquet me, you won't hit it on the middle, you'll be a bit further away, and your next roquet will be longer. Do you think Jess was thinking of that, or?
Yeah, for sure. She fully expects Jean to be able to hit those shots, but not in the middle every single time.
So it's more like a sacrificial lamb. For your other ball.
Yeah, some would say.
Saying, I don't mind you hitting my ball away now, but in 3 shots you're going to have a really long one.
Yeah, kind of. Sometimes the distance gets longer and longer. It goes from about 4 yards to 5 yards.
And I think that's going to be a big difference maker as well. If in this tournament, anyone who can.
Yeah.
Did that just go through? Oh my goodness.
So
she doesn't even care.
I think from 2 just flicked a switch. All of a sudden, she just didn't miss a shot.
Those last 5 hoops, my goodness. What was going on? Jean must be walking off the lawn thinking, I didn't even do anything wrong.
Yeah, I personally don't think Jean did anything wrong. She played a really good game. It's a lot of confidence for Jessica going into game 3.
Do you think losing that first game kind of like improved gave her that drive, to really
I think
focus and claw it back?
Yeah, I think kind of more elite players like Jessica, losing a game they can use it as fuel, whereas some other players, it might get them down, and then they might think, oh, I'm never going to win a game.
Yeah, it's not like giving up, but
yeah,
it's still going to weigh on your mind, right?
Yeah, she knows her level, she knows what she's capable of. So, yeah, sometimes it can actually add to your confidence.
Losing a game.
Yeah, or you can get frustrated and you want to...
You use it.
Yeah, you're like, I know I can play better, so then you start playing better.
Like you harness it rather than letting it fuel you.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, I think we might go to an ad break, and just while the players have a little bit of a break. So, ka kite anō, we will see you in a bit.
All the big schools are here.
Tino uaua ki te rapu kai tākaro nā te iti o te kura.
Ka whakawhiti koe mai I tō tinana ki tō ngākau.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go once. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex at Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
I'm talking through microphone number 3.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be jumping straight back into game 3 between Jessica and Jean. So I'm switching out for Paul. We'll be joined again by Mr. Hodgett, Mr. Jason Hodgett.
How are you?
Not too bad. Good couple of games we've just had, haven't we?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, nice close in the first one, and then Jess just decided to give a masterclass in hoop running.
Yeah, she just took control that second game and 4 or 5 back-to-back hoops. So we're going to see another hoop shot here from Jessica, lining up hoop 1 with black. Oh, just off the upright. I like the confidence, though, from Jess there, just willingly taking the shot on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You've got to have that confidence when you have the opportunity.
Yeah, 2 balls in front.
Yeah.
Still, it's a great experience.
You know, she has the potential to go for it once again.
Again, like I said, confidence is key, so
yeah.
We'll see another hoop shot here from Jessica.
You know, she should back herself to get these ones, so...
Not a bad rejection, just pushing himself in front.
It's not ideal with red sitting that close by. You'll just see there that she just hit the centre, but off both wires and just back in front.
So, red to play. Controlled clearance, yeah, perfect.
Great clearance by Jean there.
So, black just opting to come back into a position. Do you think red's runnable, Jason? It's a little bit to the...
It'd struggle to run.
Yeah.
I think jaws is probably possible. But with where yellow is now, better option would be to get rid of black. But Jessica will do what she can to stop that. And she does very nicely.
Clearance.
Just clears red. Splits them off, meaning that she has a much harder chance to clear black.
So we've read to play. I'm probably thinking here, just playing into position. Do you think black's runnable, or?
Not sure if black is runnable, but yeah, I mean, definitely just chucking a ball in is definitely an option.
But it looks like she's lining up the clearance on black.
It was an aggressive shot, but definitely had a payoff if she'd got it right. But now Jess just has a similar shot that she was probably already going to play. Just a nice, simple little stop shot.
Nice controlled
but
clearance.
Potentially in a worse position than if she'd have hit from where she was before.
It's a good second game though from Jess coming off a 7-6 loss, and
yeah, definitely when you've come down to 7-6.
So it's a good confidence builder.
To turn it around and win 7-3.
Exactly.
7-2, 7-3.
7-2.
7-3.
7-2.
Yep, 7-2.
So red to play.
I'm doing the hit swap now. So I did the category a couple of weeks ago. I wasn't playing my best, but I'm the
Centre ball clearance on yellow. Pretty standard.
Yeah, definitely.
Just got to make sure you don't hit blue on the way through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just safely cuts it away. So
just made sure she wasn't going to clear her own ball.
So general line
backing blue just to power through that hoop, but allows Jean to just come back in and put that pressure right back on.
So hoop shot with blue.
Yeah, looks like it. Just gonna lovely.
Great shot.
Good hoop, Jessica. Jean to play over to hoop 2.
Yeah, I'd like to see the pace she put behind that, because it started to actually get some motion heading towards
from
hoop
that
2.
angle as well. It's definitely
a good skill to have. Jean's played that well. Just coming down towards hoop 2.
So blue to play, just sort of
Yellow to play.
Yellow to play.
Yep.
Just expecting a tight position, just getting a ball up there.
Yeah, I think if Jean can get even closer than where red is.
Ooh, it's going to keep rolling.
Ooh, just a bit too far.
Just a bit far.
Just wanted it that bit closer than red, but
so
just touch too far.
Yeah.
Looks like Jess is going to do the same on the other side of the hoop. Leaving red with a decision, but likely going to go for the hoop.
So red to play.
And try and get in the jaws.
Level it at 1-1. Ooh.
Just going over to the other side. Now Jean with the first ball to just get a nice little stop and hopefully pop over back in front of the hoop, and does nicely. Jess just takes the defensive option, getting that wire away from red. Just checking what she can see. As she comes to play a black ball with a likely approach. Oh, and just sits on that wire.
So
not the worst shot in the world with where her blue is, but not what she would have been wanting.
Oof. Good attempt. I like the confidence. I like the confidence.
Especially with black there acting as a bit of a backstop to potentially guide yellow through.
I like the tactics coming into play. Just putting it to the left of the hoop, not risking putting it in front. Letting Jean have the shot.
Yeah. And Jean will take out blue by the looks of it. Just not wanting to give her...
Good clearance, good centre ball.
Yeah.
Just taking control.
Forcing Jess to do something with black, with both the red and yellow close by. Jessica goes for a clearance.
Ooh.
Just misses to the right. Of
just
the
caress the side of yellow.
As Jean will look to send black as far away as she can, and forces Jess to have quite a difficult shot, and gets a great connection.
So
it's black over to the peg in the middle of the lawn.
Big shot needed here.
Very big shot.
Just aiming for the right hand side of yellow to knock it to the left.
Give a chance for an in-off kind of thing.
Cool.
Does exactly.
So that ball on a scenic tour of the lawns, Jason.
Yellow to just play back in, as Jess isn't out of the woods yet.
She's hitting those long roquets really well. Like one every three, one every second. She's getting good connection with them.
But yeah, definitely. At least that one looked like it went exactly where she wanted it to. I'm sure if she had it her way, the black ball would have gone through the hoop, but can't control things like that all the time. Jess just slightly impeded by the bush behind her, so just bringing the ball in, but then still hitting that bush with a backswing. So
Yeah, we kind of have that a lot around a lot of clubs. The hedges or the fences are quite close to the lawn, so we have sort of a common courtesy rule. Just bring it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's with clubs trying to fit in at least 4 lawns generally, as it allows them to host competitions such as this one without too much waiting for play. But does have the hindrance of, those obstructions in the way that cause problems, but nothing we can't overcome with a bit of sportsmanship.
Yeah, just opting to play right back in front, putting the pressure on Jessica for a clearance. So I don't actually think she can see that yellow ball, Jason.
No, just going to approach in, put some pressure on to Jean, forcing her to really worry about, making sure that she gets this hoop.
So opportunity for Jean here to level it up.
Just caresses it ever so gently through the hoop.
Good shot there from
and
Jean.
That is 1-1 between Jean and Jess. Great shot, Jean. Over to Jess, over to the next hoop. She plays that great. Quite close, just on the far side slightly. But still in a hoop runnable position.
Yeah, definitely. Blue's definitely in good position there. It's runnable. Just definitely in Jessica's ability. Yeah, and black just rolls a little bit further, but she won't be too worried about that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as yellow
doesn't interfere with blue's shot.
But
yeah,
definitely not.
So blue to play, a little bit of an angled shot.
Bit of an angle, but
sometimes, Jason,
I've seen her get these angles before and get them quite well.
Exactly. Sometimes I prefer these angled ones. I find them a little bit easier than the
just pops out.
The ones that are straight on.
Yeah, no, I agree. The angled ones, you can use the sort of back wire to bounce in and off.
Exactly, yeah.
Whereas the straight ones, you hit the wire, and your potential for bouncing out increases significantly. So it looks like it's going to be another battle at this hoop. As Jess looks to clear yellow back. And yellow will just come back in front and start the Croquet battle all over again.
So blue to play, just repositioning, giving herself an opportunity on the hoop. So black to play, lining up a clearance on yellow. Ooh.
Oh, and the double clearance, great shot.
I don't think that was the plan, but she'll definitely take it.
Oh yeah, she may have been going for it, saw that it was on.
So I think she'll back herself now to make a clearance with blue. No, run the hoop with blue.
Yeah,
yellow will
just depending what yellow can do, but it looks like yellow's trying to get the block in, and looks like it's going to be close. I think Jess will fancy that anyway. Oh, and runs the hoop.
Just through, but she'll take it.
Yeah. 2-1 to Jessica.
So just got James Duggan joining us. Popped in to watch a bit of croquet. Just been at work today. How's the game looking?
It's looking really exciting, to be honest. It's 2-0. No, 1-0. Sorry, it's not possible to be 2-0. 2-1. But 1-0 in games, so it looks very exciting. Looks like Jess is playing quite well, so I'm sure it'll be a cracker of a game.
So repositioned a little bit deeper than she would have liked, but it's going to be black to play.
Jessica's going to shoot at it anyway. And just misses down to that south boundary here. With Jean able to just come in similar distance away from the hoop as red. Oh, and Jessica just clipping the hoop. Not having too much worries. As Jean will just wait for Jessica to put her ball back on the lawn, just so she knows where she can play to get that wire.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to tell from an angle here, a little bit blocked by the fence, but potentially... Yeah, just gets off going for a clearance here.
Just gets red nicely.
Cuts it away nicely, puts herself down towards the east boundary. But yellow will have a shot at the hoop.
Oh, just pops out to the left. Looked very central, but
she's been a little bit unlucky a few times with those.
Yeah.
Just popping out, but I love the confidence. I like the attempt.
Or Jess also had an attempt from a lot further out, but just off the outside of that near wire and out to the other side from yellow.
Lovely shot.
Great shot by Jean.
Not much Jessica can do, but just play in, just reposition.
Mm-hmm. Hope that she can somehow get red out of those jaws and keep herself in the hoop.
Those little like tappy shots are something that's quite difficult to perfect, aren't they? They can easily completely go wrong.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just getting the weight of the lawns and being able to place it exactly where you want sometimes can be quite difficult.
Not sure what she was trying to do there.
Yeah, I think she was trying to hit red out, but just hit the wrong side and hit into yellow instead.
So,
but
it'll be red to play.
She might be looking for a Kaiwawa.
Yeah, it might
over
be
here.
Calling the referee, yes.
Get the referee over just to make sure that red doesn't crush when it's going through the hoop, just because it is still on that side of the hoop a little bit. Now, just as the referee marks that red ball so it can be placed back where it was if a fault occurs. Jean plays that nicely and that looks clean. And it was clean, so that it becomes 2-all.
So black to play, looking to get a tight position here.
Oof. Obviously both these players being from the North Island, having flown down into the lovely city of Christchurch for this competition. It's great to see such high level of competition in Christchurch, where we know croquet has a great focus and has some really top players based here.
So, ready to play, looking for the clearance on black. Oh, perfect clearance.
Gets that nicely. Just pushing black behind the hoop.
So Jessica just return the ball back in front of the hoop, putting the pressure back on Jean.
We're done now. Yeah, but yeah, so was the one before.
Hello.
No, it was never going to happen for the no. Never say die.
That was a good game.
So free to play here. Just lining up a shot on black, I believe. Or playing a ball on Jason. What do you think she's doing here? She's it's quite hard to tell.
I think she's got to go for a shot here. And she does nicely.
Yeah, shot on blue, great shot.
With black able to send yellow down the lawn. It was unlikely that yellow was going to be able to get blue from where it ended up.
Exactly. We've had Jean quite a few times on the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to see the confidence she's built over the course of the day, from just playing the more softer shots to going for those long locates, those long hoops. So it's really good to see.
Yeah, no, for sure. She's really built her way into these games and these matches. And it'll be great to see how she does in the final match of the day. Jean just goes for the roquet in the return and pushes black just near red. That blue will now be aiming at, and gets that nicely, just with a nice mid pace centre ball.
So thoughts here, Jason? Just repositioning.
I think she may give it a reposition, although she knows that Jessica will take on those hoops and will give them a bit of an oomph. So if they are on target, they will go through.
Double
she
clearance.
gets that double clearance, which we've seen from Jean before. That was great to see her.
Maybe a sneaky promo coming in.
I mean, there's definitely an option. And yep, she does go for that promotion. Just pushing blue into a nice hoop runnable position, forcing Jean's hand.
So yellow to play.
Just to play in, actually, with Jessica. Not on a great angle, but still with a shot. Just to approach and go for the jaws, but just hits that near wire and bounces away.
So red to play. Just looking to reposition.
Well. Just nice and tight. Putting the pressure on Jessica. Nice mid-pace. Lots of centre balls at this competition, which is great to see. Just allows that ball to stop a bit quicker. And Jean just still playing her own game.
Potential double clearance here, Jason.
Potential.
Can't see the gap. It's a bit of a gap, but maybe on the right hand side of red, nick off and take out yellow.
Yeah, I think the main goal was to send red that distance and yellow as an afterthought, but definitely that's what she managed to do. And leaves her black ball with a good shot on yellow. And Jean will have to try for a shot here. Just put some pressure on.
It's a little bit difficult from that east boundary there, just the hedge there. So just moving it in a little bit just to give herself some space.
Yep. Just allowing herself that backswing without hitting anything.
This comes in nicely and snuggles right onto the back of blue, which will put Jessica's plans at a halt for now. Now as Jean just figures out what Jessica can do and whether there's a need for yellow to try and clear anything. What do you think you would do in this position, Mikey? Do you reckon you'd try to get blue and allow red to have a shot, or just allow Jessica to try and deal with it?
Potentially just position. You can get the clearance wrong and end up hitting away your red ball, and it's a bit of a risk there.
It's a risky shot.
Putting a position on where blue can't clear you is probably my best bet. But I like what Jess is doing here, just pushing red away. But it will give Jean a shot at the hoop.
This will leave Jean with a...
About a 5-yard hoop shot.
I think it's more 5-6, yeah.
No, 5-6, yeah. So...
Jean plays it quite well, but...
Oh, just off the left upright.
Just off the inner wire and out to the right. So, Mikey, I believe I asked Paul this before, but which way do you tend to miss if you have a direction that you normally miss?
I think I pull to the left.
Yep.
Just my upper hand holding a little bit too tight, and just pulls it away to the left.
Yep, just squeezes a bit too hard in that wrist.
Yeah, if I miss, it's not my fault, though. Just blame
Never
the
your
mallet,
fault, is it,
blame the
Mikey?
lawn, blame the ball. Nothing's ever my
Always
fault.
something else to blame.
Exactly.
Yep. Always the victim mentality.
Oh, always, 100%.
But no. Just made a good clearance there. Just Jean to play in, trying to stop black from having a couple of feet shot at the hoop.
Ooh, good attempt. So, opportunity here for Jessica to run the hoop. Looking to run this down from 5 to 6.
Yep. Just wanting to.
Oh
no, just bounces out and to the right again.
Wasn't a horrible rejection.
No. Doesn't give yellow much of an in-off, but definitely Jean can try and take control here, and that's exactly what she does.
I think James next to me is itching to hop on some commentary, so I'll let him have a yarn with you for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, it's good to be back. It's a nice sunny day today. Temperature's cooled down a wee bit, hasn't it, Jason?
Yep, it was scorching before, but it's come quite tolerable now.
Is there a particular weather that you like playing in, Jason?
I would definitely say warmer weather is always nicer. Definitely sort of early to mid-20s is optimal sort of temperatures for me. Not too windy. Obviously the wet weather is always puts a bit of a dampener on the play, and especially when the lawns start to flood is never a great time.
Yep.
How about yourself?
I tend to play quite well on overcast days, so I don't know what it is.
Yep.
So
just
I
being able to judge the green a bit better, and
yeah, I just feel like everything flows a bit nicer for me. Maybe whether it's the way I'm gripping the mallet, not 100% sure, but yeah, obviously don't want a windy day.
Yeah.
We had a few of those in Palmerston North, so we struggled there, especially the Cantabrians. We tend to struggle there. We're not quite used to it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know some mallets have started to be built with holes in the side of the mallet.
Yeah, I believe Josh has one.
Yep.
Invictus.
I know Paul Kaiser, who we've had on before. He's got a PFC mallet that allows to just lower the effects of that wind. How about yourself? Have you weighed up any of those options to avoid the wind?
Not quite
effects?
yet. I don't. I'm not too worried about that, to be honest. So I'm trying to have a few less swings, maybe bumping it down to 3 swings instead of 5, or 2 swings instead of 4, just to avoid all that drama.
Do you keep track of how many swings you do before you hit?
Not really, but I was looking back at footage recently, and it tends to be about 5.
Yep.
But I don't think that's really that necessary, is it, Jason?
No.
You can swing a couple times, build your confidence up.
Definitely depends. Obviously, it's where you feel comfortable, but obviously for a shorter shot, you definitely don't need as many as a longer, tougher shot, I would say.
Yep. Speaking about swinging, Jessica, she doesn't tend to swing her mallet at all.
Yeah, she does it more on the casting and the lineup, but not so much on the actual shot itself.
She tends to plant the mallet down first and then hits it. So,
yep, just builds up, knows where she's going, and has that confidence to just swing straight and hit through the ball.
Right, moving back onto the game here. It's 2-2, this is exciting.
Yeah, it's been a battle at this hoop for quite a while.
Who knows what's going to happen next, but whatever happens, I'm sure it's going to be a cracker.
Oh, for sure.
Now we see Jessica. She'll be lighting up red here.
Yep. Hits that quite nicely. Just nice mid-pace, sending red over towards halfway, and blue quite close by.
She sticks around, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
She'll be happy with that.
And now red will be just coming back in front, trying to block black from having a easy shot at the hoop, but just falls short.
Essentially a free go here, isn't it, Jason?
Yeah, I mean in some ways, but there is always the potential to lose control if this doesn't go to plan. With that rejection, it just allows Jean just to make a nice little stop and sit right in front of the hoop.
Now, Jason, how long do you think Jean's been playing croquet for? Because
I'm not too sure on that one.
Not too sure?
No.
Just been around the block for a wee bit?
I couldn't tell you.
Couldn't tell me?
No.
Fair enough.
You'd have to ask her directly or look at the ranking to know that information. Obviously down from all the way up in Northland, so I'm sure she's used to nice warm weather up that part of the country.
It looks like she's going to play a nice draw shot here. Not quite.
Looks like Jess will be shooting at the hoop.
Ooh.
Just uses red to try and get through that hoop. Takes control back.
It's quite a nice target for her, wasn't it?
Yeah, nice big target with a bit of a double target. Just to aim at. Aimed for about the middle and managed to hit that right side of red and bounced into the hoop.
It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah, going to be a big day with some of the top seeds against each other and some of the bottom seeds against each other as well. So
it's going to be crunch
some
time.
Very tight games and potentially another long day of croquet.
So really for Jess, this is a must-win game for her.
Yeah, I mean, having dropped a couple of games now, she's definitely going to want to win, but Jean will not let her win. easily and will want to win herself. Having won against Nicola this morning. Now Jess may attempt a double clearance here. Just getting rid of... Ooh. Yep, got rid of red, which was the main target. Just gave yellow a bit of a nudge away from the hoop.
There tends to be at least one hoop each game where it sort of drags out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, last time we were on hoop 4 here for quite a while. But after that it came very much one-way traffic, with Jessica running the next 5 hoops without reply.
Could be the start of it.
Oh, great shot.
Beautiful.
And Jessica runs that to make it 3-2 and gets just in line with the peg approximately, with Jean playing from behind hoop 5 down towards hoop 6 with both balls. Just too far on that hoop.
That hoop will go well for her confidence.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being able to run it that well from that distance is definitely likely to build confidence for any player.
Especially when a hoop tends to drag out, it can't be too good for your confidence if you're consistently missing
yeah, definitely.
hoop shots. So it's nice to just get back on the
build
board
that confidence back up, and yeah.
What's she lining up the hoop?
I think so. Oh no, just yellow.
Not bad, I think. Blue.
Yeah.
Blue could run.
Yeah.
Definitely draws at least. But we'll see where yellow ends up.
Just plays back in.
Yep.
Putting that pressure on Jess again. Making Jess think a bit more.
Now, what kind of pace would you hit one of these shots at? These sort of angled shots.
Now that yellow's there.
Would you hit it hard? Would you hit it soft, try and trickle through?
Definitely depends on the angle. Obviously too sharp, it's definitely more of a soft or a potential for a more jumping hoop. Because you can jump through at a tighter angle and just use that more wiggle room at the top of the hoop to be able to bounce through.
We see a lot of that by Levi.
Yeah.
Who just smack it. And
but I think at the angle that Jess was playing at, a nice solid hit just to get your way through the hoop would have worked. But then it comes down to accuracy and aim.
Yep.
Just right through the middle between red and yellow there. And Jean has the option to just wire blue from red, stopping blue from even having a chance to get red out from the jaws where it is. Oh, no, just a nice... Okay, sorry. Great shot by Jean. Just giving Jess quite some distance to Roque from. But not going to go for it. Just going to set up behind the hoop, forcing Jean to take the hoop.
Sometimes you just have to give away hoops and accept it and try and increase the chances of you.
Once again checking, and they're going to call over the referee, the Kaiwaii. Wow, sorry.
Sylvia, she's from Kashmir Croquet Club too.
Yep. There's quite a few here from Kashmir Club today.
Yeah, she actually started around the same time as myself and Miles, Josh and Levi, so I've known her for a fair bit, and
that's good.
Lovely person, lovely player, and
good to
she
see
knows
her
her stuff.
Her referee qualifications.
Bit of a walk for Jess here. You can
Yeah,
really...
with black being offside, having missed the opponent balls, she's now been put to the penalty spot over towards that shed number 4 that you can see over there.
You can really rack up your steps during croquet. Do you know how?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know how far you usually walk in a normal
I think
tournament?
It's roughly 20,000 steps. Wow. Sometimes towards the 25s. Definitely get some distance racked up, but no, it's good exercise, and obviously it's not only the physical game, it's the mental game as well that's really draining, I would say. Drains me more than the physical part.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially I find day 5, day 4 of a tournament, it starts to get me.
Yeah.
Depends on the weather as well, of course. If it's sunny, it tends to drain you a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes that physical part a bit more, tiresome. Making sure you try and stay hydrated, but being out on the lawn, there's not always chance to keep your fluids up. And I know myself, I often struggle to keep suntan lotion and end up getting burnt half the time just from having to be one game after the other. But Jess runs that lovely
shot
to make it 4-3, heading towards hoop 8, game 3. Jean will just look to get nice and close to hoop 8.
She's done well there.
She's done really well.
Now, Jess is...
Oh, Jessica says
that's
no,
amazing.
And comes and sits. Not quite in the jaws, but just on that left wire, but
she won't be complaining though.
No, enough to stop yellow from being able.
I think it's runnable. I don't know about you, Jason. But I think
I can't tell how
could
far
be
back
runnable.
it is from there, but we're sort of directly behind it, so. And black will just come in and just sits wide.
Be interesting to see what Jean attempts here.
Jean might attempt a pecky just to get over blue. But with blue not being right in the jaws, she might just get it out.
Do you think you would have attempted it, Jason?
I would have been tempted, yeah, but depending on how the game's going. Just between blue and the hoop.
I guess those jump shots really depends on, of course, the situation in the game, who you're playing.
Yeah, for sure.
Might be your only chance of getting the hoop.
Often they're quite a risky shot, but the payoff often is quite large if they do pull off.
Feel pretty good when you make it, so
yeah.
Gets you on
Definitely
a bit of a high.
For me to get back into a game if I'm not confident with my play. Yellow just nicking off blue there and leaving Jess with just a little approach to put 2 balls in front.
Gives Jess a bit of breathing room here, doesn't it? It allows her to reset again and just try and take back control.
Where she's put blue, there's definite chance for a double clearance here, which we've seen Jean is not opposed to. Just nicks off. Doesn't quite get the double.
Another bit of a walk for Jean.
Now Jean will have to see what she can see from down the far end, and what she can do to stop that blue ball from running that hoop.
Let's see what Jean has up her sleeves, eh? But this could be quite a magical shot here. We'll see.
But I think black has managed to block yellow from hitting blue. and potentially the hoop at the same time.
What's she got here? This is close. Oh, beautiful.
Great shot. Great shot, Jean.
That was beautiful.
Runs the
that's
hoop
world
from the
class
far
right there.
boundary to make it 4-all.
Now that's what she had up her sleeve, didn't she?
Yeah, definitely.
Forget about tactics. Forget about strategy. Just run the hoop. Just run the hoop.
Yeah, it's a great way to respond to that by Jess. Right in front of the next hoop.
Great shot. And the players were just having a bit of a discussion about whether red was onside, but red had snicked off the side of black and over into an offside position, but allows it to stay as it classifies as onside. Now Jean will just approach close to blue, but didn't quite get it on the way past.
Oh. Must be quite tough to take, having taken full control of the hoop, and all of a sudden the opposition whips out some of the tricks. And
but that's the way in golf croquet.
Yep.
Can never accept that the hoop is yours until you run it.
It's not over till the fat lady sings, as Levi likes to say.
Indeed.
Oh, Jess is wanting to...
Jess looks like she's going to run this quite comfortably.
Yep.
And aim to get down towards hoop 10.
Nice angle on that.
5-4.
Got the...
staying in front of the hoop, but quite deep.
Close boundary, which is nice, so she can shoot away at the far.
Definitely a defensive position, which I'm sure she'll be happy about.
So I'm just going to jump in here and join
Welcome
Jason and James, the two JJ. Join
Welcome
Jason and James, the two JJs. Yes. It's a pretty close match. Going to the third game, 4 apiece.
5-4, yeah. Definitely anyone's game still. As Jess completes a nice centre ball clearance.
Sort of clearance, yeah, exactly. So big clearance needed from red.
Yeah, I think so. Or a nice little shot in front of black, preventing it from having a clean shot at that hoop 10.
So James, you'd take on the clearance as well here?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, yeah.
Got no other option at this point. I'll just have to go for it.
I want to see what Jean can do from that position. Ooh. And she manages to clear her own yellow ball.
You got to go for it though.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good attempt. It's what it is.
Leaves Jessica with 2 balls in front, uncontested shot.
Opportunity to go
hoop 10.
Opportunity to go 6-4 up.
And she runs it.
Great shot.
Very nicely. 6-4 to Jessica.
It's quite nice having a 6-4 lead. I don't know about you, but...
yeah, once you get that 6th hoop, it's always a bit of a confidence booster.
You know you're going to be first to 13, so if you go that far, but obviously you wouldn't want to go that far.
Yeah,
for did the job, that's the main thing.
Just the bare minimum, but did the job anyway.
It is a tricky setup from where red was, so...
and she's just going to fall short.
So she can get a nice wire.
To just put a nice ball in front of the hoop. Not too conscious about the wire, but just wanting to put that pressure on. Forcing Jean
Now, have we
play
seen
in
a
front.
boundary jump shot yet this tournament?
I haven't, no. I've
Seen
seen some decent long ones.
I know Jess had one close one, had the crown. Yeah, it's a great position there.
Yep.
Got the block. So, we'll see what Jean tries here. Going for the double clearance there.
Doesn't quite get it, but this leaves black open on the hoop. But with yellow there, it's got to be conscious that if she does go for the hoop, but no, she'll just take the safe option, clear yellow away, and turn this hoop into a bit of a battle.
She's obviously got blue pretty close, so not too much of a worry. If she had blue quite far away, she'd probably consider just going for the hoop there.
So it's Jessica will look to clear yellow.
Yeah.
And gets it nicely in the centre.
That's exactly what she would have wanted.
Yep.
She could play through blue. Could try and promote blue up, but
yeah, I think with where yellow is, I think she'll just be mainly focused on getting that black ball in front of the hoop and then letting blue worry about red afterwards. Does so nicely, but might have wired herself. I can't quite tell from this angle.
Now puts the pressure on Jean here. She's got to hit something. She's got a nice angle. If she misses blue on the right side, she's still going to hit
if you
black.
have a better angle, but can you see whether blue can see red still?
Yep, blue can see red.
Yep, okay. So yeah, definite pressure on Jean here. And Opster, yep. Hit blue nicely in the middle, but may have just wired herself.
That's
on that
a
follow
disaster.
through. That's
No
unlucky
sugarcoating that.
to Jean. And now Jessica may just leave Jean as she is and plays in front.
What's she going to do here? Is it touching? I'm not sure.
Yeah, definitely a tough shot.
Don't think it's touching.
Yeah. She just plays to try and hamper black with its hoop shot.
This is still quite a difficult shot, but
yeah,
she should make it. To take the match.
She just wary of her foot position as she finishes and has a go at this hoop. And just hits that wire and bounces away, allowing Jean to just try and come back into this game with that great shot by yellow on blue.
Jean's patience has paid off here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Jean will be happy that paid off.
Yep.
And will be hoping that she can run this hoop 11 and that Jessica does not manage to clear red here. And she doesn't, just goes to the right side. With red for an opportunity to really put the pressure on to Jessica. So, as being from Christchurch yourself, James, have you played at St Martins Club often?
Yeah, I've played quite a few times. Great shot from Jean.
Great shot by Jean.
I played there quite a few times, especially when I first started. We played quite a lot of fun days, a lot of day tournaments.
Yeah, and for those starting to play croquet or looking to get into it, would you say fun days are a good way to start?
Yeah, definitely. That's probably one of the best ways to start. It's just a great atmosphere, and that's how we started. We just started playing some fun days, and just a great way to introduce us to the game, because just all good spirits, and it's not really competitive. It's just good environment to be in. Obviously, winning raffles too. Tempted me to keep going, so
Nice.
Won that nice cheese grater.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
I wanted to keep coming back for more.
As Jean really puts the pressure on here.
I actually ended up just giving those raffle prizes to my parents for Christmas. So
nice. Gets the Christmas presents all sorted.
Yeah, I didn't have
Not
to
even
pay
any
a dime.
effort.
Oh, had to pay the entry fee for the fun day, but
and the raffle cost, but
yeah,
no, nice.
Wasn't bad. Now, there would be a few things going through Jess's mind right now.
Yep. Just makes a roquet, splits the balls either side of the hoop. The red to play back in front. Plays that very nicely.
It's a great position
It's
there.
just come straight back in. Putting significant pressure on Jessica to hit this shot. And she does so. But not sure if it'll quite have worked out in her favour.
Now, do you think Jean might be looking at the flick off to 13? Just hitting this in the middle and taking
I think
good control?
from this angle, and knowing that Jess could hit it on the return, there is definitely not a huge shout for the flick off.
I do think there was a bit of a risk of her hitting yellow as well if she'd gone
I
for that
think
angle.
she's definitely wary of it and just making sure that black ended up ideally as far away from yellow as possible, hoping that Jess would do that.
Now she's onside with her blue, isn't she?
Yes, yep, so blue is onside as it came off of the red ball, but I think Jean will mostly be focused on getting this hoop, but just gets unlucky there, bounces off the inner wire.
See, anything can happen in croquet. You think the opposition's going to run a hoop and all of a sudden something happens and you're back in the hoop.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely a game that can turn around at a slight opportunity or a slight missed shot.
Yep. Fine margins in croquet, and that's the exciting bit about it. You never know what's going to quite happen.
Yeah.
It's quite close to blue here.
Putting both balls quite deep, pretty central, potentially allowing Jean to just sit in front of both balls with her yellow and putting the pressure on Jess and stopping her from cleanly having a go at the hoop. But it looks like Jessica will be going for a pecky to try and get her blue ball over that yellow ball and through the hoop.
Now, I've watched her attempt a couple of boundary jumps, and she's been pretty close with those, so we'll see if she can get a wee jump here.
Definitely had jumping on her mind today.
She's been hitting them well.
We'll see if this one follows suit. And she looks to finish off the game in style. Great attempt, but just off line into that right side leg of that hoop. Now Jean just making it even harder, putting a red ball in the way, with Jess to have one more attempt to try and get this hoop.
You don't want to be given a player like Jess another attempt here. Could become costly, but we'll see.
Whether Jean is trying to hope that Jess does the same that happened in the first game and has some attempts but can't quite get them. Ooh.
Maybe she
Jean
was
will be thanking her lucky stars that neither of those attempts
Maybe she was thinking
managed
about
to
the
run
block.
it. Yeah.
Block to 13.
Exactly. So now Blue has a bit of a awkward shot to get towards hoop 13 that we are now approaching, as it is now 6-all in the game between Jess and Jean.
Yeah, it looks like a fantastic shot from where her ball was.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just gone quite close. Just sat in front of the hoop.
What's
With
Red looking?
Red just falling short.
She could potentially have the wire here too.
Black just bumping into the back of that hoop. And Jess will be hoping that Blue is in a good runnable position, with Yellow not coming close to worrying Blue's position. So with Jess at an attempt again to win the match, and she does, and she gets it.
Fantastic from Jess.
And that is game, set, match, Jessica.
What a critical match win for Jess here, coming into the final day tomorrow. It's all even for a few players. I know Helen, Jenny and Jess haven't lost a match yet, so exciting times here in the St Martins Croquet Club for the Women's Invitational event.
Yep, so that will be the last match of the day that we will be streaming. There is still 2 matches ongoing on the other lawns. But I think we've had enough streaming for the day, and we will thank our sponsors and the St Martins Croquet Club, and potentially have a bit of a chat with one of the players after they come off the court, the lawn.
Yeah, so we'll just hang tight for a second. We might have a quick chat as Jess comes past. We'll see if she's keen. If she isn't, then that's okay. But no, another good day of croquet, Jason.
Yeah.
And we are live again tomorrow morning.
Indeed.
And we'll have some really big matches on the line. Like Helen Reeves will be playing, Jessica Bullen.
Yep. So all the top 4 will be playing against each other. So
all
definitely
ranked.
should be some good matches on stream, and some tight matches throughout the competition as the seedings are playing each other in close by.
Exactly. So all ranked within the top 20, 25 in the country. So it'll be a good performance.
Do either of you want to chat?
What am I saying? Hello? Wait, no.
Okay. Good performance, Jess.
Thank you.
You went down in the first game 7-6.
Yes.
And then the second game was a solid performance. And then another solid performance in the third game.
Just a little bit closer though.
How did the second go since you lost first game? Good confidence builder going into the third one?
Oh, not really. I think you just got to take it every game as it goes, because as you could see, I lost the first one, so obviously I'm going to be knocked down, but you just got to leave it in the past and then go on to the next game with a fresh mindset, I think.
Exactly. I did want to ask you, when you're coming down on hoop 8, were you going
what game?
for a second game? When you ran the hoop, were you going for the hoop or were you going for a clearance?
Yeah, I was going for the hoop. I always go for the hoop in like a double situation.
Was it a double or just completely
It was like
over?
a double, but like the ball was a little bit away from the hoop, but I was like, miles
Poor man's
off.
double, some would call it.
Yes.
Yeah, poor man's double.
Poor
So
man's double.
tomorrow you got some tougher games. You'll be playing
Yes.
Helen, Jenny. So
And Nick.
what's the thought process into going in tomorrow's games?
Just gonna try my best. Confidence is key, I guess. And if I win, I win. I lose, I lose.
So have you played them much before? Have you played any singles games against Jenny or?
I've played 2 against Nick. I've played 0 against Jenny and I've played quite a few against Helen, and it's pretty even with me and Helen. Me and Nick have 1 game each, and then I've never played Jenny, so
It'll be a good experience getting to play Jenny tomorrow.
100%.
Cool, well, thanks for joining us, Jess.
Hey, you're welcome.
Good luck tomorrow, and well done on your win today.
Thank you.
And we'll leave it there today, guys. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at bright and early, 8 o'clock start, 8 to 8:30 start, for some more amazing croquet.
Nō reira, kua o te wā mato mahi tēnei rā, ki nā kai whakahaere, me nā ki whakataitai ki hao marau, tā koto hokanga ki o koto kainga. Tēnā koutou nā mai kai mā tā kiti taki I ka koutou tuhono mai noho ora mai.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
We're going to have Māori getting ownership rights recognised in the taku taimwana.
So they created legislation, foreshore and CBD.
It's about time we started looking to a new future.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go once. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
I'm Jason Bill, and we're a farmer around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.